So, good hello and welcome to session 5. Yeah, it's 5, yep. 5 of the Demon Blade. Or part 5, session 5. I don't know what I've been calling them previous to now. Possibly parts. It's the 15th of June 2024. We had a brief life intermission. And then we're back. Hey! I am Viktor, the GM, and here are the players.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'm playing Lockheart. Empathic speaker, exactly the sort of person you want interpreting.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I'm still playing Myr'ra Pentergast, a Helborn Adept who sheds her skin.
Hi everyone, I'm Chris, and tonight I'm playing Nori Nediam, a half-elven elf who likes to infiltrate.
Hi, I'm Nat, and I play Riven, the tough warrior who masters weaponry.
And I guess I might as well say I'm Sean, and every so often I might be providing the disembodied voice of Falkwin's conscience on everyone's minds, I guess. I'm not
Falkwin's managed to find himself inside of his magical wrist bracelet right now. We're doing what we can magically to remove it. It's coming with technical difficulties. So he's here in spirit.
Swapped with Alu Ben.
Yeah, basically.
And very much so, Chris. It is Saturday, it's 6:30, and we're back, baby! Oh dear. Okay, so now that we're back, we've had a missing Lockheart for a while. Do you just want to catch Lockheart up on the highlights, people?
Everything's terrible. Everything's terrible. You need to fix this. Please fix this.
I go away for 2 minutes.
It's not even our fault. It's not even our fault. We're in a room with literally every world reader, and the fucking Rakishan Emperor and Empress are in this room during actual deliberations about our country. It's that bad.
And there's also a terrifying lady called Joy.
Who works for Pride.
I love Joy.
Who's openly said she works for Pride, who is now sitting between Riven and Myr'ra.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we're all sat together.
Joy is sitting there, or Pride is sitting there?
Joy.
Greed is the one that's turned up to represent, but the rest haven't.
The Queen of the Gold. Should we go back so we'll jump straight to
the just jump straight into the fact that this is what you're going to have to, the scene you're going to start with is every major political leader in the room. The Rakishan Emperor just made a really bad statement. Something about there's two spare seats. Yeah. Why can't I sit there? Why they're in this room, we don't know either. Like, they're in here hearing all of our political stuff when they're not of it. Yeah, it's bad. And we're like one of the few people who are in here that aren't those people. So yeah, it's not great. So
shall we
summarize for starting?
Well, we go. We'll do like the roster, I guess, of the important people in the room, right? So obviously, besides you guys, right? So we've got you guys. That's nice.
When did we become important?
Wait a minute. No. Have you been pretending to be the main characters?
That's definitely Amblin.
Yes, well. Master Amblin in his own solo party.
Can we just leave with the sword and go find him? Just
quick, to the moon!
Yeah, let's go.
So yes, we've got...
We speculated we were on the moon.
Yeah, there was that.
We did speculate that.
It's like, I think somebody did say, is this room on the moon?
It's always worth checking.
Yep, always.
Sometimes it might be.
So what would that do to Myr'ra?
Myr'ra would be fine. Hannah would have a heart.
Yeah, moons. Yeah.
Myr'ra's been a bird enough in the past 24 hours. It's probably okay.
So our table members we've got, so for the Table of the Five Blades specifically, we've got obviously the wonderful Queen Vermilion Lightscale, you know, Vermi, the bronze-maned lion of our hearts. We've got her uncle, Quilburn Lightscale, King of the Dragons. We have Greed acting on behalf of Pride, who is played by Alan Cumming. Yes. Or we you know, an Alan Culling lookalike, so it's legally distinct enough from Alan Cumming and we don't get sued. So yes.
And I have said that I've met him before. just to throw that out there again.
Greed or Alan Cumming?
Yes.
Yes. I too have met Alan Cumming in the
I've met
past.
Alan Cumming.
Yeah! He's lovely.
Bingo.
Oh dear. So yeah. I mean, I guess more people should meet him, really. It's, yeah. It's like a random list.
Dourf is Colton.
Yeah.
Dourf is Colton.
Oh. Not ideal. We then have... So he was active on behalf of Pride, because Pride has not turned up to this meeting where they really should have, because if it's a all hands for the table, Pride is the representative of the devil / you know, Celestials. So yep, kind of probably should be there. But no, so Greed is there, and Greed did not take Pride's chair. Greed took one of the 3 kind of like, I guess, councillor chairs. Then the dwarves had Margot Stargazer, Queen Margot, for the dwarfs. We then had the 3 elven rulers. That again, they take the 3 councillor chairs. None of them sit in the Ironroot chair. Excuse me. So that was Erdoarnan, the Bronzebark King, Lundaranthuil. I know the names, right? So Erdoarnan, the Bronzebark King, Lundaranthuil, the Silverthorn King, and Modestellara, the Goldleaf Queen. So that is them, and no, I do not expect people to know how to spell any of those. That is fine. The elves like it that way, and as we established in either the last session or the previous session, where the emphasis on saying elven names and words is probably based on which season it currently is, and I just love that. It's such an interesting thing. I'm never going to pronounce them differently unless I forget how to say their names, in which case it will then have been a different season. Is how I'm dealing with that.
Elven seasons are different.
Yes, very much so. So I think that's... Have I missed empty from the table? No, that's the table, right? That's the table of the 5 blades. It's hard to count the 5 members when there's more than 5 in the the list, but yes. So we've got humans, draconics, devils, dwarves, elves. Yes, we covered all 5. Good. And then the Speaker of the White Hall, which is like the head of the Church of Light, essentially, the White Hall. So I never said much about her, but she essentially is like the kind of, I guess, voice of the council type thing. They're slightly, not arbiter and such, they don't really have any actual power there, but they're kind of a neutral additional party that has respect, so they have announced everyone and would essentially manage the meeting so that it doesn't feel like one particular party of the table is throwing their weight around ultimately. So that's quite a thing. There isn't normally a representative from the Arcanatrix here, which is interesting. But just a weird choice that they allow the church in, but not like, yeah, so...
So we were maybe invited. We were just like, yeah, we'll put it on the calendar.
Yeah.
When the experiment ran over.
Yeah, you know, involved removing all the entries from the calendar. So her name is Alexica Cridge. That's her name. She is played very subtly by Alice Cridge. So Alice Cridge was the Borg Queen from First Contact, but she was also in the she was like the preacher lady at the end of Silent Hill, the movie, as well. She's also the main character's mother in the OA TV series, so Alice Cridge is awesome. I'll see if I can find a gif of her and dump it in the chat as well. She was also in Thor. I actually see, I think it's Thor 2, when Natalie Portman's character is being scanned by the magic machine, and she's like, "It's a soul forge." That person was Alice Cridge. So yeah. Okay, so most of it is her in various makeup, so I guess we'll just have to deal with that. And that's me just remembering that I think she was in Carnival Row now as well.
I think she's actually in Sharp.
Yeah, nice full circle conversation there again. But yeah, good actress, always liked her. Kind of felt like a nice, you know, figurehead for the Church of Light. So that is who she indeed is. Again, if we had the budget legally, etc., 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 caveats, no sue, please. So she's the one that announced to everyone. Other people of note would be Emperor Sun and Empress Moon of the Rakishan Empire even. Those are obviously in attendance. Most of the table members have like assistants for the most part. Yous were introduced to, do you remember who? So it was a Silverthorn elf.
I've written Snowstorm.
That's their name, yeah, Snowstorm.
Okay.
Yep, that was how they introduced themselves. And they are like one of the kind of admin assistant people to Lunderanthril, the Silverthorn King. And he did very much assert, please don't speak at this meeting. It's very rare that you have been invited in, and please don't speak was mostly his concern with that. Other kind of people of note, as I mentioned, that Lockheart was very, very much near the kind of standing area behind the council seats where obviously Talanis is, because we know that councillor or governess, former countess, all of the above, Talanis Viraga, who we know is played by Sophia Vergara. Yep, we're good with names. Yep. So yes, she's in attendance. So is Hedera. You have met Hedera as well. So she is also there. We also have anybody else of note that I've missed. So we also have Joy that we've mentioned. Joy came and introduced themselves to the gang, squeezed in besides Riven and Myr'ra. So, and she's played by the wonderful Sally Phillips, if we could afford her. So yeah, very, very pleasant person. Maybe too much so. I think that's everyone. I don't think I've missed anyone, but if I have, we'll just pretend I remembered them. So it's quite a busy room. There's also like a handful of other people that are essentially just extras we've not needed yet, so they're just in the background to make the place look busy. To fill the room a bit. To describe the room as well, you've got like, it's not quite circular, it's far too angular to be circular, so it might be like, 15-sided or something like that, who knows. But it's in rungs similar to the night church that you went to back in Loudenhall. Like it kind of goes in rungs down, and then the kind of plateau part in the centre is where the table and everything, it all seems to be made out of one piece of material, this room. So it's like the table comes up, then the room kind of like goes down, smooths out, round up, and then back into the centre where there's like hanging from the ceiling this big kind of black crystal thing that seems to shimmer with light, and that seems to be providing the light in the room for this place. No windows or anything like that, just one kind of big door in and out of the room itself. This place was designed with no seating in mind, so it was essentially a case of the table of the 5 Blades members would meet, stand, discuss things, and it meant people could stand in the circles around them and overview anything that was needed to be done. For example, during the Fey War, maybe you want all your generals and such to, be in the same room, to be all on the same page, etc. So, but the seating that you all have has definitely been added in after the fact to make it much more comfortable. Who knew bureaucracy slowed down after the war? I know. So, yes, Lockheart has been somewhat busy, being pretty much Verme's only advisor, really, that kind of has any history with Verme in the human royalty admin combo, since Verme doesn't know that many people in the hierarchy at all. Very much an outsider and still trying to find their feet within who's worth keeping and who's not worth keeping. Ultimately, as we know, some of the side effects of that were our lovable Mayor Kitty from Loudenhall seems to be looking for a new place to call home, because they've finally caught up that he's been the mayor for far too long of Loudenhall, and maybe someone should officially get that job again. And I mean, whether he was allowed to apply again is a different story, but yeah. But again, likewise, the people of Loudenhall quite happy with how safe they've been. So, yep. Yeah, obviously, as I said, Alexander managed to catch up on part 3, so we know Katie was visiting the city. We know that Suri Thane was visiting Voros, since Voros is looking for new management currently. And it seems like they were looking to establish trade between Loudenhull and Voros, and also potentially scope out if it would be suitable for Katie to maybe step in as the mayor. So that was at play as well. We know about the attack on Hedera and Suri Thane, and also your heroic intervention. Not Lockhart's heroic intervention, of course, just the party. Lockhart was too busy again, having to deal with probably back-to-back meetings where nobody gets sleep, and there's a whole bunch of enchanted brown potions of staying alert passed around to everyone, to keep everybody going through these meetings that probably haven't stopped. So Falkwin, Lockhart, again, I'm mixing my speakers up now. Lockhart might be a bit tired, but it depends if you've just decided to say, I'll go and work out all these things and then maybe steal a nap somewhere under the guise of looking up stuff that you already know. Who knows how savvy you were about maintaining your energies, especially given the political hotpot that is having the Rakashans here.
You can probably see Lockhart just like not entirely blinking.
Lockhart sees sound now. Can you see the sound? Does he taste colours?
Did the magical door we came through affect him in any way? No.
Oh no.
He takes 2 steps in and just goes right in the thread. Oh no, there he goes.
He's just propped up
The
against the
buff's worn
wall with eyes painted on his eyelids.
I know, tape holding them up.
Love it. But yes, anything else you wish to add, please go ahead.
Major, most important thing, remember the jewels that they poured out? They all have souls in them.
All of them. All of them have souls in.
So we found that kind of unusual. Sloth told us that kindly. He said he could feed off of a single gem that he got for quite a while.
Give or take 50 years, depending. Yeah.
Half a century. But for the Solar Emperor, who thinks he represents the sun, which is the 2 gods that represent the constant cycle of life, he is taken. We saw how many gems that was. How many
thousands, yeah.
people's souls has he taken out of the cycle? That's so bizarre. That's saying, this is an act of heresy. Okay, I'm just going to do it, but you're the Pope. Yeah, but I can do it. It's that's just jarring. So
it's
either
also magic that shouldn't be within.
It's
capability.
celestial.
Yeah.
It's celestial in nature to do it.
I think as well, to add a bit more to that, with some research you'd easily find this out, but if you're high enough level, in terms of the world, and you're powerful enough, you could do it. You just wouldn't, because it's a shitty thing to do.
Yeah. So that was something that we found a bit unusual. It's this is literally against his religion, what he has done. It's
unless, of course, he thinks he
of
is the god.
Still
and
taking
these gems are
why is he giving him?
feeding him.
Well, the other thought I had was, if these are all lizard folk and he is just the moronic idiot that I'm convinced he is, he's got such an ego and such vanity, he doesn't understand the actual system in place. He thinks, every time a human soul dies, it's going to come back as a human, which is probably not how it works. It's a soul, will get a new vessel potentially every time. So it's his thinking, if I put all the lizard souls in the rocks, then the lizard folk, that's the genocide. They can actually never come back. But that's not how it works. A soul.
And I think this came up last time as well, where I did say it's not really known how that works, but the general belief is that the souls will come back in any form.
Any vessel. Yeah. So even then, it's whatever he's doing is direct heresy to a thing he represents at the highest level. So it's and the fact it's celestial and celestial still demonic is he possessed?
Even the capital city of the Rakishan Empire. I keep saying Empire is the seat of the sun is the name of their capital city as well. So yeah, he's very into his own brand.
So
'Cause we did-
maybe Chris has it that he thinks he's the god, and therefore what we all know is wrong.
Could be. It's not the
In
first
which
time
then
someone's.
I still vote that we kill them. Like that's a
Hide from
lunatic
their own
with a
supply.
god complex now.
We did ask Sloth if he thought any of his siblings might have popped across the ocean. And from that we got that Wrath rarely leaves Caldera, but Lust and
Agreed.
Gluttony, maybe. But Sloth was very reluctant to keep too close of a tabs on his siblings because it means they can find where he is.
If he puts out the signal to see them like a radar, they'll see his signal coming out. So
It's like opening the
However-
WhatsApp group, then they can see his Reddit.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
He's just leaving everyone on unread.
So also that implicates that, and it certainly did say that he has been in this city for a very, very, very long time, living in the house that he invited us to, and just staying out of Caldera since potentially the war.
Yeah.
Like he's just sat there
He
alone.
also could have
Stop.
been lying to us, but didn't seem to sense the sword in Aluben's garage.
Yeah.
As we are referring
He
to
couldn't. He
it.
couldn't sense it, or he certainly did ask.
He
what it
didn't
was.
seem like he didn't seem like he'd lied to us directly. So we're assuming that gives us
He also
maybe a
did
little bit of reassurance.
to give you a bit of a kind of better thing about him. Myr'ra was a were-raven turned into a were-raven,
great
and
time.
he settled her. So
Yes.
Myr'ra was in control of the were-raven. It was just
It
like
was great.
just patted her a couple of times. Like that's fine, don't worry about it. And Myr'ra was in full control of her faculties. She just looked like a werecrow. So. And it was a situation where we came to lunch again and a one was rolled, so it could have been really bad, but he was like, that's fine. So a situation he could have taken as an aggression, he took as just
I mean, who knew one of the devils was going to be chill with a Helborn's ability kicking in, right? Like, it kind of tracks.
But to give her control over it was unusual. To be like, oh, you're about to wander through, you're in the middle of the city. I don't really, you wandering about like that's going to be, like, she could get into trouble, she could get hurt. He was like, no, she's settled, she's fine.
Yeah, like it was an unnecessary expenditure of power on his part, and he seemed, he seems happy to do
I
it.
probably would have been unable to die. I would have just smashed a bunch of stuff in his living room.
You could have left you could have flown out a fucking window, and next thing you know, you were getting shot down by the city archers or something. Like he just made sure you were safe.
Do you remember what else happened at Sloth's?
I mean, he got upset. He was crying. I think I remember correctly.
He seemed quite lost in grief. I don't know if I described him as crying, but he might have. I don't remember.
He had one tear.
Yeah.
He had one tear that he was kind of like, "Oh, look at that!" Like
About Bran and Elle we brought
Bran and
up.
Elle, and the like. I think it was just like Bran and Elle and the elves, right? Like, yeah.
Yeah.
The first blade and the iron.
Who was king of the Iron Roots
Yep.
at the time of the Fey War.
He's got a lot of war trauma, we're figuring out. Like, he's got, like, whatever happened during the war, someone as powerful as him's like, I don't want to talk about this. I have enough PTSD. Please don't.
Yeah, he definitely was full of grief. Like, let's face it, he was definitely... He couldn't really even have the energy to, like, hide that from you guys. It was completely immediately and, like, readable from him. It was a bit of a grim experience for him. And also, just as he said the last time he's met him, he lost a lot in that war. Not necessarily like anything immediately tangible, but like his entire like plan for his siblings and like anyone that wanted to join them was ruined. Do you know what I mean? So his salvation, as he called it.
Yeah.
So
our
seems
Sloth seems pretty solid. He just seems to be like he wants to be left away from his siblings. He doesn't want to interact with them at all in any capacity. So. And he's got a lot that he's dealt with. Well, he's got a lot on him and he doesn't know how to deal with it, I don't think. And he's just like, I'm eternal, so that's life. And you're like, oh, okay, chief. But yeah, I would certainly say we have a friend in Sloth. I think for a devil,
until it changes.
I think we would have to be the thing that does something wrong. We would need to prove an issue.
And from the interactions you've had, it would probably need to be something pretty big, right? Like,
yeah, we could annoy him, but it would take a lot to annoy him enough to actually act against us.
Yeah.
Like, he would just be,
You'd get like tilt, and you might get a slap in the wrist, but I think like he'd let you know first.
Plus,
before you
the
got there.
first session was very, like the first time you met him, I should say, was very telling when, again, I refer back to his casual mid-conversation as he's waffling on about his salvation plan and saying, "Oh, you're trying to hide the sword. What makes you think you could stop me if I tried to take it?" But anyway, as I was saying about the thing I care about, blah 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 blah. Like, he does seem comfortable in his own capabilities. Like, so, like I said, you would need to do whatever you think could threaten a devil, really. And I don't.
And I think the only thing there would be saying we're going to go tell his siblings where he is. I think that would be it.
And
we
even
have
that,
no
like,
intention of doing that.
even that, like, see from the vibes she's got, like, he's not scared of his siblings, right? He's just kind of
Tired.
done, right?
Yeah.
He's kind of
He's done.
done.
Yeah. He had his shot of power and now going,
Yeah, like
Yeah.
Eddie shot of
Got
power
burnt
had
by
his
it.
attempt at like saving everybody as far as he was concerned, and none of it worked out for him. So he's just a bit like, oh, well, I tried and I'm done. So
Also on the Joe front, we are the only ones that know that thus far. We've not been able to tell Verme or anyone else in the city or the council. It
'Cause we got
was
swept.
Sloth. Yeah, Sloth told us it. He was like, "There's a soul in this, by the way." And we're like, what do you mean? He's
So
like,
that will include Lockhart.
We
Yeah.
will need to tell you. We will need to tell you. But yeah, the gems certainly all seem to contain souls, and the Fedin are apparently attracted to magic. So I don't know if the idea is to turn us into a beacon for the Fedin. Like
Yeah,
that
we
city.
floated that.
Well, I imagine that city probably has some serious amount of magic shit in it if it was designed to deal with the Fae. So it probably was
Yeah.
always a beacon. I just, I'm one, like, we all still have this fear that it's a bunch of bombs that we've
Yeah.
got that are now spread out city that he's going to just click his finger and blow up.
and at least the Arcanatrix managed to collect a bunch, right? There was a
A lot.
lot
Yeah.
that they got.
It's a good thing and a bad thing.
Yeah.
They might blow up the Arcanatrix like a nuke rather than lots of grenades going off in people's houses. I'm not sure which is worse.
I mean,
Less death, but you've lost the Arcanatrix.
Mm.
you say grenade, but to me it sounds more like Pokeball. It's
Yeah.
gonna let
Yeah.
Yeah, what's it
Yeah.
going to let
And-
out?
Or is it like possession? Like they're all going to pop out? And
Mm.
as if everyone was supposed to have one.
Yeah.
So that I think
Before
consumed us quite heavily. Last session was being like,
Mm.
oh no.
And resting.
before we move
Yes, and resting.
and resting. And before we move on from Greed, Riven discovered that speaking to Greed through one of the stones
Oh,
isn't a good
sloth.
idea without him knowing. Sloth, yeah, sloth.
Yeah, I used my ring to speak to Sloth, and he basically mind teleported me into his house.
Uh-huh.
So if you want to speak to him, understand he will potentially go a bit further because he's just actually thinks he's being polite. He's just like, well, you wanted to speak to me? And it was like, I was just asking if we could come to lunch. Okay. And then the butler appeared at the door and gave us an invite. And I was like, why did you drag me there? So yeah, be aware that communicating with a devil, at least Sloth, his reaction is to mind and invite you. And you're just like, where the fuck is I?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Did you ever find out why phoning Serethine wasn't working?
He can stop it. He has some capability. We didn't
Yes,
explain it
that was
fully,
fine.
but
Yeah.
Riven has asked that he keeps that avenue open.
Uh-huh.
He just had you unblocked, basically.
He basically
that's
has
everything.
everyone blocked.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I
We don't know
also-
if it's an armor or an ability, but he
Yeah.
could stop us.
Have written down that his must be some form of magical armor because it seemed to heal itself while he was walking.
Yeah.
So
it
the armor
fixed
was all
itself.
dinged up, and by the time we got to Cascade City, it was
Fixed.
immaculate again. So
These are
It's
all
got-
valid points, yes.
Yeah.
But it makes sense, right? Someone that's like, like you mentioned.
No, it doesn't. Not at our level.
Can I have that?
that sounds
Yeah,
great.
exactly.
Just ask him
That
really
makes
nicely. Can we have like a, was it a Hot Springs episode, Serethine? Nori slowly taking the armor.
I just want to ask him how the fuck he made it, but there was not really the time.
No, everybody needed sleeps. Big
Yeah.
sleeps for everybody.
yeah.
Yes.
So, yeah, I
It
do need
was
to
such
inquire
Well.
delay, didn't we?
Well,
who crafted him that,
Well.
and if I could at least get a fucking helmet version, because I feel like a helmet that repairs itself is good.
The other thing I was going to bring up then about Sloth's encounter was when you were all leaving, Alu-Ben stayed behind.
Oh, yes.
Alabin stayed
Yes,
behind to talk to
brief.
him. We have no idea what was said.
And neither does Falkwin.
Nobody knows.
And then the other thing was when Falkwin entered that council chamber room, he could not feel Aluben. That was the other thing. So I think the theory was that maybe something in this room blocks magic. But yes.
Which does mean that if Pride turns up, they can't get the sword out because they can't use the magic to get it out the bracelet.
True.
It's like, we're just going to stay in here forever.
What do you mean password required?
What?
So
we
You
also
mean, we
met
just leave the
a
bracelet
fun
in
wizard.
yes.
Hide it under one of the the chairs.
Yeah.
We'd have to get Falkwin to agree. We'll just cut Falkwin's arm off. Under a chair.
Have to get Aluben
We
to
won't,
agree.
I promise.
So, yes, Hannah, you mentioned that you've met a fun wizard. Yeah.
My favourite. He's called Master Wizard Duell, and he was in the gem room because he thought that's where parents' evening was. And he seems to have a butterfly friend
That
who was
tells
in
him what he's
charge of
supposed to be
booking the
doing.
room. Got it wrong.
He's a familiar that's a butterfly. That
Him.
I think is truly done with his shit.
And Master Amblin are now my favourites.
It's going to collect really like eccentric wizard
Yeah.
archetypes that I am very drawn to as a GM.
He's just building like a deck of these are the people I aspire to be.
We find a new arcana tricks, but it's spelled like tricks as in trick or treat.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's like that's where they all go. It's like the ones that didn't quite get there.
Yeah. The joys, eh? The joys. Yes. Just remember the terrible joke that Duell loves?
Oh no, I don't.
Oh.
When people come up to him and say, Master Duell, he goes, I always try to! And then just shuffles off, talking away to his butterfly friend.
There's some kind of wall somewhere where people have like tallied how many times he's made it.
And he's got like a chalky
wall's
beard
now
as
this
well.
and-
I remember that detail, like his beard
Yeah.
covered in chalk dust.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we really thought we'd have to try and get past him, and he just left.
And yes,
Sapphires.
and just to highlight Falkwin's comments here of, I'm still here, Myr'ra, and please no arm cutting.
It would need to be me that did it, and I would never.
Yeah.
I don't know, Cromira could have at least a good go at it as well.
don't
Myr'ra
think-
can't turn into a bird in here, I don't think.
Yeah,
Well, we
that'll
could
be...
try.
I just need Hannah
You
to roll
might-
something.
That might turn into a scene from Hellraiser, and you're just going to be inside out.
Or it's just like an actual just crow.
Yeah, it's just a giant crow.
Okay, so
Oh.
I think that's a intense catch up, at least. Yeah, pretty good. So let's go back in the room, I guess, which was the council chamber room. We're gonna skip ahead a bit where there was obviously some awkwardness after the Rakishan Emperor's son. He obviously made his very awkward like, oh, and I'm here too, remember? And oh, there's 2 empty chairs. Could I have one? Winks to the camera and a shit-eating grin. Yeah, definitely ruffled a few feathers in that room. The most of the council members remained professional. I think Queen Margot's face was very hard to hide. If she could roll her eyes any harder, it'd be the Indiana Jones scene with the boulder. So, yeah.
Victor, just a quick thing. Which one of the elves in the room could fucking nuke this place and would all die?
The Gold Leaf Queen.
The Gold Leaf Queen, yeah. Just to emphasise, she has the magical power to kill everyone in this room without trying that hard.
And is it the silver
Probably.
thorn? There's something about the moon.
Yeah, so his name means he who conquered the moon.
Yes.
Because he's like, I was super
integral, yeah.
important during the Fey
I know
War.
that's.
Yep.
But
No,
yeah,
right, we're on the
even with Verme's uncle, who was the guy that was going to take over the Arcana tricks,
Mm.
the gold leaf could literally slaughter us all. And probably not. And I'm right in saying she's blind.
Yes, she seems very, very
She's
blind.
She's got white out eyes. So
Um,
just wanted you to emphasize, like, there is somebody in this room that I think everyone might bow out to.
and
they
I think the thing I mentioned as well is like, it's not really. It's unlikely she's stronger than like a full-powered devil, right? But also, we've never seen that. So
And no.
yeah,
Not worth being in the middle of that.
I mean, keep in mind there's a bit of subtext there, because I think we spoke about it a bit, like when you met Sloth for the first time back in session 1, I think. The Goldleaf Elves made a new home and went there, which probably does sting if the Devils had any investment in Sloth's plan of making a new home and fucking off. So yeah, the fact that she was able to pull that off and Sloth couldn't probably would give the Devils enough of a pause to think she has a reputation. Are we brave enough to push that button, or are we just going to accept our self-appointed superiority?
Let's not test that. So yeah, I just thought you should know we were just just the
Yeah, it's a good
Goldleaf.
detail. Yeah,
She's
Yeah.
blind, and everyone in the room's pretty much like that.
and she
is
never
the
brought anyone else with her either. She doesn't have
so-
any
Yeah,
assistance.
just-
Yeah.
totally blind solo, and yeah,
Mhm.
Mhm.
I'm wanting her to just send sun into the sun. That's all I want. Just say enough.
Yeah.
She just goes.
Yeah,
Bye.
like she alone would be enough of like a pause for like, you know, the Rakishan Emperor starting any shit. But they're also not here on the continent anymore. So there is that. Like the very fact that she attended is purely because of this ceremony of, you know,
For millions.
yeah, exactly, for her coronation. So is, as I said, even anyone seeing a Goldleaf Elf's a rare occasion. Very, very rare in this world. Not impossible, just very rare. As I said, they tend not to attend any council meetings that, you know, aren't of this scale.
Mhm.
It's not to say you couldn't randomly have met one in your travels or whatever, but whether or not you'd have known it was a Goldleaf Elf is a different story, because they might just have travelled disguised or whatever, right? Like they just to have no hassle from being like, oh my god, it's a Goldleaf Elf, and they're like, yeah, fuck off. Like,
Go with these.
yeah.
Mm.
But yes, the other kind of thing to point out is Lundaranthuil and Modestalara are old enough to have been around during the Fey War, to the point where they were the ruling elf
Mhm.
of each of their factions. During the Fey War. Erdwarden is not old enough to have been at the Fey War. There have been
And that's weird in this world because even elves are supposed to go off and join the big cycle.
yes, exactly. Immortality is not natural in this world. It is not, or even long-lived things. So all the races do have a slightly varied lifespan, and that's probably deliberate on the gods' part, right? To kind of vary up the type of experiences you get, because if you don't live as long, you might make the days count more. Versus if you live longer, you might experience more. So I guess changing, again, you know, we don't always eat. This is a terrible quote coming from me. We don't always eat the same things every day. So a varied diet for the gods is probably quite healthy for them to try and learn, I guess, because keep in mind that the gods are nourishing themselves on people's experiences and such. They're learning what their people are like every day. So, if anything, it's keeping the gods up to date, right? Taking people out of the cycle is frowned upon, probably for very similar reasons. You don't want to make a disconnect with your god. So, so many implications when it comes to the souls in this world. Most people believe magic and power comes from the soul, as well. The Arcanatrix and the Church of Light aren't exactly super close, to be honest, because of that kind of distinction. Using power is gifted by gods versus using the power that you're kind of stealing from the gods is another reason why the Helborn aren't necessarily super duper welcome in the Church of Light, but they're not exactly banned, because that would look bad.
Viktor,
Oh, I seen it.
Sean has a question.
No, I see that. Which race's souls are the fried chicken of the gods? Yes, yes. I do like my fried chicken.
The Aarakocra? What's the bird species of this world?
You mean the super secret DLC zone, which is just KFC, and other such fried chicken brands available, unless they want to sponsor me, in which case only KFC are available.
Not Bucks.
I mean, I do like Bucks. That is fair. So,
Again.
the council chamber meeting thing. A bunch of people obviously talk about Sun's interjection, and Sun pretty much gets sat back down and looking very self-important and whatnot. And Alexica Cridge calms the room and refocuses it. And ultimately, I'm not going to like narrate every single thing like I'm every single character. I am in terms of that, because that's going to be boring as fuck for you guys just to sit and listen to me RP with myself for a bit. But the gist of the room itself is essentially Vermi being introduced by Alexica Cridge formally as Queen. The council have made note that generally they would have discussed the reasons as to, what transpired, why the new sword, blah blah blah, especially given Loudon's presence still, and very little information on one of the rulers disappearing, because that's generally something that this council discusses, funnily enough, is they keep quite tight taps on each other to keep the harmony. And yeah, that's not been done very well in Loudon's case, given what you all know about Pride's interference with that. So you can kind of see how big an impact Pride getting rid of Loudon and possessing her, and yeah, not great. So lots of things to discuss there, but the council are not discussing that publicly. The council have said they have given Vermi a month grace to have her basically kingdom in order, her queendom, getting that in order, because they understand that can take time. But they don't need an answer right now, ultimately. So she is allowed a month to present something to them, which is mostly just a case of saying, just submit the paperwork, basically. None of us actually care who rules the humans. Let's face it, they don't. It's a human problem. You can imagine the people that...
Is there...
At least, on you, sorry?
I was going to say, is there any knowledge of the clash between the two Draconics and humans? Is there anything going to be made of that?
Throughout the 900 years since the Fey War, right, for the most part, most of the races have got on because they're all still shook from the Fey War, right, and the implications of what that meant because of how scary, as you know, the Fey could be as an enemy. Because how well do you think you would have fared against fighting a fully fit Chiral?
0.
And that was one Fey, whatever that means in the context of the Fey. So yeah, that's very scary. And yet this world did win, which is amazing. So hey, and in no small part to some of the people in this room, which is nice. However, there'll of course have been more like smaller scale spats, right? For example, there might have been like human, like a human, I don't know, commander or something with a bunch of troops just exploring somewhere, or going to a certain location to try and get some kind of glory of some kind in the past, and then he might have went through territory that wasn't his, and then another like draconic troop might have been there, blah blah blah, and that might have been an argument. Loads of stuff like that with all the races definitely happened, right? It was never just perfect harmony. I mean, officially in the record books, perfect harmony. But yeah, but nothing that would like inspire a war, other than a lot of conversations about demonic practices over the years.
How are the council taking the fact that Vermi is the niece of another ruler?
Yes, so
That's the thing that the Draconics have more
that's
about.
next to my list, funnily enough, of things to get through. So yes,
that's the important one.
So as I said, they talk about Vermi's rise to power in the first place, and how unusual it seems to be, but they're willing to, like, we don't really care, just submit the report and we'll read it, and if there's concerns we'll know, basically. And also it does kind of mean that it gives Vermi a month to maybe make problems if they care enough about them, right? Like, so if Vermi did become a problem, it's likely going to affect the humans first in that month and then the council, and I'm sure you are very shocked to hear that the council acting against the humans would be a very quick one-sided. Yeah.
They are.
Yeah. Which is kind of why it works, right? Like, they're all working in unison for a reason. Beyond that, though, yeah, like, they do discuss the fact that there seems to be a first, which is probably more unnerving to the people onlooking. You can probably guess they have discussed this already before this meeting. And for Lockhart's benefit, you were not included in that meeting. You were told to leave. Only the table members were kept. And yeah, the 3 elves were allowed to stay, and Greed was allowed to stay as the proxies for their, table seat, I guess. Which is unusual as well. Just generally, normally, Pride should definitely have been there for all of that, as we know. But yeah, the elves are always treated slightly special because of, well, everything the Iron Roots did for the world, basically. So that's definitely something the Devils haven't brought up every chance they get, as well as, they get to be here, so why don't we have 7 seats? Yeah. You can imagine how that conversation goes. But yes, so that conversation happened in private, so you wouldn't necessarily know if that was received positively or negatively, but nobody seems to be drawing them both daggers, which is nice. I think as well, the only thing Alexander missed as well is the table itself has sunken grooves for all of the weapons. So they all get sat just very visibly on the table, and on the Iron Root elves it's a handprint kind of groove. Probably more ceremonial. I don't imagine they have to stand with their hand there the whole fucking time. Do you know what I mean? It's probably just a nod to the fact that the First Blade was their king. So, yeah, trying to think what other topics they kind of discussed. It would have been covered fairly quickly in the kind of preamble. The Quilburn, the dragon king, he brings up the fact that there's been magical disturbances detected out in the Expanse Ocean. They've been monitoring them for the past, basically a couple of years. But it's in the middle of the ocean, so they're like,
The magical signatures say DLC.
No, a lot more, much further north than that actually. So the storm wall is what they're referring to. Yeah, which is the thing out in the middle of the ocean. As I mentioned, the big, like the island with the storm around it. So they've been just keeping an eye on that. So they bring that up. I am saying it's very, very interesting because again, Quilburn being the guy that was,
nearly
earmarked for the Arcanatrix top job, and then the sword picked him, and he was like, "Oh no, responsibility versus the job I want." And I think I mentioned as well, everybody kind of wanted him to get the job. He seemed like a good person for it. He's logical. He's quite warm as a person. He's a big giant fucking dragon man, and very, very talented at magic. So the very fact that he can boast that he's studied under Unma, the dragon, is something not many people can, because remember there's celestial magic, demonic sorcery, and draconic magic in this world, and then fey magic. So,
I'll BRB. There's a weird beeping in my kitchen.
Yes, please go check out the beeping.
Please go check that.
Okay, so besides that, what else was discussed? So he brings that up. I think I should maybe just wait on Hannah, because hopefully the beeping doesn't, end badly.
Yeah.
It's the fireworks on the, start going off on her tablet. There we go.
There she is.
Sorry, I couldn't
good.
tell if it was coming from inside or outside, and then I was like, "No, that's definitely in here somewhere." I've unplugged everything.
And yes, giant fucking dragon man, Sean, is what you heard. Yes. Yeah, the Draconics themselves vary wildly, much like the Helborn. The blood of the dragon and the blood of the demons seems to alter people in various ways. Quilburn is basically a big dragony faced man with, big dragon wings on his back, very big buff build, probably 7 or 8 feet tall but slightly hunched over. Very pleasant to talk to, kind of chuckles as he's talking. Big pleasant man, big giant fucking dragon man. And Brandon Lightscale, which is Verme's dad, is a lot less draconic looking. Like, you know, horns that sweep up from like his hair and stuff like that, sweep back, scaled cheeks and stuff. Very much as if someone was drawing a dragon, but as a sexy man. And that's Brandon. And we know that Vermi has slightly like draconic colouring through her hair and things. Her hair looks somewhat metallic in places, very coppery. But yeah, Vermi pretty much looks like a human, from what I can tell. Just obviously quite well built. So yeah, the magical disturbances that Quillburn brings up, he kind of mutters things about Mal'Manus, which is the kind of sorcerer that, you know, occasionally gets banded about as like a boogeyman as well. He seems to be convinced that Mal'Manus is up to some dodgy stuff out in the ocean, but also is like, well, if it's out there, I don't care. Is his main point. Like, we don't rule the ocean, so yeah, just something to highlight that it could be a concern down the line if it ever, you know, hit ashore, basically. You can probably tell that Quillburn's being very cagey about any accusations that may have involved the Rakashans and any magical disturbances across the sea, because they're in the fucking room. So that's a thing. What else does that bring up? So off the back of that, Quillburn's told keep an eye on it, basically. If they're already tracking it, there's no point someone else stepping up to that. That may well be something they continue. Modeste Delara actually speaks at this point. She very, very carefully like asks, you know, for permission to speak, given that she's not actually, you know, a blade wielder. And she says, mostly off the back of the Mal'Manus comments, that she's quite disturbed by that potential implication. As like, she cautions Quillburn and anybody in the room, because she's, you know, clearly savvy enough to know that if Quillburn's going to be like, well, that sorcerer man out in the sea is probably doing stuff, a bunch of people with curiosity are going to go, check in it, that sounds, what could that be? And then the tone of the room kind of goes incredibly severe, and she like says, her scrying of Mal'Manus is what cost her her sight. And that really disturbs the room.
Strong enough to out-magic her.
Or at least to damage her. Right? Because, yeah, so that answers the... And yeah, and that kind of answers the floating question you didn't know was a question in the room, because you haven't seen her before necessarily, was a lot of people might be thinking, what happened to her eyes since the last time we've seen her? Yeah.
Oh, so that was a recent...
So isn't that...
Well, the thing is, it is in the sense of however long ago that was. Yeah, I was going to say however long ago that was for her, because we don't know when she scryed on Mal'Manus. And Quillburn mentioned he'd been keeping an eye on the last couple of years, so 2-3 years roughly. He's been gauging the disturbances out in the sea, but how long that's been going on before they noticed? Why was he looking out into the sea? Like, I mean, he is, as we know from the map, they're a coastal country, so it makes sense they'd care about what's going on in the sea. Same as the Gold Leafs, they were, but was this as far back as before the Gold Leafs left? We don't know. So, but that seems to unnerve everyone a little when she brings that up. Very matter of fact. Almost like you can maybe see she's just trying to get through that statement, you know? Like, maybe that seemed to have shaken her a bit, at the fact that even just trying to get any kind of intel on this dude fucked her eyes. So she shares that with the group, and as I said, everyone's like, oh. Joy sat next to you guys, is like, oh, seems quite excited at that news. Seems excited at all the news.
I'm going to reach down and just grab her knee and crush it as I shut the fuck up.
She like pats her hand like excitedly when you're doing that, and then like, you know, as if still like riveted in the what's going on in front of her.
I want to hurt her if she starts being cruel. So yeah, if she's
I mean, cruel is a hard thing to gauge from just her being uncomfortably pleasant all the time. Like, oh, that's exciting news type thing. Like when you turn to your friend when watching a TV show together and something dramatic happens, you go, oh my god, excitement. You know, she just seems far too, and she doesn't seem to react much to that, other than, you know, tapping your hand repeatedly, but as if like excited, like, oh my god, as if you're sharing in the excitement too. Like, yeah, very odd.
So don't try and hurt her. Just if we need to get rid of her, we get rid of her. Pain won't deter her, nor will it make her talk. So it's just take the tongue.
So Modest Lara, after sharing that, then just kind of says in the most matter-of-fact tone possible to the room, mostly addressed to Quilburn, as you can probably guess, is do not underestimate the threat he could possess. So, yeah, definitely something that took her aback. The thing is, though, like, so from the magic people in the party, you would understand that scrying's a very vulnerable thing to do because you're casting yourself out to look. So you're kind of, again, it's kind of like what Sloth was saying, I'm not going to look because then, you know, they'll see me. So while we've established that Modest Lara is very powerful, it does mean to say that putting yourself in a vulnerable position isn't something people that are smart enough could capitalise on. Do you know what I mean? But like the old astral projection thing, where you astral project but your body's left vulnerable behind type scenario, like, people know, they know.
Is there any way we can get the Rakishan's boat to conveniently hit that when they're going home? Just like, two problems in one! Two problems in one!
Rewrite the star maps.
They would have to sail past the storm wall to get home, if you look at the map. So, just saying.
I know that.
Like, yep.
Who can control the seas? Who's strong enough to do that? just knock them into it, and whoever wins, and it was nobody's fault. Rakishan Empire can go after what sounds like the scariest fucking dark sorcerer in existence.
Let's bring up the other thing that we've not mentioned yet that came up in last week, which was might have been the week before as well. The Rakishans sailed here and came speaking about Vermi. And we know that the stuff that happened with Vermi happened like
2 weeks ago.
And they would have had to have set sail before that.
Yes.
So we did talk about that very briefly.
Yeah.
The timeline doesn't add up.
Not at all.
How the fuck did they know to come?
And again, the magically inclined amongst you could theorize a couple of things. One, well, obviously they're just lying, right? That's not specific to the magical people. That's just a thing that they could just have said as a convenient excuse. But how did they get the intel if they were on the sea? Right? To update their story.
Why were they already on the sea with the jewels?
The other thing as well is they could have had boats all over the sea and they just teleported to that one.
That's true.
And they could have psychic messaged new information and capitalized on we were coming anyway and hoping that there was a...
And keep in mind, it is rare, but there are lizard folk and Rakishans on this continent. There are people that escaped the other continent. Like, and it's not necessarily that the Rakishans are looked at badly. They escaped the continent, for everything that implies.
They are refugees.
Yeah. But there are definitely not many of those at all. And maybe a lot of that is down to the fact that they probably don't feel comfortable over here. Let's face it. Even if it's, you know, it's maybe worth them going south to the orcs rather than, or trying to hide in the desert rather than, you know, cross a crazy ocean to go to another very warlike continent in their eyes. Because who knows the propaganda the Rakishans have spread to the people as well. So there is that as well. That's a thing. But yeah, I just wanted to bring up the boat time as well, because that was something we spoke about. So, other things discussed, again, besides that kind of bomb getting dropped with Modest Lara, Greed just reiterates the fact that he's unfortunately, he can't speak on in Pride's behalf. He can only apologise for her absence, because he is questioned about what is going on that would be important enough for Pride to not be here, and he looks incredibly uncomfortable at having to answer that question, because you can tell he was probably told, go show face.
By
he probably doesn't know.
Well, probably by whoever. Whoever. I mean, it could have been Pride, could have been Wrath, could have been a council of them. Maybe he just turned up for the hell of it. No pun intended. So, right? Like, could be. Besides that, have I got anybody else that's having a... Yes, so Verme says, once everybody else has had their moment of dealing with the bombshell, about a potential sorcerer threat out in sea, you've got a Verme that says Councillor Talas Viraga has made me aware of a threat to one of her ambassadors. And then she reiterates the story that Hedera has obviously told her. So it's been passed from Hedera to Talanis to Verme, and it's obviously the attack you were involved in. So that gets brought up at the council, and it does seem to unnerve people, and they start discussing like Farron a little bit. So ultimately, it's like, you know, on a more concerning note, there was a Farron attack on one of my ambassadors, and then Sun interrupts her. Just stands up and just is like, my condolences. Straight away. And then Verme
shuts him up.
Verme just kind of looks at him like, what the fuck? Alexica, Cridge, looks like she could boil the ocean when she stares at him as if, how dare you speak when fucking one at the table are speaking. You're a guest here, and you shouldn't really be here. So he just looks incredibly, you know, like pompous, I guess, with himself, chest puffed, etc. But as soon as obviously Verme mentions one of her ambassadors like was involved in a Farron attack, his immediate thing is, she must be dead. So he straight away goes, my condolences. And then Verme just very quickly, you can see the teeth on Verme being like, the ambassador survived. And just lets that hang for a second. And it's like, and she can recall the incident herself if needed. And none of the tables seem like they care enough about needing Hedera to say it. And then it's like, Farron attacks this close to Cascade City are incredibly concerning and troubling. And it notes that there were 3 Farron in this particular attack. Sun immediately goes, this ambassador somehow survived not 1 but 3? Impressive or fabrication? So yeah.
Oh, I'd slap him.
If we don't kill him by the end of this, I'm genuinely going to just be upset and
if that's the case, now you can just make your own character arc, your solo arc. Just killing Sun.
Yep.
See, I finally got an arc where you can fight the sun.
I'll take that on.
Yeah.
The fact that he's not being shut up, like, surely the
Yeah.
job of that woman is to tell him it's silence. Like, that's her job, and no one's doing it.
But think
Why
about it,
is
right?
no one saying it?
But think about it. No one in that many years has ever had the gall to interrupt, which is probably why they are like, what? This isn't
like
protocol.
But it's the second time now. Surely she should have interrupted him and went, silence.
So,
Like, everyone in this room an idiot.
so the exact next line I've got written down here is Alexica Cridge, who says to him, Emperor's son, you will interrupt no further if you wish to remain as a guest. So weirdly, yes. That does come up. Son holds up his hands innocently and sits down smugly. Like, we needed to hear smugly at the end of that sentence. I think we all knew he looked. Yeah, he looked very pleased with himself. So, yes, we should attempt to once and for all track the Farron and ascertain their numbers and settlements. Even attempt to make contact with them. They are formidable, fast, cunning. They have a violence, that of a mindless brute, yet they manage to elude us here. And mostly they're implying, we're really, really impressive people, basically, of the world, and we don't know where they are. Like, how have they managed to avoid, you know? So, it's also one of those things of, maybe nobody's bothered to focus on that. Where are we? So there must be more we can learn. We know not what motivates them. Greed then says these creatures need to be eradicated. Too long have we put up with them. Caldera has been plagued by attacks from the Farron for centuries. And then he says, we Calderan have long memories. I am not shocked that one of the very few survivors of a Farron attack is Calderan. So he's clearly quite proud of Hedera.
Not sure how Hedera would feel about that.
I mean, he also made Hedera. Remember? The Barlen of Hedera's line.
Yeah, her line was made from greed.
So it's almost like he just understood that. So obviously he's...
Hedera in this room?
Yes.
Fuck.
Yep.
She's nowhere near me, is she?
No, not at all. Hedera is behind the Vermes lot.
As long as she's near Talanis, I'd think.
Well, yes, they are pretty much you've got Verme in the chair, you've got Talanis in one of the three council seats, and behind Talanis standing is Hedera as an advisor
I know,
to her.
Talanis will throw hands at me if he tries shit, so I'm fine.
Well, if anything else, Greed was incredibly supportive of Hedera
I
there.
know, but Hedera don't like her lineage or her.
No, the thing that you would take away from that, Riven, knowing Hedera as you do as your wife, would be that Hedera wouldn't have liked being referred to as still Calderan.
Yes.
It's not that they would oh, I don't deny my heritage. It's just a shudder of a reminder. Yeah, not fun times. So the where did I get Calderan? Blah 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 blah. Long memories. Calderan. So as that kind of conversation about who can do what about the Farron carries on, Joy taps both of your legs and is we should talk once we're all dismissed here. She's saying it quiet enough that it's not getting picked up from the conversation about the Farron and who's actually going to take the lead on that and who's willing to commit the resources to possibly just lose all of them. Blah blah blah. There was note of perhaps we should send Hedera if they're so adept at blah blah blah, and obviously that was shot down immediately. So various rambling in the background where our camera focuses in on yourselves and Joy. It's once we're dismissed, we'll have a chat. It's quite important. I think you'll all want to hear. Also, I actually just need your help. So you seem like a helpful bunch. Just smiles pleasantly. And any attempt to interact with her, she'll be oh, shh, there,
Riven doesn't acknowledge her. Riven's just staring ahead I can't kill her in here. I'm not allowed to do that. I cannot just twist her head like a chicken.
So
I'm getting mad.
I think Myr'ra does that,
yeah, we're meant to be looking. Am I allowed to respond?
and just sits quietly.
Occasional darting to Snowstorm, am I? Is he looking? But yeah, so it's quite there's a politically tense atmosphere in the room, but it's not we're on the edge of war levels of. It's definitely there's stuff we probably should have been housekeeping. Basically, is what gets brought up at this meeting. As now that we've got an excuse, being Vermes coming in, it's been how many years? What did we say? So I think it was only 30 or 40 years. I think Loudon was queen for, right? Something like that. So it's been about that long since they've ever had to meet again. Do you know what I mean? So it's probably worth what's happened in the last 40 years that we've not necessarily fucked around with. So yeah, the very fact that they bring up the Farron attack this close to the city, big deal. Greed doesn't seem to think it's that special, given that what he, bombshell dropped there as well, saying the Farron attack killed there all the time, according to him. So yeah, that meeting then it doesn't so much get concluded officially, but it is said that they're going to discuss things in private, and that if you are needed again, you will be called for. But essentially, you are dismissed.
Nice. If I can, I go over, give Hedera a wee hand squeeze as if you're good in here.
So Snowstorm appears, the Silverthorn elf appears as if to escort you all out. Do you say anything to him or walk past him?
I just say, may I quickly say goodbye to my wife?
He kind of turns and kind of looks over your shoulder and then just looks at you and just gestures, as if just stands right out your way and kind of gestures.
Just head bow, and I'll just quickly go.
And then he kind of gestures to everybody else the other way.
We squeeze at Hedera's hand. I look at Talanis as if, you've got this, it's going to be okay. Look at Vermi.
Talanis gives you the look of, how many bottles is this going to take to get over?
She can outdrink me. Definitely. Talanis will outdrink most people, I think. And just looks at Vermi, like, head nod, like, you're doing great, you're doing great. Out before any other interactions happen. It's like, nope.
Yeah. Obviously, Hedera, big hugs, etc. Just, this will be interesting. Hedera also has to leave, by the way.
Oh, right, good. Well, I'll take her with me. I'm like,
Yeah,
goodbye.
so, like, everyone was
Myr'ra.
dismissed.
Or maybe
Just-
pay attention to, is it just the table of the 5 blades?
Yes.
And Greed and the elves?
Yes, those are the only ones allowed to stay. And
Okay.
through some
How?
persuasion with Alexica Cridge, the Rakashans are also told to leave. Yes. And
How graciously do they do that?
they leave first.
Oh.
And very, well, of course, this would be beneath us. And then, yeah, they leave, and Alexica goes with them, and definitely looks back to the table like, I have this as best I can. So she's basically set on babysitting duty, I think, until they probably expect an invite back in at some point to be told whatever their, the results of this secret meeting, or not so secret but private, I guess, meeting, is going to be about. So
as soon as I see Lockheart, big pat in the back.
I think as Lockhart's leaving Vermi, we'll just be like, by your leave.
And she kind of says, it's like she put like an arm on like your forearm as you're like about to turn away. She kind of like, it's not like a strong grip or anything, but it's definitely a hold up a second type moment. She kind of looks at you like and she is a wee bit taller than you, I think, as well. And she kind of looks and says, "You are not done yet." And I'm trying to think of the exact wording, but the equivalent of "you're invaluable right now," basically, is what she says, right? Because she's a bit out of her depth. So yeah.
And not only does Lockhart get a prison, now he's being promoted again. Wow!
I mean, he lost the prison. So I don't know what that says to his incompetence.
But obviously, I think Lockhart will sort of gesture to sort of Talanis. Oh, sorry, was Talanis being left there? Was it just like...
No, Talanis and Hedera, everybody that isn't a wielder has to leave, except the 3 elves and Greed.
Yeah. Then I will... we shall continue to work on... We shall continue to strategize and adapt to these changing circumstances. We'll have our full support.
And she like, when she's like, you say that, she then grips like your forearm once and then lets it go. It's like an almost acknowledgement of, okay. But you can definitely see that like singular bead of sweat type thing on Vermi. Like, Vermi could punch a bear, right, and not sweat. This is really quite intense for her. It's like, that's my uncle. Across the table.
She's got someone in her corner. Yeah, she's got someone in her corner though. So.
But who probably can't look like they're in her corner.
Yeah.
This horrible
Well,
middle ground.
stack each other up in 3 different types, so if they can do it.
I think they're more just shocked that
One
fucking
seat,
Modesta Lara turned up though. They're just like, oh, you made it. Should we be worried? Should we have brought notes?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, big pat in the back for Lockhart. It's good to see you, friend. It's been too long. I kind of do just pull down in your eyes a wee bit to check. Like, you've been sleeping. Oh fuck! How many fingers?
Both of you, I'm sure, will do fine.
Oh.
Tell me,
You want
Aaron-
to chew on a cinnamon stick?
Aaron,
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
got some of the notes and some of the details from.
You also probably spoke to Hedera because you know each other, right? You probably had a brief catch up with her.
Is Joy still with us?
Not currently.
Good. I just very carefully take Lockhart's shoulders and just go, Joy, the one with us sitting with us is Pride's. So just be aware of what you're saying. They need our help for something. Fuck knows what.
He's annoyingly pleasant.
Like possessed.
Mm.
It is not good. On another note, and how private are we? Like, are we the only people standing
You're
here
probably
now?
in a corridor where there's people bustling about, and maybe people
Okay, we
like
need
want to
to
hang at the doorway because they want to be the first back in and shit like that.
I think we should probably let Joy say whatever she wants to say, and then
yes.
somewhere private.
Fuck, my ring's broke, so I can't even just say it in your head. I would have literally just said in your head, the gems have got souls. But I can't.
And you could whisper it. Like
I'm not risking that.
Fair.
Yeah, I would also, even with like the level of magical people who might be around, I don't know if I'd even trust the level to
Like
Cypher.
you like use your Cypher and everyone's like, wait, what?
Yeah, that would be my concern.
Everybody's phone goes bing, 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 bing.
Yeah.
I'd just say we've made some progress on the front of the gems.
I'm sure the Arcanatrix has been working very hard.
Our friend that invited us to tea figured it out.
See.
Mm-hmm.
That makes a bit more sense. Notwithstanding, I'm sure the Arcanatrix worked very hard still.
Gathered quite a few of them.
Worryingly large amount.
Mm-hmm.
Nori, how are you doing?
Yes, I'm good. Yes, it's just all way a bit above my head.
No, I was thinking more
But
about
yes.
the representation. Because they also
yes.
you were uncomfortable
It
last
matters
time.
not until it matters not until they speak to me, and then I will have to deal with it from there. But I will keep in the background. I'm keeping well hidden, shall we? Not hidden, but
He does, you say. Understand?
I like that
course.
Nori's and like general body language would always be that of least noticeable possible, right? Like I think that just like your natural way you carry yourself is how do I fit in without standing out?
yes, I'm here when I'm needed, but you don't see me. Yeah.
As you are talking to each other, like
looking for Joy.
as you are like talking to each other, Snowstorm like is there, very much because of you've conducted yourselves elegantly, and I expect that will continue if we are invited back in. In the meantime, if you require anything that I can be of service to, I will do my best. However, my duties lie elsewhere currently.
Can you make sure the walking, talking rugs don't get back in? And she gives a smile saying, like, I get you're probably as irritated as I was as them.
He gives you a look like he doesn't know what you mean. Like, he just like tilts his head and like the hair just like moves like in sync with it. The guests from across the expanse.
The walking.
Okay, he thinks about it and goes, yes, some cultures do skin animals for comfort.
Fashion. Decoration. Yes, that.
Yes, I do feel like many of our allies have similarities from their past. And just like almost absent-mindedly muttering kind of to himself a bit. And then kind of goes, until we are needed. And just like nods.
Safe.
Says something in Elven that's polite. At least, I guess all Elven sounds polite though. And then
like wind.
I was going to say, would I roll to know what that was?
You definitely can roll intellect, because why not have a roll in this orky that we have?
Why not have a roll?
Yeah.
Sorry, what did he call
So
me?
the elves generally speak very almost identical dialects. Obviously, over the years, it's slightly different between like Goldleaf, Bronzebark, and Silverthorn, but for the most part, Elven's Elven. If you know enough of one, you can understand the gist of the rest.
The romance languages of the fantasy world.
Yeah, very much so. And also because they all pretty much came from the Ironroot elves, so it's all like derivatives of that anyway. And obviously, as I said, because they've kind of developed their own cultures within. So
Nice.
yeah,
Nice.
it's the equivalent of one of those. It's not like a goodbye. It's essentially a until purpose demands. Is essentially the phrase. Yeah, like it's not quite a goodbye and hopefully you do well. It's definitely a when we're needed, we step up. Is kind of the statement, the sentiment behind it. So kind of what he translated before, which was until we're needed again. Like, you know, it is a bit more romantic in Elven, but as a, you know, when needed, we step up. Kind of like, you know, we serve the people type thing.
Arrow Tacitor.
I mean, yeah, there's reasons why those sentiments work, right? So yes, he acknowledges everybody in the party, and then says that and leaves. Seems to move incredibly smoothly through the crowd to the point where you blink and he's gone. Levels of, you know, grace the Silverthorns have. And then, yeah, like these are basically following the crowd out of the corridors away from this. Where are you going? Because you don't see Joy.
She's going to be in our room.
We should go to her room.
Bamboozle her. I would certainly, if Talanis and Hedera are with us, I would just be meeting an agent of pride.
I think Talanis just goes, "Oh, Joy."
You know her?
Brief rundown.
Do not let her pleasantness lull you into some kind of security. That one is old.
Seems possessed.
She kind of gives you a funny look and goes, "It would be unlikely, but a nice excuse for her behaviour. You ever like this is when she gets way too casual for like, you know, counselor modes, Talanis, and she kind of like, you know, is talking to her old friend she grew up with, Riven. Like, you know, like when you're in a pub and someone clearly wants in your pants, and then they're very friendly and they're trying to say all the right things, and then at the end of it you're like, oh, who's this person I've woke up with? Well, she's all of that.
Okay.
But without the sex.
Avoid.
Okay. Duly noted. Thank you for the cliff notes.
You can tell Talanis has no time for Joy.
No. I don't imagine either of you wish to be present for that.
Hedera looks a bit concerned just at the way you're phrasing all of this, and then kind of says, "Do you want one of us to be present for that? Or do you think that may hinder your vaguely gestures and says investigations?" No, I'm not that bad, Chris. I've already had enough fun with her name.
If this is an agent of pride, because I have disclosed to the party, I've told Hedera and Talanis everything. There is no secret, not even the fairest secret. Like, I've told them everything. If this is an agent of pride, and pride knows what we have and what we're doing, this could be dangerous, and I do not want to put you in harm's way.
Hedera's like holding on to like your hand, and she says, "There is little politically I can do to help you here, but..." She kind of looks over her shoulder at Talanis, kind of like fondly and back to you, and says, "We have resources if you need help."
I look to the party. What do we need?
Sleep. Well, Lockhart. But everybody else has had a good sleep. Yeah.
Riven's probably kept her hands in his back and just stabilizes him every few seconds. Like, no.
And I think Lockhart probably would be saying, well, we are not the only ones that are working hard here. This is a big step for Her Majesty. I would want to make sure that briefings and some of the importances of all the individuals, everything else that she needs to know is ready for her at this notice. So I would like to make sure those resources are available to her.
And is that kind of addressed just to everybody here, basically, or is that specific to like Hedera and Talanis?
Yeah, I guess in general, but this is kind of, you guys are...
This is your job. This is what you do.
Yeah, to Talanis, that like you're the one of the three. Like,
yeah.
Vermes new, and she doesn't know Talanis well. And she doesn't know Lockhart that well, but slightly better.
I mean, Lockhart helped put her in power, though.
Yeah.
Lockhart helped put her in power. That's on stone somewhere.
However unwilling he was.
Are we all named on that stone?
Don't worry, Nori. What alias was you gave them?
Oh shit!
I've been seen. Oh no! I got doxed. The stone of truth. The stone of truth.
So yeah, like Talanis will obviously like give you an acknowledgement there and says, "Yes, I wouldn't like to be quite so out of my depth as she must feel walking into that mess. It seems ill-timed that the Rakashans have chosen to grace us with their presence during her coronation and during a Farron incident," she says very carefully with Hedera right next to her. So everybody seems to be delicate about how they're talking about this with Hedera, and Hedera doesn't seem like that phased. Like, obviously it was horrible and traumatic, but like
she's a tough cookie.
She's very tough, and it kind of probably just highlights, yeah, if she came from Caldera, and we've just heard what Caldera has been like for centuries, then
I've only met them a few times.
Yes, it's possibly not the first time she's had to deal with it, which is not necessarily good. Just highlights maybe how she gets through her day. Yeah. So.
How quiet is the zone around us?
I mean, you're walking through a very politically busy building currently on this evening because it's probably like, keep in mind it's like 11 at night or something, right? In terms of the time. But you can find like if you want to specifically look for it, you can either go back to your room or like go look for a quiet place. It's probably not that hard to find somewhere. It just involves going a bunch of rooms or corridors.
Just trying to find a quiet place just quickly.
Yeah.
And if we could do it at the moment where they are just with Hedera, Talanis, and looking at also Lockhart, we're able to ascertain information of the gems. They contain souls.
Hedera's hand immediately grips like your like forearm when you say that, like, and almost in like reflex.
Yeah, like, oh no, don't say I heard that wrong kind of thing. Like, I'm looking at Lockhart.
Talanis is just like, what is that? What's the implications of that? Like, she's not really able to fully absorb that thought quite immediately.
Too much. We were able to use our mutual friend, and he told us what was in them. The Rakashans are taking the souls from what we are, or at least I am assuming, is the lizard folk, and containing them in these gems.
Hedera looks deeply concerned by that and says, "Perhaps I should request some of Greed's time after this meeting."
I grab her. No.
She like puts like a hand on like your kind of breastplate and says, "If it can help shed any light on what's going on, it might be worthwhile me of his lineage inquiring into why Pride isn't here." Then she looks at you and she says, "Do you have a better plan?" In that kind of cheeky face that she pulls only to you. It's like, go outsmart this move, please. Go for it.
Am I allowed to be with you?
And then she kind of just looks you up and down and goes, "Your diplomacy needs some work."
Can I be present?
And
Please.
she says, let me make the offer. He may decline. And based on how I feel that goes, I may want you with me.
I look at Talanis as if hell.
Talanis
Ganged up on.
is doing the equivalent of, I'm letting them to have their moment. Just don't be involved in that. That's not the type of like this is
Families not getting involved in that.
No. She's. I mean,
I'm seeing.
and he goes.
I'm seeing what other herbs I have to keep Lockheart awake. Just letting them. Yes.
Remember them when
This
teeth
seems
comes.
awkward.
Like,
I just wanted to under your eye.
So yeah,
all right, fine. Fine. If I'm going to go and play with Joy, you get to go and play with Greed, and we're all going to be miserable.
she kind of just goes and like blows a bit of her hair out of her face. Talanis just slowly puts it behind her ear, like as if I can help with that.
Okay. Lockhart, do you have anything to input with this bullshit piece of information? Apart from, oh fucking god, we might have lots of little magical bombs around the city.
And I think probably it's like, probably look at Nori being like, how would you say that if you were a citizen of this sort of place and you saw that as an opportunity, would you say people are going to be just taking one, hiding in the house, no matter what you see?
I have two here. Oh, sorry. No. My initial reaction was don't touch them, but sparkly things, gold, draws. Well, greed. They will not be hidden. The unusual thing is the amount that the Arcanatrix had gathered. People bring them to the Arcanatrix to be checked first. That's the unusual part. People will hide these. People will keep them. They're not going to understand.
I think the takeaway from that as well is it might be a bit strange for Nori, that perception, but it kind of lets you know the type of people that live in Cascade City. They're quite switched on, like for the most part. But like you say, there are definitely people, because as you've seen from the walk back through from Sloths to the Grand Council building, there were things in windows that have been sold.
They were already on sale.
And some were
And
sold.
also people might assume that if they're then being sold in a shop, someone else has done the checking for them.
Exactly.
These
are okay.
Like, I should get this checked, but this one's from a shop. So.
Exactly. The other thing as well is, in terms of what you did with the gems, is probably worthwhile highlighting, because I think you said that to Alexander either, because you did take 2 from the filing room, I guess,
yes.
and you gave 1 to Sloth, and they've been able to keep that, and
still have 1.
We've got 1. We were going to let Alu Ben look at it.
Alu Ben and Falkwin were going to attempt, and I think with like Myr'ra's help as well, right? Like we're going to have some
now
magical
we had
input.
an idea of what was actually in there.
Yes.
The option that would truly, it's an option, but it is a dangerous one, even by my standards. If we take this to the, what's the religious place called here again?
The Whitehall.
The Whitehall. If we take this to the Whitehall, take it to the Great Speaker, and tell them that the Rakashans are putting souls in gems, that is a religious war.
And luckily, who's babysitting the Rakashan right now? The Great Speaker, Alexica Cridge of the Whitehall!
If we were to tell them that they are committing heresy, that's war. That is war that they can't avoid.
if we can prove it, and if that's something that we want.
Exactly. That's the worry is what they're going to use them for. I don't understand magic. I don't know if these are explosives. I don't know if they're going to release souls or
I think
things in
during
this
this,
city.
like, the energy of this conversation, and given that you had like a private like space like out the way down a corridor or something that's maybe a dead end in this building, like Aluben does appear just to join in this particular conversation that she was part of before, and says, yes, I don't think the inciting a holy war before we have had a chance ourselves to ascertain if we even can amongst us. We, I believe, agreed to allow time for us to look at these gems. Has that changed? She kind of just nods. And
But
then,
my concern is the Arcanatrix finds out soon and takes it. They take that, and we get sidelined by the fact that suddenly the speaker knows out of nowhere. I'm not suggesting we go back and steal all the gems. It's not what I'm saying. But we don't know how far across the Arcanatrix are in their investigation of these things. We are now how many steps ahead, I don't know. But we won't know when they figure it out. And it's what then happens. She's going to find out, I fear. And I don't know when that will be.
as
That's
I
what I'm
said
afraid
before,
of.
I am not quite familiar with this Emperor and Empress. However, are we sure they have not told the speaker what their gifts are?
Can we even be certain they know?
I think Alaben's head snaps to you in a very, come on, kind of way. Whether or not, like, maybe that's just her own natural skepticism as clearly some kind of scholar type person, right? But yeah, definitely a, really?
I know. They're not fools. This is gift horse in the mouth problem.
We need to be able to prove it, though, beyond them being able to claim they didn't know. Because,
again, my concern is I don't believe we bring this. Not until we've dealt with the other issue first. I am frightened how quickly the Arcanatrix are going to figure this out. And then all of a sudden, that kicks off.
But that is not an unknown to
people that we
the
do know.
Emperor and Empress. Will have suspected that whatever timeline they planned will have factored in the Arcanatrix's likely capabilities. So perhaps us getting ahead of it with the head start, as you say, just need those that will trust us, not to expect us to have bias. If one of the blades coming forth with this information could make it look so concerning.
I was going to keep Vermi out of this.
I think-
I was going to make it that, and I point gently at Falkwin. The thing is, it's his entire dissertation is on magical items. I was going to put it that he figured it out. I wasn't going to involve Vermi. It would just be a plucky student who's extremely talented and points to Aluben. Has Aluben figured it out?
Like, Alaben like acknowledges that statement, like just again in her posture, and says, "I fear that the clearing of clarity you seek is surrounded by a thick forest full of thorns," and then vanishes.
Doubt you're on his
shoot.
abilities.
Vermi is part of the concern, or Majesty is part of the concern. But they are not the only magically inclined. Our uncle would perhaps have an interest, would likely be as sympathetic to hearing us, taking us at face value, and have the technical understanding of some of the implications.
Do we
Might
dare approach the gold leaves?
another option.
She's versed in war. I would almost vote her. Magic, I fear she's unversed. Except from what I heard in that hall, which is utterly terrifying. But also, I think she'd know how to handle it. She has suffered at the Fey War. She will not allow it to unnecessarily get out of hand. I think if she had the information, she would control it necessarily. She would not want to be in another war in her lifetime.
Keep in mind the vibe from that room as well. She's quite like revered is maybe heavy a word, but it's not far off it.
Yeah, she's 2 steps away from being deified.
And keep in mind, remember I said that the older people get in this world, the more like it's contrived that you're meant to kind of suspect or dislike them. Doesn't really give that off. So either she's powerful enough to mask that, or something else is going on there.
She's just a wise old
Yeah.
So I
also struggled to cast her. Do you know that? I very much struggled to pick someone for her, because in my head it's, not like the way elves are considered fey. I know it's a terrible word for this world, but generally they're very fey-like and hard to like define necessarily. So I found it quite difficult to define like Modesta Lara. Whereas I was like, oh, if I had to really put a gun to my head and pick someone, I'm just gonna cast Michelle Yeoh because I love her. Like, why not? She's great.
Why not? But yes, I would suggest her.
Good.
I can back that. I think as the first direction, but as a general strategy, I would suspect the, notwithstanding Her Majesty, but His Grace
King Lightscale.
Lightscale?
Yeah. Generally, it's considered Dragon King Lightscale is usually how they define him.
Yeah, then the Dragon King Lightscale might be the useful next step. Ensure that we have as much of the table our side as if this is going to be continental in scale. It needs to be.
And like Hedera nods at that and says, "And if my conversations with Greed go well, that is another shard of the table."
I don't imagine the devils would agree with containing souls as such.
She scoffs at that without being able to necessarily stop herself. Like even Talanis puts like a hand on her shoulder, like reassuringly, for Hedera, and she says, as in Hedera says, "I wouldn't be so quick to guess the depths the devils are capable of."
Just food in another form.
And she kind of just gives you a very severe look and just nods like once at that.
We have an extra guest. They're hiding in the Oh, they're gone. We're in the doorway. Oh.
And is this a shy grandkid? I also meant to say, Chris, your t-shirt's awesome.
Shy, yeah.
Your t-shirt's awesome as well.
Thank you.
Roll.
Hello.
Riven to you.
Waving. Hello.
Little tiny human.
Come on, say hello.
I'm pretending. No.
Yeah, she's pretending. Thank you for the t-shirt.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I can't even remember where I got that one.
No, I like it. It's good. Very good. So yes, I think you've got some avenues.
Seems apt.
Oh, definitely. So you've got Joy, Verme, Modesta Lara, Quilburn. Got a bunch of angles there, immediate angles at least, which is good. Yeah.
As a kind of like player agency, my genuine concern is the Arcanatrix suss this out, and then we're all like, "Oh, we've nearly got the sword started. War in the nation, war over the continent." The crowd speaking, and we're just like, "For fuck's sake!"
I think it is also likely that all of the big players have people looking into this.
Yeah.
Like it feels like that
But
was such a big like move.
But for us to be the one that brings it, is different.
I think that's information that we can hopefully use.
And if you
to
guys are the
our
agents
advantage.
of Vermi in theory, right? That kind of looks
Uh-huh.
good for her as a yes. While proving my ascension, I also uncovered this with my agents. ... You know.
And
Yeah.
we bring it to you because we're worried about the nation. Yeah, it's
Yeah, it
So,
really
I
looks good for her.
definitely think we need to certainly deal
Who's
with
that
what
who
I'm.
we want to tell.
We're worried that that's a time bomb going down. At least I am.
Yes.
But we do need to talk to Joy. I don't want to talk to Joy.
I want to hear what Joy has to say first, and then I think number
We need
2
to-
is who do we tell about the soldier?
Oh, we had a wee sneaky face. But yes.
Pop up.
So, what is the plan? These are all in an empty corridor at the moment.
Do we think that Hedera and Talanis could be the one that takes that to Vermi? And we'll go deal with Joy, and that way,
Takes what
they can
specifically?
go-
Like,
the gems.
so
They go speak-
Talanis can do that because obviously Hedera's got to go try and chat to Greed. So when their meeting breaks, they can they can approach both, and it also means it keeps Greed away from Vermi when Talanis is telling that.
And then they can discuss between Talanis and
Mhm.
Vermi. Like, I would certainly emphasize to Talanis that we feel that the rest of the council need to know this, specifically the 2 more magically inclined, and probably keep it away from the.
Hello.
You don't have to wait.
That's all right. Hi.
Keep it away from the speaker because we are a bit apprehensive of a religious war starting to occur.
Yeah.
But let Vermi know. Tell Vermi
Here
we
too.
really want to. Let Vermi know that we would really like
Sorry,
the
baby,
Gold
baby,
Leaf
just like-
Queen and the
For the
Draconic
moment,
King
yes.
to do it.
That's okay.
To know, and we're away to talk to Joy, Pride's agent. Let her know to tell her that, so like in case we go missing.
Oh.
Yeah. That feels like a good divide and conquer.
Yeah.
All the information's getting places
Go to
quickly.
Greed, go to Vermi.
It also reduces
do
the number of
that.
people I have to be in the one scene, which is nice.
So yeah, and then we're away to. Where's Pride? Where's Joy? Where is Pride? But where's? I'd rather be in a room with Pride.
I almost feel like she's going to be back in our rooms. That's the vibe she gave me of that kind of like unwanted visitor.
The overstays their welcome. You're like,
Yeah.
you're smoke cleansing the whole house afterwards. Like,
But you said that like so many times and they haven't taken the message.
You've slapped your knee and went, well, it's getting on. Yep. The international symbol of get the fuck out of my house.
you're putting their shoes on and tying them.
Yep.
You put their jacket on them, and you're
You've
like,
called them an Uber.
Mhm.
Like, get out.
I have a busy day in the morning.
Yep. Mhm. Yep.
Oh, will you look at the time?
It's getting late.
I
Yep.
thought you said you've got a long weekend. I'm lying.
Okay, so yous go where now? So Talanis and Hedera say their goodbyes, obviously, and they'll try and update Vermi and Greed, ultimately. So that's their plan. So let me just make notes that Vermi plus Talanis, and that's about the gems, and then Greed plus Hedera, and that's about the gems. So yeah, cool. Got a note of that. You've got your NPCs working for you.
I am genuinely concerned now of meeting Greed if Hedera's went to speak to him because I feel like it's going to be like meeting the grandparents. I'm going to get heavily judged. Like, fuck you.
And it's that thing, even estranged grandparents. It's like, oh,
Yeah. I'd be
you
like,
gotta prove yourself.
still going to do it.
Okay, so where you just go now?
I think Hannah has it.
Should we walk slowly back towards our rooms?
Yeah, I
making
think
it
Hannah
now?
has it right. I think they'll be in a room.
She's either going to jump out at us at some point, or she's pushing it.
With a big smile on their face, obviously.
Do not
Yes.
startle Riven. I will give it a punch.
So
He
yeah,
knows.
use very slowly, possibly much to the is chagrin the right word I'm thinking of for Aluben? Been like, can you just hurry the fuck up and get back to the don't really want to be publicly out, in this building.
in this walk as well, I would like to be hearing what Lockhart has been up to the past
Yeah,
couple of days,
definitely.
because it seems a bit one-sided conversation coming from us at the moment. So, which
Lockhart, what have you been
you'd
up to for the
expect,
last couple of
but-
days?
Well, I think there's been a lot of strategizing and catching Vermi up on the political landscape of Cascade. Because I'm sure she already will have been like having to be revising heavily on her way here, but just between like Talanis and Lockhart and is there anyone else on the other two seats that they have?
No. Nope. Loudon weirdly kept those seats empty.
Yeah.
Wonder who might get one of those. Lockhart.
I don't want it.
Once the adventuring is
You say that like it's going to be an option.
No, but those three need
Mr. Forearm Grip.
Sit down.
That was yours.
that's for elder folk. You don't take jobs like that at my age.
Do not say that in front of Talanis. You will bear witness a woman in high heels suplexing somebody.
Have to catch me first.
You've seen her run.
So Lockhart.
So yeah, lots of that kind of trying to also talk about ways to keep the other 5 or the other 4 really trying to improve some of the administrative minutiae, this sort of like how are we going to make sure we have good relations with the other 4
Or the other 6 or 7, however many it actually is, because the elves.
yeah. Yeah, exactly. So like trying to
You
keep
can't all 7 devils.
basically just going into the foreign policy of what Vermi wants to achieve. So trying to advise her how to go about this.
And the most the clearest message that has came out of that conversation between Lockhart and Vermi is Vermi just needs to be able to get the ability to tell her people all about what happened to Loudon without it causing an intercontinental war. That is her goal, because she does not want to start her rule as basically an imposter that way, right? It doesn't want to feel like she can't just tell her people that was my mum and pride fucked her over.
Disaster.
Yeah, that's why I woke up basically. Yeah.
Lockhart probably has been counselling, we can live with that.
Truth is overrated.
Functionary of the crown, so trying to figure out how to achieve her aims.
You've probably realised as well in the last couple of weeks, generally, you probably get a lot of dirty looks from people above your station, Lockhart. Just people that are like, well, why is he talking? Even your patron, as it were, that was very in with Loudon and obviously getting more and more in with Loudon because you were doing so well on his behalf or their behalf, because I think we never established who they were. The very fact that they seem to now have been totally bypassed. All that work in Loudon has went nowhere because now Vermi exists and it's a zero sum, and now Vermi and you spend a lot of time together. And it's like, wait a minute. I put him where he is. Where is my cut of all this, power, influence? So yeah, it's probably been, I wouldn't necessarily say fully stressful, but definitely tense for Lockhart as well. Just kind of being trusted by Vermi, let's face it. Okay, yeah. Anything else that Lockhart and Vermi discussed at all?
There will have been also Sanda's successor. That definitely will come up through candidates.
Is it like the folder from Princess Diaries 2? Or it's just
yes.
And this person. They're just all
See, that works in here, but it doesn't work on there.
I know.
Discord. I'm biting at the bottom of a Lockhart and the other
Does
one.
it does the list just get? You've just added random things, so you don't have to go into much detail because it looks like a bigger conversation than they want. So you don't. You've got more time with that decision. Is that what Lockhart's done? It's like, oh, there's like so many people that are such good candidates that I'd need to sift through them for several months.
I guess to a degree, but like also does kind of want decision just to like delegate some more of those responsibilities away. It's kind of like, well, some of these, if these problems get too big, then it's going to be a Lockheart problem. Whereas,
Yes, and the good thing is if you pick someone competent enough, they'll deal with all that for you, and they'll only need to come to you for things that's out with their remit, which is good. Because you probably didn't interact with Santa that often. Like, to be fair though, there was a lot of people above you in that chain at that time. Okay, cool.
Would Lockhart have got any read on Verme's reaction to the Rakashans showing up?
So Verme's in a very interesting place there, given their what's the term? Name that they embraced? The Bronze Maned Lion.
Oh yeah.
Which, can you now imagine the political conversations that happened that they have turned up being like, yes, Queen Vermilion Lightscale has been coronated and we're very happy with that. We've come to celebrate as members of the table, totally us. Yes, we're in, don't question it. And if MD looks into Verme as the Bronze Maned Lion, that does draw some lines that are very suspicious from Verme to the Rakashans. So I would probably say that Lockhart highlighted a lot of that to Verme, given the fact that Lockhart's been on the other continent, right? He's also worked with Rakashan before, so in fact was also a lion Rakashan. So yes, the Bronze Maned Lion name probably won't do them as much justice as it might have, but it just depends how many people knew the Bronze Maned Lion was Verme. Hence why they had that title. So,
and I think Lockhart would have been like basically prepping Verme, like they're probably angling for a seat, like that. Like that was something very clear, obvious before the meeting, being like they're gonna pull some stunts about that. Whether they completely do want it or not, 100% will be looking like they want it. So to try and give her some more of that prep.
yes, Nori?
The thing is with that question, though, is they can't get a seat. Produce your sword. If you don't produce a sword, you don't get a seat. And
It's not even that. It's were you involved in the Fey War? No.
Yeah.
That's why this exists. You're not
Totally.
involved because the problem was never yours. Because
Yeah.
for some reason ignored them.
That was 900 years ago.
With the Fae's ability to literally phase in and out of existence without anyone actually catching them doing it, I don't imagine going across the sea would have been an issue.
No, I don't dispute that. I just think that it's looking at it like, you know, it would be kind of like us complaining about the Romans. You know, yeah, it was a big thing.
We do, all the time. They built straight roads. Who needs straight roads? I mean, come on. Toilets! I mean...
Now, we know we don't get political here. Let's not have the Romans come up.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Never done
Who
for us.
needs straight roads?
Yeah.
But my point is like from
Sorry, Monty Python.
It's okay.
the Rakashan point of view. If it's a way for us to be like, but it's kind of just there. It started out as the Fey War, but now they just kind of as a forum and having a seat at the table, starting off maybe just as, you know, one of the spare seats. You know, we don't have to have our own full bit, but you know, take it a bit at a time. You know, I bet they'd come up with a blade of some kind. Not that much problem.
Knowing Sun, it would be a crown.
Yeah.
But just that sort of stuff that Lockhart and Talanis
That is something I wonder. Why did the Fae never go for the Rakashans?
Yeah.
Or would it be the lizard folk that were
I was
the
going
main
to say,
power
yeah,
back
keep in mind that the further back you go, the lizard folk were the height of power then and had the Rakashans enslaved. So, yeah.
And I'll be honest, like, Lockhart in those sort of conversations probably would have been like, it's not the worst idea.
Well, appeasing a potentially hostile nation and placating them for as long as possible is a good idea, if you can placate them, postponing any hostilities that may exist.
Until it's the next guy's problem.
Yeah, until you get your retirement.
Yeah.
Remember how there's a few members at this table that are going to live for a really long time? It will be their problem, though. I think you're going to struggle to convince on that. Because I don't know how long the Draconics live for, but the Devils and the Elves are going to be here.
I think specifically from Lockhart in those conversations, the idea would have been, just a mention in a room at a time in a place, being like, they're not the only race that has been kind of left out of the 5. If we get one more in, maybe we do try and get a few more in, and it might help balance some of those difficulties. It could be a way to help the lizard folk quite significantly, or some of the others.
The other term for the lizard folk is Saurian. I just don't use it as often as I probably should. But no, like the devils are called celestials or devils, and then you've got the general term of like Helborn, and you've got Calderan that covers all of them, and then you've got the Barlain and Falgain. Like, yeah, the Saurians, the lizard folk, the Sandscale and Nighttail specific tribes. Like, yeah. So there's various names. I just call them lizard folk for quickness.
So, like, that would have been one of those, like, just political conversations that would have been had. So, if we are having devil problems, then bringing the Rakashans could be a terrible thing, but it also might be a balance. We'll get, is it Groucho syndrome? All the things. We can't have any one problem at a time.
Invincible. Yeah, it's not a terrible plan. Like, the idea of safety in number is ultimately right. That's literally why the table formed in the first place.
By adding more members, the contributions of the individual become scary. So having 1 out of 5 being...
Well, it means that if, let's say, randomly, let's say the dwarfs decided to kick up fuck about the table, they've got 4 problems. But if you add in, the lizard folk, the Rakashans, the orcs, any of the other unaligned, unmentioned races thus far that definitely exist in places and have their own settlements that will appear on the map one day, like those, the more you add in, it becomes like 1 versus 12, right? And that's a much harder thing to sign off on as a leader. To be like, let's just go to war with everybody.
But the Rakashans are the equivalent
like
of all 5 of us added together.
No, the 5 of the table, the 5 blades, is too big a threat for the Rakashan Empire.
But it's enough for 4.
Depending on how fucked up the 5 are to make it 4 or less, because obviously that would imply problems going on at the table, that's enough for the Rakashans to be a massive threat because of that.
One of us down, so inviting them in, that is so much weight.
Well, the difference would be, so in that example right now, so if you've got the 5 members and then the dwarfs pull out, but they do it in we're just going isolationist, we're not actually angry at anyone, that's not that big a problem for the table of the 5 blades, right? That becomes the table of the 4 blades, and then there's nothing for you guys to be distracted with. So the 4 nations could still put up a fight against the Rakashans, if that makes sense. It'd be different if the dwarves went, we're just going to war with the humans. That takes 2 people out.
No, what I'm saying is the Rakashans are so big that they are the equivalent of 3 or more. Or 3.
No,
we'll say 3.
again, it's not like a Tops Trumps cards thing. So it's not as black and white as that. The Rakashans are a problem because if the table are fighting themselves, that stops the table being able to put up a fight with the Rakashans. Right?
I still think they're so big that if they got in, they'd be able to muscle things.
Well, it's a
quite
bit
heavily.
like you and 4 friends, basically on a night out, and then there's a big buff, burly, angry cat that comes to fight you, and your 5 friends can help beat them up because there's 5 of you. But if 3 of your friends are arguing about something, it's just you and your mate against the big burly cat. Do you know what I mean? That's why it's a problem politically.
But what I'm saying is, if the cat gets in the table and he is one of the 6 that are going out for a night, when the big cat says, "I'm going to do this and yous are coming with me," it's harder because you're supposed to stand united, and they are already got more push. You're inviting somebody at the table that can bully the tables.
But it also doesn't dilute what the table have already, if that makes sense. So just because the Rakishans maybe get into the table doesn't mean the humans have less influence or power. It just means you've got one more voice you have to listen to. If the Rakishans went, "Let's go nuke all the lizard folk," and everyone's like, "No," they'd still be 1 versus 5 in that argument, unless somebody sided with them. But I don't think that's going to happen.
I think would be wanting to make it clear, like, it would be a way to also get like the lizard folk in as a way to help give Ben a bit more balance. So it's not going to be it's never going to be a 6. It might be a 7 or an 8. The orcs at least, and as you say, there are 1s.
Because like, there are definitely like goblins and things in this world, right? And like halflings and stuff. Like there's definitely a bunch of random, like, just they've not made the cut in terms of massive political power. As we established, I think at some point we mentioned the mountains probably have giants in them somewhere. Do you know what I mean? Things like that. We know the Ferren exist as a culture in some form as well. Like, I think Vermi did say very clearly, we should try communicating with them. Because why hasn't that happened? In 900 years, give or take, whenever they showed up.
Yeah, that was just some of the musings that I think Lockheart and Vermi and Talanis...
No, it's good. It's good to bring up as well. I think it's important for, like, I guess, all the pieces that are in play to be highlighted. And also the implications, because, like, that isn't wrong. Like, the Rakishans are a massive threat. They are. And it's the fact that they're distracted on their continent that helps. If they deal with the lizard folk, whatever that means, are they going to go after the orcs next and then still be busy? Or are they going to come across the seas? Because that's... fighting across the expanse is difficult, let's face it.
Do have the big island in the middle to fuck with people and just do a magical barrier that keeps taking them into that guy's island.
Yeah. Yep. Just a bunch of water mages. Yeah, well, a bunch of water mages, just like, well, like Magna, right, from Cadence. Yep, just getting all the seas magically.
Yeah, just
no problems there.
That evil sorcerer comes out one day and goes for a nice walk on his island beach, and he's like, "Why is there so many bodies?
Just so many cats. Like, what?
What the fuck is going on?"
I think in this political game, we're missing something small, and maybe that lens kept in a little hidden cupboard that some representatives of the humans are hiding.
Leverage.
You want to start talking at Pride about having leverage? You are going to see what your insides look like. And I don't know if that means she removes them or she feeds you your eyes.
I mean, so let's not forget that the game is called a Demon Blade, and yes, Nori's got a point. Like, there is, but that is in context with this conversation because we're talking about the stability of the continent, and that
exactly
is
a big destabilizing influence.
It could be, or it could be a way of getting people on board if used correctly, right? Like, it definitely is. You know,
how would you use it correctly, Viktor?
Well, what I would do is I'd make sure that none of the problematic consequences it could cause would happen. That's what I would do.
And what would those be? Give us some examples.
Well, we've discussed what the problematic consequences would be.
Could you make up a PowerPoint for us and we'll take notes?
Okay, so here's my PowerPoint. I've also added many Venn diagrams.
At the present time, we also have 2 demons in this city. Just give it to them. Just used to fight it out and leave.
Yeah, I imagine. I have a feeling Sloth probably knows with all the stuff that one of them's there. He just probably doesn't know which one.
Well, look how Sloth knew who all of you were and has sent you the butler twice, right? with the
Yeah, but he
invite.
did say
He asked the
if he
butler's name.
does, if he does the signal, they'll see him. So
But it does mean that
imagine-
he's obviously savvy enough to gain intelligence to write. Like,
Yeah.
Mhm.
So he'll know his brother Greed is there, but Greed does not know Sloth is here. And I hope we don't smell of him
Potentially.
or something.
Yeah.
yes, very
Mira
potentially.
doesn't like stink of his magic because he touched her or something. And then
Well, the good
I
thing
think
is
by
as
this
well,
point,
like,
we've had so many herbs, it's fine.
also like the good thing is that Myr'ra's deal down the line was with envy we established as well, which is nice. Nice wee bit of diversity there. It's also good that you picked greed last time because it meant that moment there with Hedera could happen. Like I might have an in with them because they technically were proud of me in that meeting room, so
yeah,
maybe they will look fondly on their own, like,
Mhm.
whatever you want to call them.
great,
Down
great,
line.
great,
Yeah.
great, 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 great,
It's
great,
an MLM.
great, 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 grandchild, grand creation.
Dealmaker.
I don't fucking know.
Essentially,
Yeah,
they're
demon.
yeah.
Yeah.
As I said, I use the term lineage loosely, right? Because like she's part of his lineage loosely, because the Barlen made the deal with him. So
But yes, we do need to deal with the sword. We have
Yes.
no idea what to do with that fucking thing.
I think by this point you just get back to the room.
No.
That was,
Oh,
a,
that
it
was
was
a-
that was a
Yeah.
that was a long walk.
I open the door, I see Joy, I shut the door, I go down. No, not today.
So no,
I,
so
I
you
simply cannot.
unlock your room door for the ambassadorial suite, and you go in because it's empty because it was locked.
Mm.
Then you shut the
Is she
door
on the
behind you.
ceiling?
Crawl it, no.
She was the key.
But
She's
no.
in a flower pot.
We check
With
under
the pot on her
cushions.
head.
No, nothing like that. So anyway, you get in the goddamn room.
No.
You shut the door behind you. I assume.
We put the couch against the door.
Put the couch against the door. You maybe also just use the key and lock the door. No.
I'm living life
No, it's
on
fun.
the couch.
Yep. Yeah. And
And
then
then
you all just get to sit down and be like, oh. After that, Aluben appears again and says, "If there is anything that you need of me in the meantime, I will be committing as much of my mental prowess as I can to trying to see how we can approach the study of these gems."
Thank you.
The Arcanatrix would be a better place and much better equipped if we could gain access to their supplies, or if indeed you know of anyone else who could provide such resources, ideally away from the eyes of the Arcanatrix.
Looks at Nori.
So she's basically talking
I
about
can certainly.
it would be more than he could carry, if that makes sense. She's basically saying, I need like a research facility, basically.
Mm.
And that would speed things up dramatically because Aliben, as we know from like what Sean told you guys about, like they're an alchemist, so
Mhm.
they're really stretching their knowledge in this front. Like they're obviously quite clearly like quite intelligent, but you know they're somewhat limited in So yeah, they want to make it as easy as possible for them. They maybe want some assets on their rolls, right?
Mhm.
So
So,
you'd need to find someone.
theft, kidnapping.
Someone with their own private research
Mhm,
facility.
mhm.
Do we know?
The moon.
Any important wizard would have their like it set up in their house, right? Like anybody big magic practitioner would have it.
So, Nori, you need to go and kidnap the little butterfly. and we're gonna use
Master
that-
Duell.
Master Duell's butterfly. And
We
we're
can
gonna
just tell him we're here for parents' evening and keep him distracted for quite a long time.
In his lab.
Oh, can
Just
you
do a
imagine
practical
his house?
demonstration.
Like, wow. The only thing is, though, it's likely he lives in the Arcanatrix because he's a master wizard and thus teaches. So that's the only downside to that
Are
plan.
we talking
Where
about
the butterfly lives, we don't know.
I don't want to
True.
imagine that
So,
Sloth
yes,
has
I need
an
to say it.
alchemist place in his house because his house still has a roof.
So it's not specifically alchemy that you need, it's just magical like research because that's why Ben needs the extra resources because she's an alchemist by default.
As I said, Sloth's house still has a roof. We've seen his
Yes.
cooking, him
Yes.
having a magical fucking anvil to play with things. That thing would be level. So Sloth probably doesn't have one.
Can I do another dad joke?
Yeah, go for it.
Would that be a dwelling?
A dwelling!
Very good.
Well done.
Bye.
Put it in the names. Put it in the names for the
It did
right
cost you an XP though. That's the pain. No, kidding.
Oh.
kidding.
Put
But
it
yes,
in the chat so we don't forget it for names for the thing,
dwelling.
'cause would you call it a dwelling? Yeah, I can't think. Who do we know in the city that might have Tinker toys?
Keep in mind though, doesn't need to be in the city.
We could go back to Loudonhall and take over Amblin.
Plus, we also have a way in with the Arcanatrix's head mage, uncles, cousins, brothers
So
of a queen.
So the wannabe head mage, because remember Quilburn is king
Yes.
now. He never got to be the head mage, but the other guy, Gemble, Grandmaster Gemble, who Lockhart has met briefly and had longer than a 10-second conversation with now, and probably like Myr'ra might have met him. Like, I decided he was probably played by Ted Danson, probably because that fits. I just quite like the idea of someone tall that kind of looks like they're not sure they should be in the room. So
Whatever, doing that gif from Pulp Fiction with Travolta.
yeah, the
Every time
Yep.
they walk in a room.
So yeah, like Gamble is someone that exists in the world as well, but that's you just telling the Arcanatrix though, right? Realistically,
Yeah.
they also probably live in the Arcanatrix. Probably they probably also have a very nice house somewhere, but yeah, I think I'd say that Gamble was human as well. So
What about our friend, our elven friend?
Syrah, the
Myr'ra?
the one that Falkwin owns favours to. Again, the problem is
No. The one that
Snowstorm.
escorted us. Snowstorm.
oh, Snowstorm. Yeah,
Did he have a?
I mean, it's hard to say what they would have. Like, you'd need to ask, right? If they have anything, they seem to be some way ambassadorial, hence why they're here, and they're second to their king. It looks like, right? Because their kings handpicked them, so it probably puts them in the same region as like Talanis, Lockhart, Pedera. But if they had anything of their own, it's likely in the Silverthorn Forest, or they live here and operate out of here, like the city. So it's you don't know though. That's the thing.
We'd have to.
We'd have to just say, do you have a magical engineering station?
For no reason we can tell you.
Do you have the crafting bench we need to unlock the build menu, please?
Yeah. I mean, all we would say is we have a terrible, terrible, horrible theory about these gems, and we just want to confirm it before we bring it forth. Because if he's, again, it's that thing of being like, look, we don't want to scour an uprising, but we think these have souls in them. You confirm it, we confirm it, we go to our necessary leaders.
Well,
And again, that gets us
Snowstorm to the
another-
list. Snowstorm.
So if we could get, you know, I want basically to get everyone on our side.
Yep.
So if we do
Yes.
get found with the sword, they're like, yeah, but they are doing their best to help on all these other things. So it's like, what?
True.
You know,
True.
Yeah.
paint us in the best
Build
light. and
some
we can.
goodwill.
Exactly. So that's what that could be an option if he has a thing here. But yeah, I think we're just waiting with great paranoia of when joy is going to happen. She's not going to arrive. She's going to happen.
Yeah.
So as you discuss, obviously the potentials you have, Aluben kind of acknowledges that and goes, "Let me know when I can be of assistance." Then and vanishes, as she does. She's a way to basically just sit and think real hard, I guess, for a bit, trying to work out how they can help in any way or what they might need. So they're a way to do whatever they need to do within the bracer.
I don't imagine she would want to take the gem into her space with her. I think she's probably like, no, please. Like, the sword's enough. Taking a fucking soul-possessed gem's probably asking a bit much.
Well,
for
I
her.
mean, they probably feel
Is
slightly.
that not the answer, though?
What?
Just throw tools, table, everything, the gem she just
Into the
makes
garage.
makes up her own
Yep.
room.
Next time, Falkwin goes in the gym with her. He's like, "The fuck happened here? Did you go to IKEA?"
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah,
So on my list, we've got Joy, Vermi, Modestolara, Quilburn, Snowstorm. I'm going to take Vermi off the list because we know we've sent Talanis to do that.
yep.
So I'll take Vermi off that list. So that's Joy, Modestolara, Quilburn, Snowstorm. What's the gang's thoughts?
Somebody roll a dice. See who comes to the door first.
Oh, 100% Alexander. Yeah. Absolutely love it. I also just love the idea that is that the disguise Ella Ben wears. Beautiful.
It's the disco ball.
It's so good. So, what one do you want to pursue first? Joy, Modestolara, Quilburn, Snowstorm.
I
Just-
vote Joy.
Joy.
Get that out of the way. Pull the band-aid off right now.
Because Joy has like an office in this building, just the same as like Talanis does, right? So remember like how Joy kind of introduced himself. Basically, they sit in one of the 3 seats, but they
Yes.
weren't sat in those 3 seats during that meeting.
That with us.
Yeah.
Are we giving Lockhart an hour, couple of hours to get himself together?
Yeah, give him a nap.
Do you think
Yeah.
that's worth losing that time for these meetings?
No.
That's why Lockhart's in this mess.
I'm just putting the offer out there.
The man's is going. The man's is gone. We're going to Joy's office now. The man's is gone.
Like narratively, I am actually, or well, narratively,
Mechanically,
actually,
yeah.
that bad physically. I'm happy to take some hits because I think that is funny.
Well, why don't you just roll a straight up intellect check and we'll see how your brain's doing. Why don't we just do that?
I was going to say his body to just see the exhaustion and just be like.
Well, it was the mental fatigue I was going with. I don't think Lockhart necessarily cares about physical fatigue. I mean, I think mentally you're doing fine. Do you wanna lean into physical fatigue and do a might roll?
No,
It's
I
up to
think
you.
We're good. I think we're good. I think he's ready. The man's is ready.
I don't fully remember
The amount of caffeine he's had, he's flying.
because like my might and intellect pools have been dipped for whatever we were doing before.
I mean, they're probably fine now. Like, I think you've been out enough that they have rested enough that you would have to have slept at some point, or just spent recoveries. So they can be back up full. That's fine. Especially since your intellect roll was at fucking 19 that you got there. So, like, yeah, no issue there.
He's ready.
But
I think the minor effect is probably you're at your best when cramming at this point. So this is like your brain's firing at everything. Because your brain just can't take in pointless information, so it's like your subconscious is doing all the work for you. Like, it's like, nah, we can't record that. That's getting forgotten in seconds because it's not important. That's clearly more important. That's clearly connected to this. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah. Tired Lockhart is best critical thinking.
just everyone's names is just
Yeah, inconsequential. Yeah. Okay, so Lockhart's good to go, I guess. So he's all, pack up your shit and head out again. Unbar the door, move the couch.
Riven does not get off the couch. I'm gonna see how hard.
Well, that couch ain't moving then, is it?
I'll just lie there for a few more seconds going. Ooh, do we have to? Okay.
Yeah.
Get off and like do it with one hand.
Shall we just have Falkwin follow in NPC mode for now? And then, rather than them just staying in the room and missing out, because that way then they can just know the info when they come back. So, cool. Just means you just have to do an escort quest with him. Make sure he's okay.
I put him on my shoulders.
So,
like a child.
You unbar the door, obviously, open the door, and Joy's standing there.
No.
Do it!
No.
Just looking very
I
smiley.
slide the door slightly closed.
And just like pops like her head and goes, "Oh, good. Yous are all still awake," and like just like slowly like rubbing her hands as if like tentative and eager and very big, wide, forced smile. She goes, "Were you going somewhere?"
I feel like saying to her, blink 3 times really fast if you are suffering unbelievably.
Just not once has she blinked since she's been talking to you either.
Yeah. Oh,
That's what I would be asking you, like, tell us you're in danger.
Yeah. So she said,
We
where are
were-
you going somewhere? Yeah.
coming to find you. What a lucky coincidence. Myr'ra's eye is like twitching.
And she goes, oh, luck. Do you believe in luck? Could talk your ear off all day about luck. But no, we have other things to talk
Really?
about. Do you want me to come in, or did you want to come to my office? It's several flights of stairs away, though.
Myr'ra will look around and be like, are we inviting her in? It feels like.
Like a vampire.
Yeah.
But you've already invited the vampire in.
Yeah, that's true. We
I
like
know, and I
that
thought he was here! Katie, come back!
Alexander's exact words to me were, you couldn't help yourself, could you? When you heard KT turning up.
I'm not against calling that bluff and being like, yeah, let's go to your office.
Yeah.
And just walking the stairs. Like,
Yeah.
that's the sort of play that probably Lockhart would take, but I also don't
Then
mind.
let's take that play, because I do
Yeah,
really
no,
I'd
I'm
be
happy,
following
guys.
Lockhart quite heavily
Yeah.
here, because
Yeah.
this is a beast of words.
Well, who
Probably
takes the
not.
lead on that conversation then?
Yeah, I think
Very to be there.
Lockhart will kind of like step forward and how wonderful! Yes, why don't we head up to your office? We're lovely to see some of the demonic styles in office. I'm sure you've got some fascinating areas in your wings of the.
She kind of like correctly goes, Calderan, you mean?
Of course, I do.
Demonic's fine, of course, but generally we prefer Calderan.
So let's let's
Also, up! Like twitches. She smiles.
Oh, down flights of stairs. Yes, of course. Or is it across flights of stairs? Or was it another building? Yes, lead on.
Excellent. Well, let's go. And then, like, off she can like walks with a bit too much pep in her step.
Lock the door.
Follow.
behind us.
Sashes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, obviously, like, yep, door closed, locked.
Triple lock.
Yep. Mhm. And you obviously remember I mentioned before, this door does feel like it's solid, and when it locks, it's yeah. As I said, the iron
Probably
roots knew how to
magically
build.
enchanted
Yeah,
as well.
yeah. There's a good chance of it. With
If we ever come back, there's just a pile of goop on the wall. Like, someone tried to get in.
yep. So yeah, you like probably have to do that like slightly faster than comfortable walking speed to keep up with her type. You know, she's just that tiny bit too quick
Hate
on her
her
feet.
even more.
Yep, just a tiny bit too quick.
My strides are fine. I've got big long legs.
So as you like start like walking, like you pass obviously other people in like corridors and various things. Obviously, all the ambassadorial suites are full, as you can imagine, given what's going on just now.
Probably will be like just chewing a bit on that, and be like, oh yes, quite good to see the full might of the Cascade
Council.
diplomacy
Yeah.
and all of this going on. It's really what it was all about, wasn't it?
And
All of the races coming together, Calderan, Denk, everything. Fantastic, isn't it?
and she'd like half like mindedly been like, yes, of course, like in that very, she's too busy like acknowledging every day she passes. Like, oh, great to see you. Yes, we'll need to catch up now that you're in the city. Blah 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 blah. All properly, not like the term. Oh, it's a helloer, so it's just somebody you say hi to when you see them, rather than have any deep, meaningful conversations with. Like, very much a case of all pleasantries, no substance. Right, with this walk all the way through this. Even people that don't necessarily seem to know who she was, when she's marched past by that point, oh, it's so good to see you, and they're like, who was that? Because she's that quickly.
Fuck is this?
And she has quite a dramatic entourage with you guys, let's face it. So you start to head down the flight of stairs once you get to the stairwells of this place, and yeah, like you start going down for a while, to the point where like it's definitely not like the ambassadorial section at all. Like Talanis' office is definitely up from here, from like where you guys were.
Joyous kept in the dungeon where she belongs.
So you start walking down, and like less and less people are around the further down you go. like the people traffic dies away, and she's like making pleasantries and stuff, going, "Oh, weren't the Ironroots so severe in their architecture?" and just proper like filler conversation, almost as if you're on a fucking tour, like, yeah, to the point where
Would you like
and you go,
say it's like nervous energy or like hyperactive energy?
it's
or
both
just,
of
like,
those, right? She is always
It's
like
like
it's
she's
her,
compelled to.
I mean, you could roll like an intellect to try and like gauge her, like an insight check basically on her, right? If you want.
Yeah, just to like gauge like how much of this is her doing this and how much of this is her being made to do this. Like whatever deal she's made.
Basically, how forced is the behavior, right? Yeah.
Yeah, like has somebody changed the setting on the back of her head and she can't fucking change it back? No.
No, but what Riven gauges from that is she's like
Right.
like Joyce seems that enthusiastic, right? It doesn't feel forced to you. That's what you can take from that.
I don't believe that.
And
no.
in the same vein, well, in the same vein, I'm going to use this.
I mean,
Oh, nice.
so you're trained in sensing lies and whether a person is likely to or already does believe it, but you've not lied to them yet.
Would you say my skill in sensing deception would be able to be useful in this? Because I do have
Oh,
a
yeah.
skill that allows me to.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, right. Well,
So-
okay.
so-
Sorry.
Like,
I'll
it would be
go
if you
for
were
it.
trying to sell Joy on some random bullshit story, you could then use that move to be like, well, do I know if how they feel? Like, it's a bit like an insight check as well, like, but you get obviously training in it, where you can gauge, did they believe you, did you sell your story or not?
yeah,
So-
I did. That's all it says in that for some reason. Seeing through deception. So would I? I'll just stick with the 3 that I got. I totally forgot I had seen through deception. But
I mean, it's okay, we can add like 3 to the roll that you got, right, essentially. And that means it would have like passed it difficulty 2, right? Because it would have been a 6 at that point. But as I said, the description I gave wouldn't change. Like, you definitely, and that either means that you could have rolled a fucking 30 and it might be the same description I gave, right? But like, either way, like, Riven doesn't feel like you're being lied to.
no, it's not lied to. It's just again, it's like a dial on her back. It's
But
like
that's what I
somebody
mean, like, it
forced
doesn't,
to
it,
like,
like,
pulled
it does,
off, and
it
she's
doesn't
like,
feel like it's, you know, she clearly believes what
It-
she's saying is the gist of it,
Right.
right?
Okay.
But it does all get delivered in that weirdly pretentious-y package, right? You can't help but feel like it's a bit like the same as what Talanis said, right? It feels like someone was chatting you up because they wanted to sleep with you. Like, it doesn't actually matter that you, who you are.
Yeah.
Even just from the way she greeted everybody, and it's like didn't stop to actually talk to any of them. Like, it was just, oh, it's so wonderful to see you. Oh, we need to catch up. Oh, it's so lovely that you're in town. Yeah. Yeah. And Lockhart.
Yeah, this is Lockhart's like first time probably meeting, right?
That's up to you. Yeah, you could have maybe have encountered them before. You probably haven't spoke to them before.
Yeah. So probably would also be like,
But when Lockhart was checking all those records, Joy's been at every meeting Pride's been at.
so now like getting to try and see.
Yeah.
And
That makes her very old.
Oh yeah. Well, it's someone already.
Yeah, me. Me earlier. Whoever I was then, them.
So we'll be kind of trying to be like that. Sort of really say like what exactly is the relationship seeming to be from how they're trying to.
Again, from what they've explained so far though, right, like you've got a pretty good role there, you can comfortably assume that Joy seems eager for you guys' help and seems to want to keep you guys happy before they hit you with their ask. That seems to be it. None of that seems deceptive in any way. It generally seems like they want to try and not ingratiate, because that seems false, but like how they go about it feels false anyway, right? Like that's like that aftertaste of like disingenuine, but it clearly isn't. Like they clearly do want your guys' help for whatever reason. It just, you don't know what it is yet. So yeah. But that's probably disconcerting in itself, right? Like they clearly want our help, but why are they acting that way? Like we had to look past that weird cold shouldery vibe, yeah, to get to the fact that yeah, she does want that. Hannah.
I think Myr'ra's trying to write down everything she says and figure out if there's a cipher to it that's circling letters going. Maybe if I take every third letter?
Do you want to give me an intellect roll for like processing that?
Sure.
She's cracked the code.
None of that
Every
helps.
third letter is
The
just
lore of
A.
Yeah, it's just like every third letter.
She's actually speaking
spells
iambic
Caldera.
pentameter.
Why is it the Magic Roundabout theme song? How?
The thing is, we've all got this going on in the background, firing all these things at her. She's that old, and she might be that clever, that powerful, that she's sitting there going, why are you doing this to me? I'm only trying to be happy.
So
Yeah.
the thought that crossed my mind was to have her be that savvy she specifically puts in a message for Myr'ra to work out to be like, hey, you can just ask. But I'm not going to make her do that. I think that's a bit too contrived. But the thought crossed my mind. Yeah.
What she would do
would-
is put in a message that's a catchy tune that gets stuck in your head
Yeah.
for like 2 fucking days to irritate you, and you're like, you absolutely
There's a joy in it somewhere.
Yep, of course.
Ode to joy.
Yep. So,
You're like, fuck.
but no, like Myr'ra can like work out that she mostly just seems to be talking to Phil the long
She just
walk.
gibbers. She just
Yes,
gibbers.
it's like
There's a
normally it would seem like it would come with someone that's a bit socially awkward. She doesn't seem socially awkward, which is why it is the weird vibe, right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like this person doesn't like to sit in silence. It's like this person is the most confident person in the fucking room. That
Yeah.
doesn't add up,
there's
chief.
it's that the meme of like if the person with no anxiety
Mm-hmm.
and how they would behave in
Yep.
public.
So,
Ah.
so yeah, eventually you go so far down in the kind of Grand Council building, like
It would be subterranean at this point.
long ago.
Fuck.
Yeah,
We are
like,
underground.
like by
dear.
4 or 5 floors easily. Yeah,
Sub basement 7.
and she's like, good, yes, we're nearly there. And you get to like this massive big door, and she's like, Riven, isn't it?
It is indeed, yes.
Just Riven, or
Just Riven.
like me?
Just joy.
And then she gestures to the door and goes, could you perhaps? And she
Is it
just
push or pull?
push.
I carefully move
Yeah.
around her and push the door open.
Yeah, and like it's like 2 big again black arcs of a doorway that meet. Kind of similar to like how the one upstairs is one big arc or arch, sorry. This is like 2 halves, and it's a heavy fucking door. So yeah, you could definitely tell that she probably would have struggled to open that with her build. So like the door like swings open, and then it's like quite a big cavernous like room you are walking into, like much bigger than like the Grand Council chamber itself. And then she goes, "Thank you so much." She kind of awkwardly like squeezes by you, smiling. And then
Please
like,
don't tell me you need to open and close this every day. That seems a bit cruel.
"Oh no." And then like I just you all head in, and
I'm not shutting the door behind us.
No,
in case
no,
we
that's
need a
fine.
quick
Yeah.
escape.
fine. Thing is, like again, like it was clearly like it was a heavy door, but not something that like without a lot of effort on her part she couldn't have opened. Do you know what I mean? It's just clearly it was more elegant if you did that in this
Yeah.
moment. She might have looked like her heels sliding on the black floor. So use look around the room, and like as you are like walking in, like the ceiling, which is quite high up. We're talking how many rivens high? Probably like 5 rivens high. Like quite a tall ceiling. The place is surrounded by 6 very large doors, like the one you walked through, but they're all one piece doors, unlike the split door that you walked through. And in the top center is another one of those crystals that give off light. Like it just starts to like wake up as you have walked in, like kind of like almost light in water type thing, that lights the room, and you can see the fact that it's like 6 big archways in the room, the middle of the room kind of being empty. This is definitely not her office.
This is where the 6 devils can sleep. Because they probably don't include Sloth anymore. Or he doesn't get included.
So she goes, so, yes. And she kind of turns and goes, so, not quite my office, but I've spent a lot of time the last few weeks here. And I have a problem. Hopefully you can help. Why do you all look so nervous? And she smiles uncomfortably, because let's face it, she doesn't look uncomfortable. It's the fact that she's smiling probably makes you guys feel uncomfortable.
Smile doesn't touch the eyes.
Hollow inside. And it's been very busy few months. Lots have happened. Usually bad news. Please tell us it's not too bad. How do you need our assistance?
Yes, it's not that bad. It's just problematic. And from what I can gather, yous are the only ones that could possibly help. So hopefully yous aren't too, put out. She smiles. Again, almost a like Loki-esque level of practiced with the reflex of it all, and then immediately like drops a smile between like the conversations and says, so this is quite delicate because it puts me in quite a vulnerable position, but I'm willing to be as vulnerable in this scenario because I feel like it will expedite the steps needed for me to get what I need out of this exchange, and I'm willing to interact in any way possible that could be considered helpful to your cause. Kind of like smiles all the way through that strainingly as she's speaking, and she says, so with that out of the way, pleasantries and all, shrugs, do you know where we are?
No.
She goes, we probably shouldn't stay too long. They don't really like the public being in here, but this is the Vault of the Five.
Vault of the 5?
Are there
As
6 doors?
Yes, we came in one. And she points at the other 5.
Okay, so we came in.
Oh,
and
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is the vault for the table of the 5 blades, and they all get an individual vault.
Yeah.
See, she asks us to just leave the fucking sword and they're one.
No. She then, once you all have that realization of where yous are, she goes, it looks like some of you have worked out. This is the Vault of the Five, and the like points over at one of the doors. That's the Celestial Vault, and I'm led to believe yous have the key.
Fucking blades, the clue. Who knows? We have it.
Well,
And we go on break there, is what we do, because we're way over on break. So we'll have a very quick 10-minute break, and we'll come back. So let's jump to that, shall we? Let me get us on the break screen. Let me mute all the things. Pip. Okay, perfect. So that should be us back, and our audio should work. Can some of you speak a bit so we can do our retest?
No.
Yep, we're in.
And you've got the audio from both me and you guys?
Yeah.
Good. Perfect. So, good hello and welcome back to part 2 of session 5. That's better than part 2 of part 5. It's the 15th of June 2024. Happy Pride Month, everybody. And I am Viktor, the GM. Here are the players.
Good evening, and welcome back somehow. Apparently that's what I was saying. And I am Alexander, continuing to play Lockheart and Dourf. Empathic speaker is exactly the sort of person he wants. And I have figured out that he can say interpreting. Looking back at some of the pods, how many times I've said interpretating.
Just take it as like it's Lockhart's way of interpreting.
It's the advanced form of interpreting.
Yeah.
The next level up.
Interpretation engaged.
Hi, I'm still Hannah, and I'm playing Myr'ra Pentergast, a Helborn Adept who sheds her skin and finds joy alarming.
Nobody sound clip that.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm a half-elven explorer who likes to infiltrate, but just everything's right in front of your face at the moment. There's no way of infiltrating anything.
Hi, I'm Nat, and I play Riven, a tough warrior who masters weaponry and would like to master leaving this room as fast as possible.
And the subject of everybody's intros as well, every time Hannah says "Still Hannah," it reminds me of there's a band called Kill Hannah.
Yes.
So I always think of them when you say "Still Hannah," because Kill Hannah, yep. And then earlier when Chris was like, "I'm a half-elven elf," was my favourite line.
Loved that.
I love it.
So good.
Does that make him a
It's like 3/4 elven?
1.5?
Yeah.
Yeah.
3/4.
Half and a full.
Yeah.
1.5 elf.
Proper fraction.
How do you treat? No. For everything we've done with demons and everything else through this game,
Yeah, lineages, bloodlines. Let's stay clear.
yeah, stay away.
So yes, you are in the Vault of the Five with Joy, who seems to be a subordinate of Pride's, and they kind of hit you with a bit of a bombshell, saying, "I think you've maybe got the key to help my current predicament." Yeah.
The player agency
I was
moment.
about to say, do you want a player agency moment? It was literally going to be doing. Yep,
Yes,
well done.
thank you.
Step ahead of me.
So, Pride, I nearly called them Joy, very much did say that they were very open to doing a lot to getting this going along. So I do feel we have to ask some questions before we do it. My one question, I have a few questions, but main one is, what's in there that you need?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, surely it's Pride.
2,
That was gotta be.
what is Pride actually up to? If she knows that. And 3, why did you kill Loudon? Or did she? But definitely. That would be something I think we should ask, because they did say, I'm here, like, we need to be agreeable. I'm willing to be quite uncomfortable in all this, but I really need that door open, obviously. So
I think so. The
know
way
what
to
else.
take that though is, you know yourself, you wouldn't give away a lot, right? Even if you did need things, but they were very upfront, being like, "You have something I need. I'm willing to do what I need to get it. Like, we can work out something beneficial to both of us." There's a reason they're a high up diplomat in one of the main cities of the world, right? Probably because people will just be like, "Okay, cool. What ends this conversation so I can leave your presence?"
So
Yeah.
those are things.
I think we need to do a deal with the devil.
To be fair, it's kind of where we started out with. It is their sword.
Yeah, it is.
So
It does have to get back to them, and if
if this can be a route we can use to get it out of our hands without Vermi having to.
Here's a theory that's just came to my brain.
Mhm.
Because Viktor likes to do layers like an onion of story.
Parfait.
Yes. You bamboozled. What if the actual Pride's locked in there and what we saw wasn't really Pride?
It's an Inception inside an Inception.
What if Pride's actually been out the game and one of the other 7, because we've only seen Greed, has got the sword and is pretending to be Pride while Pride's
Love
locked away?
I love
Like, it could
And now it's
actually...
June, we can let them out.
and we can let Pride out for June. So, like, it could be something as... I mean, Sloth did give the impression that when the sword was first made, Sloth was given the blade because it was like, all the other 6 of them are... No, just it doesn't feel like a good idea for them to get
Well,
this
I think
just
from like
now.
the conversation with Sloth was chosen as leader.
Chosen-
He didn't say if it was by Bran and Elle or if it was by all of the devils just agreeing they are the right one to be
They
in
didn't
charge.
wanna-
I mean-
I can't see a personification of greed saying, yeah, you get it first. My brain just
See, I
rebels
think I
against
could
the
in
notion.
terms of, I don't want to be the wartime leader.
Yeah.
But then
You
Wrath,
have that problem.
I would see Wrath being like, give me the murder weapon, let me go play, let me go play. I want to go have a
Yeah.
problem with
Well,
these guys.
with that in mind, does that then maybe hint at the power Sloth has compared to the rest?
It did imply he had created a whole other place for everyone to go. So
Yeah.
very, very, very
Yeah.
powerful. But
Yeah.
if that is the case, then Pride was second choice, and Sloth either gave it away or they took it. Certainly didn't sound like he fighted. He didn't fighted for it.
Yep, no fighted.
Indeed.
Thought?
No fighted. No,
No
fighted.
The foughting didn't happen.
Half-Elven elf. Yeah.
We're on fire tonight, aren't we?
I know. But I don't know how much infighting happens with them. We don't know the dynamic.
They obviously seem to cooperate enough that
Caldera doesn't
various
fall
siblings-
apart.
Caldera doesn't fall apart, and also various siblings step in to come to the table when necessary. So even
Yeah.
with whatever's going on with Pride currently, Greed has still shown up.
Yeah.
So there's obviously some level of cooperation,
But,
even if it doesn't look like what we would consider cooperation.
Yes.
Cooperation, yeah.
Who's in greed if Pride's in there?
Yeah.
Well, they did say that. Yeah, good point. Because Wrath and Greed basically run Caldera. That's what
Yeah.
we've kind of got.
That's what
solid
Sloth
down.
said, yes.
Yeah.
Lust and gluttony are
Yep.
Kind of, yeah.
They're there. So Pride is the one that was unaccounted for, but was technically allowed in the whole thing. Maybe. But
Yeah.
it wasn't physically them.
No.
It was a shadow. So is the idea, I'm going to put myself in the metal cryo chamber so no one can get at me. Oh shit, I dropped the key. Like, is that what's happened? The Poreo version.
Do you remember the scene
It's
visually
stuck.
when Loudon's
I'll be
body
back,
fell out?
guys.
Yeah.
Pride was
Of
just.
a shadowy
And the
thing.
sword fell through the shadow eventually as it dissipated, as if it didn't have the strength to hold on to it.
So,
And
so
yes,
Pride,
I'll be back for that. Yeah.
has Pride put
Yeah.
themselves in a safe place so their body could
A
get
literal
harmed
safe
from-
place, yeah.
So while possessing Loudon, their body couldn't get harmed or compromised or whatever. And then it's when, fuck, I can't get out the box. I mean, if you want to keep your body safe, that is like the
Yeah.
safest place because only you could open it. But they didn't account for what's happened potentially. So Pride actually might legitimately be in there.
Yeah.
Get me the
And if
welding
not,
tools.
then there's obviously something in there that it's important that there feels like there's a time pressure on this. This
Yeah.
doesn't feel like Joy thinks I can just hang around and it'll eventually come back.
No.
This, like you wouldn't approach people. you
Joy
wouldn't
came
approach
to
if
us
you
in a
didn't
room
think-
where she knew she couldn't talk to us in, where it was
Joy
like,
came to you guys in
anything
a
I say-
room where they should have been sat in a very specific seat.
and didn't.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
like it's important. Like this is highly important to Joy. So I certainly think that Lockhart needs to ask her some questions. I just think that the questions that are asked are definitely along the lines of, what's in there, what's Pride up to, specifically with the human race and taking over Loudon, and just why though? That would be my suggestion.
Yeah. How it's kind of taking the steps on like ultimately kind of our goal is we do want to give the sword back to a devil. And
if we give it to Joy, are we effectively giving it back to Pride?
Yes.
Yeah.
which I'm not entirely against. Like if Pride has managed to get the other devils to agree that Pride gets it, then
The biggest problem is Pride just going to go and kill Vermi now
yeah, how
and take over Vermi.
Yeah.
the guarantee that he's not going to mess with the other 5.
Yeah. What was her
Yeah.
grand plan? We need to figure out like that.
Yeah.
Why would she do that?
Why you do that?
Ultimately, we've got to sell ourselves to Joy as information gatherers. Tell us what's going on.
Yeah.
That's simple.
Tell us-
You tell us what's going on, the 100% honest truth of what's going on here. Why was Samda killed? Why was...
Loudon killed
Tell
and
us what's
Pride
going
taken
on.
over.
Loudon
Tell
killed.
us. We want the beginning and end of this up to this moment. As much as you know.
And if you can then guarantee the safety of Vermilion Light Scale, we can
and
see
those
about getting you
around
a
her.
key.
Nah, be careful with your fucking words. People. The safety of all of them and nobody else will be possessed. Because next thing you know, fucking Lockhart gets it.
And our favourite vacation spots in these other places also.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where the difficulty is. Like Caldera and Denk in conflict is bad.
Yeah.
Caldera and the Span in conflict would also be as difficult as long as there is Caldera at conflict with someone. We are in trouble. We need non-aggression from Caldera.
Yes, and also I know because
Unless
like,
it's in defense of the realm.
with the way geographically things work with the map, just because of where Viktor kindly
you can see why I wanted the map to exist at some point for you guys. 'Cause I'm like, it helps you work out stuff.
Voros is right next to the Short Mountains, which is literally where the dwarves live, and it's between Denk and Caldera. So if Caldera want to start getting involved with Denk aggressively, they have to pass through the dwarves.
Which means 3 members of the table.
3 members of the table are going to have to, because the dwarves are going to not just sit and let them battle on top of the fucking Short Mountains over them. They're going to be like, excuse me, no. So
and remember, it's also not on top of them because the Starforge dwarves live on top of the mountains, and the Hearthcore ones live under. So it is literally just in amongst them.
So the battle zone would be in dwarven territory. So they're not going to really.
It would basically be the back half of the continent would be in war.
Yeah. And then you've got that the current Queen of Denk is the niece of Dragon King.
Yep.
And therefore we've got everyone apart from the elves involved.
Yeah, and the forest, the Goldleaf Forest, you said, is the one that's empty and haunted.
Yes.
Haunted, yeah.
It's said it's haunted.
They're not going to go diagonally because even the devils will probably have their limits and going, fuck going in that piece of nonsense. Or then they had the Span, so it's like, if the devils start anything, they're going through other territories.
Very clever, Ryan.
Yeah, you think?
Or Viktor, sorry. The little message we got when we were investigating the sword.
What message was that?
Free me.
Free
us. It was free us, not free me.
Free us, okay.
I know where you're going though.
That could have been cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that.
But, yeah, looking at the map, like if Caldera wanted to start picking a fight with Denk, they either have to pick a fight with the dwarves also.
Let me.
Pick a fight with the dragons.
I don't think I've not set it up to show the map, and it's going to be too awkward to do it ad hoc. But we've seen the map before. Look at the previous session where we showed the map a bunch of times. I think that was session 3 probably. I think. But yes. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
So it's an awkward one to really start because the only people that wouldn't get affected really would be the elves because they're on the left of the map.
Or the people
There's an
over the
element
sea.
of also like
sea.
if Pride's intention had been start a war with Denk, surely
Why
it would have been easier to just kill Loudon and be like, I
Yeah.
did it.
Mm.
Haha. Why
Yeah.
bother with all of the subterfuge?
Yeah, like
Um,
why go get married to the guy
What's
the king?
Douglas's deal?
Why do all the thing like it's there's a Pride has a plan.
There's something
Had
else
a
going
plan.
on that isn't continent-wide war.
Yeah.
Or
Pride had
is
a
it
plan.
for Pride that had the plan at all?
Oh.
That's the bit we don't know here.
Mhm.
We're
'Cause-
assuming that was always been Pride, but how long's Pride been locked away?
if Pride is in there.
If Pride is
Yeah, no, I
So-
think Chris has brought a very good point with the
Mm.
three us. Us.
are we not now assuming that's also souls
that are
based
in-
on what?
I mean,
is that
not to
what
throw
it's
another
called?
spanner in the works, but us could be like singular as well as
Yeah,
like plural, right?
yeah, like the royal we. Mm-hmm.
But
Could be Pride.
Pride did say, "I'll be back."
Yes.
Oh, good.
No. The
No.
Spectre said it'd be back for the sword. Was that Pride?
Okay, but it just means that the
That
entity.
entity. Yeah.
The entity that
so-
came out of
That entity.
Let me add
Yes.
another piece of evidence into this debate.
Okay.
The entity
Yeah.
could wield the blade.
Yes.
There has to be at least one of the devils.
Okay.
and we're counting
Wait, somebody else.
Yeah, it has to be one of the
My
five.
sword
entities.
magic isn't an effective.
It's just my point was like that thing did
sees itself
identify.
as an individual. Yeah.
So it is not the same necessarily as the we unless it is there alongside someone else.
Okay, so we've maybe stretched this player agency moment as long as it can go.
That's just what happens with your campaigns, right? You cannot put so many seeds down and then be like, why is it taking so long
No.
to sow all the stuff?
I told you guys, think how much you think you have learned so far, right? And you have got a lot of theories right now. And I did say earlier we're probably at we're just over the halfway point.
I don't.
So
feel
I don't
we've made that
mind.
much progress.
I don't mind this having been a very healthy debate because you are highlighting all the things you have learned along the way. Very good. Take stock of everything. It's all the little pieces they should add up somewhere.
Add up to something.
Yeah, I did write it to make sense to me, but
Well, we've just got to circle everything.
Yep.
Yeah. It is the ultimate pieces of the puzzle that we don't have that we really need is why did Pride do it?
well, realistically,
What
no.
was-
The ultimate pieces you need to do is what are we doing with the sword and can it help Chiral, and then you have washed your hands of the situation.
Well,
The rest's intrigue.
No. By knowing what Pride was wanting to do, we'll decide if Pride gets it back. Ultimately, like if we can understand the rhyming and the reasoning, like why the
If
fuck
there's a
that was going on.
motive that we can roll with and say,
Uh-huh.
okay, sure.
And-
we'll give you your sword back.
And ultimately,
This is
are
gonna
we
take
admitting to having the sword?
I
Yeah,
don't think there's
I-
any point. in it.
I think she knows because if she's an agent of Pride and she's evidently being told to do things, Pride said we have it. Pride said they.
Well,
fucking
who knew
have
you had it?
Everyone-
Us.
Fermi.
Fermi. Sloth.
Anyone else with sloth style?
Yeah.
sleuthing?
Before we put it in Aluben's.
Realistically,
Garage.
that Spectre also knew.
Mhm.
So if that is it, that's what I'm saying. I am convinced the Spectre is Pride.
So, let's close off this player agency moment and go back in the vault room with Joy. So,
no.
We need to ask
Is she still
questions.
smiling?
Before,
oh yes, 100%.
we need to ask questions before we do anything to assist. We need information before she gets anything from us. Because we she is guarding the door, but we have the keys.
She can't even open the bloody door. Like,
I know. Yeah, guard.
it's almost like that was foreshadowing.
It's what is it that Morpheus says in Matrix? You know, they are guarding all the doors. They are holding all the keys.
Mm.
That's where we are right now.
But there is no spoon.
is no spoon. So
Because we've locked it away.
Yep.
I am, if it's quite all right with everyone, somewhat volunteering our dear Alexander to do a lot of the talking because he has missed out.
Speaking of who needs to be under the bus right now, I'll happily throw Alexander.
Well, no, he's missed a few sessions. I think we need to see him shine because he's fantastic at this. I really do believe that. I just the player agency was mainly to say what I think needs to be asked.
Yes.
But you are our speaker. You are our resident speaker.
It's in your title.
Stop hiding under my cloak, Lockheart. Get out.
Interpret some international law.
So yeah, what do you respond to Joy?
What I'm actually saying, audience,
Let's
is
go
I
home.
really want to see Viktor and Alexander have a absolute mindfuck break-off of mental chess. And watch my eyes bleed as I try and understand.
Sit back, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between, while me and Alexander just flirt politically for some time.
Yes. Please continue.
Yeah.
That's the thumbnail, Ryan. That's the thumbnail.
Well,
King's Pawn 2.
I think Lockhart probably would take, a step towards the. Is it like a door or just like an archway? Did you say,
Oh, it's a big, like, as I said, this place looks like it was carved out of one piece of material, this entire room. Like, the whole building kind of looks like it was carved out of one piece of material. There's no, like, seams or anything anywhere. The very fact that... yeah, very much so. Especially because it's all black and kind of ominous, right? And severe lines and stuff, like Joy said. So it's like, oh, they were a very big fan of that. Yeah, it's basically just a almost hexagonal room, right? Very big, like very large. What's a good equivalent? See, like a warehouse door for like a lorry to drive through type scale. Like the archway kind of would be about that, maybe a bit bigger. But you know that just from like different races having different sizes, right? Generally, having big doors probably helps, right? And the doors in here were that big, but they also were like half doors, so they open them. But same style archway, like exact same style, but none of these none of the archways have splits or anything. It's solid.
And do they have some kind of?
They are smooth.
Partially, I was wondering is like, because obviously the handprint could potentially have been one of like the key ways, like the axe bit. But okay, if they're all just smooth, it's probably a bit more just walk up to with sword on door.
Okay.
And say we've got 5. Is she just pointing out like?
Oh yeah, she's gestured to one. She's like, you aren't stood in the center necessarily, like you're stood slightly towards one. And weirdly, it's like if you walked in, it's probably the one that is, like there'll be one directly across from you, so it's probably the one right next to that, to the right. So you've walked right across the room, slightly to the right. So if it was a clock face, top seems to be whoever that is, it's the next one over.
Yeah, I was trying to remember as well, like the order that the 5 were done in.
And devils were second.
Yeah. And I think turning back to Joy,
As we often do.
as we hope.
No, she works for somebody else.
Probably just sort of gesture over. It's like, and is this where your master is residing?
She's like unflinchingly smiling, saying, "My master?"
The current wielder of the demons.
Oh,
Right.
sorry, I must have perhaps misspoke. Not to worry, that's no bother. I don't mind explaining. Like forced smiles again and says, the rightful wielder of the blade doesn't have the blade. I was led to believe it lay within your possession. Was I mistaken? That would be a terrible mix-up if it was. All those flights of stairs for nothing. Good for cardio, though.
And they know how effective cardio is in beating the chaos of the times around, but...
Chaos? There are things in turmoil.
Well, would we be here if it was all a calm pond?
She, like, seems genuinely, like, slightly, like, thrown by that. Like, as if, huh. It doesn't necessarily respond. Just smiles.
So perhaps it was I that misspoke. The rightful wielder, or the one that last was seen to be wielding blade council. Was it not Pride?
She kind of like raises an eyebrow, but still smiling, so it's very disconcerting. And she says, this is... I'm maybe not making myself clear. Sorry, that must be my fault. Normally I'm better at this, but I can see that you obviously have quite busy schedules, and clearly have a lot on your minds. The difficulty I'm having is that I don't know that you're useful to me yet. Are you? Smiling all the whole time. Sorry to ask.
Is she useful to us, is the question.
I guess we would need to know exactly what you need us to do.
Oh, sorry. Again, must be my poor communication in these apparently turbulent times. The vault, yous have the key, and I was hoping yous would open it. Will you?
She need out of it.
Well,
Can we ask?
I'm sure it's...
Oh, hold on 2 wee seconds there, Alexander. What are you trying to add in, Hannah?
I was going to say, is there a possibility of asking? That isn't her asking for us to give it to her.
Yeah,
So
she wants us
potentially
to
we
open
could-
it.
Yeah, so potentially we
Yeah.
could be like, we can see about opening it as long as
think...
the key
yeah.
remains with us until.
I still don't think we should open it unless we know what was inside.
Yeah. I think we should definitely ask that. I think it's just interesting that she's not saying, "Give me the
Give
sword
me it."
now."
Yeah.
And that would potentially suggest that as soon as it was in that use...
I'm so sorry,
you'd be able
but
to
you
get
just
it.
had to say
Wait, we can't.
we can't. This is us using it, and that's
We can't
We
use
can't
it.
use-
It'll
Doing that.
fucking kill us if we try.
Shit.
If we use the blade, it kills us. It doesn't allow anyone to use it.
I believe I said wield, but that's a semantic issue.
Yeah.
You're wielding it for a purpose it serves
As a key.
as the key. You're still using the item. The sword will see you trying to use it for a function it has, and you are not the rightful user. Do not have intent. You cannot have
Yeah.
intent with it. That's intent.
I have to, without intent, open this for them.
Exactly. We can't open it.
If I just toss this sword over my shoulder and hope it hits some kind of keyhole, I wouldn't care if it did or
That's
didn't.
it. Holy shit! Yeah, even with it.
So,
I
Okay, so
guess
maybe
that
we
will
should
come down
ask-
to kind of what's in it, because if it is
Yeah.
the wielder inside, then I don't think it's a problem.
Yeah.
If it's something else, then it's more likely to.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean,
Let's find out.
the other thing is,
think-
Joy hasn't seemed to highlight any issues with you guys attempting to open it.
Yeah, but she might be trying to make us commit
wonder why.
suicide.
But then, if you then highlight that to them, you'd find out, maybe.
I still would rather know what's in the box before I tell her I have.
Oh,
the
that's by the
fucking
by.
key.
But I'm just saying that you could inquire if she knows that you know
Will it?
that.
I know we have to do it. And then you know that we know that you.
Mhm.
You know what? A really dark thought
Okay.
just came over me as Pride sent her there to do it, knowing full well she'll die doing it.
Oh,
Like, oh well.
don't make us feel
That's-
sorry for her.
I know. I just thought this horrible thought of her being like, "No, I'm going to unlock it, and it's going to fucking kill
Don't
me."
take
but my
joy
money-
from the world.
Exactly. Oh no. But yeah. Okay.
Pandora would have a nightmare.
I know.
I'm not necessarily against her knowing. It's like,
She
clearly
seems
does
to know.
already.
Yeah, we
So,
may as
I say,
well confirm.
Lockhart
But-
wasn't going to deny that.
But still, what is in there? That is the thing we need to know.
I just want
We
to
know
say
it's a
that
behemoth.
she works for Pride, damn it.
Well, she did say it. She said to us already that she works for Pride.
It's the first thing she said. Yep.
First thing she said. to
And
us
as I
at the
said,
room was like,
Alexander,
"Hi,
you
I'm
read her
Joy,
name
I
in
work
the
for Pride."
meetings. Like, you read her name in the meeting, things you found out that she was in. As I said, not every meeting, but like almost every meeting.
She her introduction to us was, "Hello, my name is Joy. I work for Pride, or I'm an agent of Pride."
Yeah,
Like, that
I
was
know
her-
that might
her
be awkward
intro
for you
to
guys,
us.
however, I'm sure we can all be friends.
Yeah. So like, she's not denied it nor been like against that.
She's aggressively honest.
Rightfully.
And none of you know what potential deal they may or may not have made. Because we don't know what she is. She looks human, but clearly is way older.
Yeah, you know how in like
With a
Men in
permanent
Black
smile.
when the bug thing's wearing a person's skin and it looks wrong, Ryan? I'm not convinced we're that far off that right now.
Just pushing the stock phrases. I'm sure we can be friends. I'm sure we can be friends. Okay, so what is being said to Joy?
Yeah. And I think sort of turning to her and being like, how about some exchanges?
Wonderful. That sounds like progress. What would you like that I can give?
So, we would like to know what is in this place.
I don't contain a fully accurate inventory of the vault of the Celestials, and I don't think it would be polite of me to share that, since it's not my vault. She looks
does she want
awkward,
to know?
but she's still like smiling pleasantly through it, but she's like, ask me for something I can give.
But you want it open because you think something will come out or something that you need is in there?
Oh, I think we'll both gain immeasurable information if we can get inside.
That wasn't what
is
you
that
asked.
information that you want to gain?
Oh, again, perhaps I'm misspeaking. And she has never once, you know she's not misspoke. She's definitely playing innocent, right? This is probably a tactic that works very well, making the other person feel in power. And she says, well, I imagine you'd have several questions based on the events that transpired with you having said key. She air quotes the key. Like kind of dropping some subtlety, right? And like she says, and I imagine those answers will be inside. But I would understand if you don't trust me, because we've only recently become friends.
Just don't want to open the door and something rages out and kills us, I think.
Or indeed the opposite.
Is the implication in that statement there's something alive in there that we would go in and kill?
No, the implication's you raging out.
What was your epithet for a while? Okay, then perhaps another thing that you can tell us, or perhaps in a fair exchange, we will go first and tell you something that you want to know, that we can open this vault.
Oh, that's wonderful. And she looks genuinely pleased by that. This seems way more real than before.
But now, how did you learn of the vault?
Of the vault? Oh, it's part of my duties as,
Pride's agent.
And
She'll do all the dirty work for Pride.
and she kind of corrects me. Sorry, again, I forget I introduced myself to your colleagues and not yourself, but I'm an agent of Pride. I work directly under her, and I am entrusted with many duties that is far beneath someone of their Majesty's notice.
And so have you been in the vault before?
Oh, many times. Never unaccompanied, of course. So this is familiar.
How did you find out we had the sword?
Yes, that part's more awkward.
That's not what I'm asking.
No, I know. She's like smiling. She puts like her hand up and she says, I wouldn't be much of a threat to your group. She like rubs like her hands a bit. And she says, so I'm trying my best not to incite any ill will amongst newly formed friends. So forgive me if I'm delicate in my choice of words. The Calderan in me can sometimes be a bit blunt. I am occasionally in contact with Pride, and I am aware of the events that transpired in Denkmark.
The murder of our queen?
She kind of like, the first time she properly drops a lot of her pleasantry smile and things. She goes, that didn't happen in Denkmark. But, yes.
Good to know.
But it's clearly like a point of pride there, right? Like a, oh.
Actually.
Yeah.
Hey, that's what I want from her.
But you can see why she's a bit tentative about sharing any of this because of how inciting a lot of the information is. And she's like, I wouldn't like this to get unpleasant before we have been of benefit to each other. And ideally, it won't become unpleasant. I think we could be the best of friends going forward. I imagine your resources and reach with my influence and history could be very beneficial to us both moving forward.
Your Majesty killed ours and paraded around in her body like a puppet.
That's above our pay grade, wouldn't you say, for the present? I don't think it's quite conducive to progress on either side, would you?
I think Pride's in there. And I think you're asking me to let them out. In which then...
She kind of like looks over her shoulder as if, oh, there's a vault door here. Like, you know, as if, what, that's here?
And I think it would only be fair that considering the devil, the king, queen, whatever they prefer to be called, Pride probably likes both. Emperor, Empress, divine,
celestial ruler.
Caused the suffering of the humans and their queen. Is it not just some kind of divine justice that the humans get to decide that they get to sit in a box and suffer?
You're not all human, though, are you? Does that mean you have to vote?
Nori, what's your opinion?
I think we should leave the store and lock it behind us.
That's one vote. Myr'ra? And I'm letting like this sink in, like she's got to give us better than what she's giving us, because we're not persuaded.
Well, Riven's not persuaded, at least.
Nori. That's two.
I think we definitely need more direct information in order to make an informed decision with our new friendship.
And as you say that, she smiles very, very widely and goes, exactly. And as I said, I think almost all of the answers lie within the vault that I don't have for you. If I had it, I would give it because I'm very accommodating. Especially for my friends.
Of Pandora's box in this world, or a story thereof.
I mean, without rolling history, no.
Yeah, no. I was going to say, because that's what Riven would say, is like, you ever heard of that? Like,
no, it's just because I mentioned Pandora and Hope and then Joy dying and yeah. Like, no. That's just possibly just being seeded this session. But no, there's no like, oh my god, what's this box? It brought hope to the world. Oh no, they opened it again.
No, but it's just that lesson that the thing tells you is like, you don't know what's in there.
No, this is a world where demons just walk about, so that's other concerns, right?
For all we know, what's in there will walk out and kill us.
Oh no. There would be no shedding of any blood of any kind here. We all would leave friends. I can guarantee that.
be all.
Okay, like counts everybody.
No extras.
And she's like,
Guaranteed.
I mean, define extras.
There are 5 of us.
And she kind of like raises
It
an
remains
eyebrow.
5.
But there aren't that.
Alabama.
And
And
like Falkwin,
Oh,
Alabama.
7.
Falkwin,
Yeah.
shit, sorry.
Yeah.
I forgot Falkwin's with us just because I'm thinking how
Sorry,
many
Falkwin, you've been
we've
wrote off. Takes
Totally
bracer.
forgot.
also, to be fair, if we don't have Falkwin, we don't have the key with us.
Yeah,
So-
no.
Yeah.
So
Can you see why I asked? Are you taking Falkwin with you
Yeah.
guys? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd say the relevant number. Like, there will be no extra coming out of this room that didn't walk in this room.
I don't believe that would be something I could enforce. How am I to account for your accurate numbers? Smiling the whole time.
This is the kind of bullshit talk that I hate from.
Me too. It's really, it's kind of more of a curse than a gift, really, this diplomacy malarkey. And I've been doing it for such a long time that it does great after a while. She's saying fully pleasant the whole time.
What did it cost you?
Sorry? It's a big smile.
What did your power cost you?
Oh, how personal.
I'm going for it now.
Yeah, she's like, oh, and like, still smiling, but definitely reflecting, right? Like, oh, how personal.
Friends do get personal.
And she like looks at you with a big grin and goes, I'm glad you think so. How about I share that for some goodwill, then?
Context to perhaps your behavior.
I will ensure your safety from anything within that vault, within my power. But, as I mentioned, I imagine you could kill me. Still smiling the whole time.
I do not desire to.
No. I didn't say you wanted to. Not yet. She kind of gives you a cheeky grin with that, depending on how her diplomacy goes. However, the that was no show at the door. She gestures to like the half-open door. She's like, I'm not a warrior. I'm a diplomat. There is a reason why your queen sent both Lockheart and yourself, I imagine.
With my knowing of Hedera and such, and Myr'ra as well, and maybe Myr'ra is probably better to do this role, are we able to tell that she is a first gen? Like, she is the original
Well,
Falgain?
what she's
or
basically
Val-
saying
Val-
is, if you're gonna give her something, she'll tell you.
She'll
That's-
tell you.
Yeah, she's saying that if that's of value to you, I will share that. But it's clearly something she's decided is very important to her.
Yeah, that's
Mhm.
huge.
Yeah.
So,
That, again, is massive leverage. I think Riven kind of... Riven's leaving that to the party, but if we try and use the sword to open the door, it will harm us. Does not
oh,
permit
that whole
those-
thing. No, it would be fine.
How do you know?
I've
do
opened
you?
the door many times when Pride couldn't be bothered.
Is that a function of this sword in particular, or...
Oh, no, again, sorry, I must have misspoke. You kind of need to be allowed to use it.
As in permission.
And I can guarantee
no.
whoever chooses to open it has full permission.
Again, I ask, is that a... If it is with your knowledge, I don't imagine it is. This is a big question. Is this a function of the sword of the Celestials? She keeps referring to them as Celestials, so I'm going to stick with that word. Because it was shared amongst the 7. Or is it...
I don't know much about the other blades.
Fair point.
Only that not always has their wielder been the one to open the other doors.
Oh, right. So, literally, as long as they get a, okay, go use this, you get an okay to go use it.
Well, obviously, she
That's
can only
what
speak
she's
for what
saying,
she's
really.
witnessed, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not, it's if she's seen other people doing it, then it's not just because the second sword is so unique in this fact it's designed to be passed around between the 7. I was wondering if it's therefore it's got less of
Yeah.
a security measure
Yeah.
on it. I don't know if that's
Yeah.
the words I want to use.
Yeah, it's a key
It's
safe
got
on
less
the
of a-
door rather than, you know, a set of keys for everybody. Yeah.
Yeah. So right, that's
And also,
it.
to be fair to her, she does seem to be practicing radical honesty. It doesn't feel like she's lying to us. She's just choosing not to answer certain things.
So the swords actually, or the blades, the hammer, the things, are all able to be given to somebody as a permission. At least to open these doors, potentially not to go start waving around and back and
Mhm.
stabbing people with, and bopping them in the head if it's the hammer.
But if the blades are meant to respond to the will of the wielder, it would make sense, right? That you could.
that actually is. We did think they were far more rigid than that.
It also implies that whoever the wielder of this blade is or was is still able to grant permission for its use.
That
Which
would be
is
so
definitely
fucking
still-
petty, by the way. You see if all 7 can actually technically use that at once. And poor Joyous
No, they're
is
not
just
allowed to use it. No, they are allowed to use it. No, they're not.
He just keeps getting like random static electric shocks. Like, stop it. That's so horrible. Just the notion. Why am I making Joy just get bullied?
So back in
No.
the room.
God.
So what's the next? What's the response to like Joy
Gotta
there?
open the fucking door.
Well, she's offered, like, as I said, she's offered that position of trust. It's like, do something for me. I'll come clean with what you want to know. Like,
I did tell you that we could open the door.
oh yeah, but we've moved on since then, Alex. Yeah, we've had the conversation where
Not much from.
no, but she said, like, you then said, what was your bargain, basically? Like, what's your deal? Literally, what's your deal, right? And she's like, oh, of course. If that's of value, I will trade that. But you just need to do something for me, though, because that's, and you get again, it's the weight of that.
Yeah, because even like Myr'ra doesn't know their grandmother.
Like the full,
Yeah.
the full extent.
And that's only
Yeah.
2 gens. Like Hedera doesn't know the one from her ancestors. Like it seems very much like people don't talk about.
Oh yeah, not at all.
Yeah.
So this is basically.
Who knew
saying
people wouldn't
that-
talk about selling their souls?
Yeah, it's like tell me your deepest darkest secret. Because
Yeah.
I'm not saying Lockhart may be able to use this information as leverage. I'm just saying that Alexander's smart enough to figure out how to.
Also,
use this
like,
leverage.
it's another reason why people aren't going to jump to heresy immediately for the Holy War theory, because, like, common practice is the people giving their souls up to the devils a lot over the years, so it's not quite stopping people going into the cycle, but it's removing themselves from the cycle, which would be considered the same thing in the heresy
But-
column.
At least like the Calderans are like the whole Eve supporters, and it's like, well, they openly support.
Oh yeah,
I
it was just an
I
aside
totally-
anyway, just an
Yeah, yeah.
aside.
But the notion of the Rakashans who are very much of the cycle of life doing something so heretical to their own beliefs, it's like the
Oh yeah,
Calderans are like,
hypocrisy all round.
fuck the sun, fuck the ground, fuck the sun, fuck the ground, we're Eve.
Also, again, like if she's offering us this information, which is very personal and pertinent to her, and again, if we're believing her sort of radical honesty, the answers might be like, it sounds like we also want this door open.
And she is saying that, she's going to do everything in her power, which I imagine physically is not a lot through what I saw, but she probably, I imagine if she had a stat sheet, she would look like Lockhart times 50.
She does seem she gives speaker energy, doesn't she?
She gives very strong speaker.
She went down the
energy.
unnerve your opponent just by seeming incompetent route, though.
Yeah. Like, she probably could tell whatever's in there, oh, this isn't in your best interest, and it would leave her. So I am in the belief that she would, because she's also putting herself on the line, because I could cleave her in half.
Yeah, easily.
I've
Like,
got this on-
you've sized
I
her
could
up.
cleave
It
her in
wouldn't
half.
take much. Like, I mean, Lockhart could probably stab her with a dagger. Like, yeah.
Does she have 20 hit points off you? Oh, I got fireball. Oh no!
Crispy
And also,
joy.
She isn't asking us to give her the sword.
No, she is asking. She's saying, just open that.
The only thing
that-
she's asked is, can you use the thing I know you have to open the door I can't open to get answers we both want? Is the summary of
We
what
don't have
she's...
the answer to that.
Yeah, you do.
Because pride.
We don't know
has
if we can
told
use
her.
it or not.
So, and we also know loud and dim.
That's all I mean. We don't know if we
Mm.
can use it or not. That's what I'm saying.
But I think Pride wants the door opened, so therefore
It's the
anyone
implication, yeah.
can use it to open the door. I feel like
Yes.
it's vague enough.
We are getting divine permission from one of the devils, whomsoever it is, to unlock it.
Hello, this is Dog. They can do it.
We go in and it's like the special unique ending of Silent Hill where it's just the dog with all the operating computers like, hello, nah. Oh, darn it.
So,
We need to open the door. We're ultimately that group that opened the door. We just
the
want to know how
door.
many more questions we ask before we open the door.
I was just trying to think of, is there anything, what can we give her? So
It isn't just opening the door.
there's
Yeah.
one thing that we can give her.
What?
Something that Lockhart would probably be willing, but Riven might be less so.
Which is?
Wounded comrade.
oh,
Oh no.
that is not where I thought you were going with that, but you're just even worse now in my eyes, Lockhart.
What you're doing there is inciting a war, because if she goes and tells the circle that Denk have a fae,
Yeah.
that
The other thing to factor
Also,
is,
we won't have the answers.
if Pride
But
is
also,
possessing
she'll know.
Loudon, Pride knows there's a Fae, because the sword
Yeah.
revealed Chiral in the throne room.
Yeah.
And also she
and Chiral
stabbed
took the
him.
sword.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Heavy steps.
the stabbing certainly, but like,
She
Yeah.
knows we have
I
him.
mean, if necessarily Joy might know that.
Pride will tell Joy what Pride thinks Joy needs to know. So ultimately, Pride needs to do things. What it sounds like to me, at least, is Pride needs to do things that benefits their
Pride might not know
Like-
their condition of Chiral.
I'm pretty sure Pride's probably killed enough Fae to know what doing that with the sword would have done.
Well, Pride has never killed a Fae with the sword.
Not a sword, but
Oh,
probably
that's
saw
okay.
Sloth doing it.
Yeah.
Probably had seen the
Yeah.
ultimate power of it, so
Unless they had a cool
Well-
montage moment where they all, 7 of them, like, chucked the sword
Yes.
mid
I
choreographed
know.
fight.
Ultron.
Yeah.
it's like that scene in Avengers Endgame when Thor and
Yep.
To me!
Yep, yep.
and then I just see them just dun, 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 dun. Like,
We don't have the
fuck
budget
off.
for that, we know that.
So
It also might
be
be
surprised.
that Pride has answered, like, Pride might, as a wielder of a sword, might also have answers of how we fix Chiral.
I was going to say, do we ask about the sword having voices? She doesn't know enough about the swords, and that's fine. Like, the whole thing is nobody should really know, and it's probably above her pay grade. I don't even know if Pride will know that. Like,
That's still what does give me a shadow of concern. The whole us, like that sounds
Mhm.
like key
well, I've
part of it.
and my theory with
My
it, and again,
precious.
with just the way that the Fae are described and how they reproduce and how they can just is that Fae that's in there, and that was the only way to beat them, is like, if you get
Tapping
stuck
on
in
the
your,
swords.
you can multiply infinitely in the sword. You're not fucking getting out though. It's the idea of like, they can only exist in certain places, so if you jam it in the sword, as you say there, like comparing a Pokeball to the gems, it's like, is that just like a fucking warehouse that you're just ramming them all in? And is that all the Fae that it killed? That are all stuck?
Well,
And
I think the way to think about that is, do you feel if that was the case when Falkwin opened his mind to the blade, do you think he would have survived that?
I mean, Aluben did a lot to protect them. She was put out for
Yeah.
days.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
we do not know what Aluben
But
is.
also, we know that souls in general are incredibly powerful. If one singular soul can feed a devil for 50 years,
Oh,
and if
is
that's
that what
just
it
souls
is? It's an
people
all-you-can-eat
who've been
buffet
killed.
that they just hold on to.
yeah,
Infinitely, you know. It's a big kebab that
Yeah.
can never dang, 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 you know.
So
The
what do you
corridor.
say to Joy? Not to bring us back to the room.
Is
What
there
room?
anyone anything that someone has. It's like I don't mind giving them something. I literally can't think of anything they would want.
Well, they haven't
they
really
will.
asked for anything other than can you
Yeah.
open the door, basically.
I am not suggesting this because I don't think we should. We also know where Sloth is.
I did think that as well, yeah.
Yeah.
But we lose Sloth if we do that.
You also have a soul.
Oh, we do. We have a gem.
Oh, do we tell her that? Is that what we tell? That something? It's like we'll give you something that your master will probably be quite interested in, as you know about the Rakishans just turning up. Your gem, all the gems seem to have souls in
No,
them.
I meant more like you could just give her it. That's what I meant.
Well, still, you can still. We need to keep one for Aluben to play with. But that knowledge is power.
I mean, you know where a bunch
That
are,
is-
though, to be fair.
And that would seem to devalue the value of a soul as well if let's give them away.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
I think.
Well, that's already happened, though, hasn't it?
Mhm.
The Rakishan's already done that. Just gave away thousands of them.
thousand.
Also, Sloth kind of identified it immediately.
So Pride
Yeah.
probably could do.
I'm just saying that
Yeah.
it's if Greed is in this city and that many are in the city, they probably already know. Like,
Yeah, Greed's probably. Actually, that's pretty
Yeah.
accurate. Greed's probably got a jewel or two already. Chewing on it.
I think how many people might be like, "Oh, I can give you souls for things, Greed. Definitely, but it's just not my soul." Yeah,
Ash.
I mean,
That
you have seen the
war.
gift levels that you can get out of bargains with devils. So, yeah. And Greed did give out the blood of the Hydra.
Yes.
Yeah. Just saying, there's implications.
How many people died for that one?
Mm.
Here's my soul, and also maybe that Hedera has 19 generations, but the firstborn of all of them die. It's like there you go.
So
I
back,
think my elven blood's rebelling against even the thought of that.
yeah. So anyway, back in the room with Joy.
We need to open the door.
Look at you, like fucking filibustering to try and get to the end of the session.
If I stand
9 hours later.
please let us.
So, Joy, you've said before that you have used the key, or we have said we have what we think might be the key. Can we just give it to you to open the door?
She kind of smiles and goes,
Runs off with that.
"Oh, if that's simpler, sure." Like, she just starts walking a bit closer to the door.
Well, you can tell us how to use it.
Is that more preferential? I thought you had your concerns regarding the use of it. Like, grin the whole time.
We're trying to figure out which one's the more pressing concern.
Well, don't see the downside to either option.
You disappear with the sword.
Sorry, me disappear with the sword. In this building.
Valid point. If she fucks off with the sword, she's gonna get seen straight up.
Yeah, she greets everybody. They'll notice it.
Like, why have you got that? Pride
Also,
isn't
she's
here.
like
Oh.
one of the, like, on the second tier of most important people in the city. Like, yeah.
She'll get annoyed, yeah.
Yeah.
If she's seen wandering around with that, like, and Pride isn't here, would make it look even worse.
Yeah.
That would look really bad.
Ambitious,
would make-
like demons? What? They can't have that. Only devils.
Yeah, that would look bad. That would look really bad. Pride not present, but the sword is. Yeah. No, I get that.
It would give more weight to the idea that Pride is here.
Which then makes them look really bad. It's like, oh, you're just not turning up.
Mm-hmm.
But they can't because
Like you were in the bath, like, while the meeting was going on because you couldn't be fucked.
I'm sorry, I have my yoga routine this month. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
What's the plan, guys?
Yep.
Are we pop the sword out? Are we gonna?
Do you want her to do it? Do you just want to do it?
We're gonna open it.
It's just what session number do we want to open it on? We're gonna hold that off for session 8. Yeah.
Yep.
I know.
I
I am willing to put myself forward to take the sword and open the door. Riven is willing to do it.
I think there's another question to be answered first.
Which is?
If we call an Half-Elven, will she bring us the sword in
Yes.
this room?
yes, I think she
In
will.
this,
She doesn't want it in her garage to be.
No, she. And she's probably kind of curious too.
Also, narrative or mechanically, she doesn't have that much choice.
Yeah.
Like,
Nori can get his cloak back.
Yes.
well, that's I'm quite looking forward to that because
Yep.
You don't need to outrun Ervi. I just need to not be the slowest.
Yeah.
changing my shoes to my trainers.
Like just starts limbering up casually.
Joy has offered protection from the things that Kudra could not be able.
Whatever's in there.
Yeah.
I would
Within
like
her
to
power.
emphasize, whatever is in there, none of us touch a fucking thing.
The Cave of Wonders.
Nori, we've all seen Indiana Jones, the Ark of the Covenant. Just no.
We've had Nori's done really well about vaults.
Yeah.
I believe
Yes.
in Nori.
Yeah. Justice for Nori.
What? I'm just
No
saying.
Sky Jail in about 5 episodes. You've not mentioned it once. I'm doing well here. Come
All
on.
I'm saying is
You've not noticed any of the things he stole.
the chances of there
Exactly.
being things in this room that whisper sweet nothings in your ear and are like, pick me up and caress me, and then all of a sudden you've got frogs crawling out your eyes.
I have a
Like,
bad thought. What if
Oh, no.
Tavistock's in there?
Clutching the candlestick.
Yes.
oh no.
I know.
Free us, me and my friend the candlestick.
Oh, it's been him the whole time.
So she's offered us some protection. That she's also offering us to tell her about her
Her deal with
Which
pride,
is- Yeah.
which is landed her by the looks of things in eternal slavery. As
Oh.
Pride's
And
bitch.
we want one more thing. We want the truth.
Okay, Columbo,
concerning
one more thing.
The Queen.
The truth about
Yeah, we
Loudon,
want the
which
truth
she's saying is
concerning-
in there.
She's saying her
about
answers are in
Loudon,
there.
about Samda,
The-
about why that was done. If they have that information.
yeah, they're saying the information is in the vault, and that
In the
could just be Pride is in the vault, and Pride knows all of those answers.
Or
That's a bit
There's a
of-
book that has all of this.
that would be great.
It's called the Exposition Tome.
An artifact.
But Cascade goals.
It's actually
Go
this
from
particular
there
notebook that's
to
there.
Oh my goodness. Open the door now.
Think how much XP's
We
behind
want
that
those
door.
answers as well.
All those XPs.
I'm basically saying, is her deal
I-
worth it? Like,
I think it would be fascinating information.
I agree.
Nori,
No, I'm all about this.
My
no one
question-
knows these things. They don't know. Nobody
I was
tells
going to say,
anybody.
what other avenue could we go down to get the information that Joy's implying she has about why Pride did that with Loudon and the whole thing of it? It is only the Celestials that we're going to. I'm going to try and keep
Yep.
saying Celestials. The Celestials that we can go to get this information. Sloth doesn't know. Going to Greed, probably an interesting idea. Joy is Pride's right hand person, entity, abomination,
Yeah.
whatever the fuck we're getting to at this point.
Agent.
But
It
if
would
Pride-
also maybe give us information about her in order to then know for sure how much we can trust what she's saying, or like how long she's known. It might give us more like information on what we could then ask her if we know what her deal is.
Ultimately, if we don't open the door, which I'm totally cool with, I doubt she's going to try and stop us. That's fine. Where would we go next?
Yeah, it was more about just trying to ask for something different from her.
Yeah.
But what would you
We're
like
gonna-
from her?
Well, that's what I'm trying to think. How do we get something more?
What else is on our
concrete?
goals list? What else?
Remember,
would you
I
like?
did pin the goals list
Uh-huh.
in the chat for this very reason. So if you go to
We
the
don't.
Demon Blade,
I-
we're pinned.
I don't know if she'd think of anything, know
Good.
anything to help Cairo.
So back to
I
Cascade
doubt that.
goals. I made a whole channel for it.
I
It
don't
wasn't.
think we should even bring that up.
Do not bring up the ultimate enemy.
So the goals as standard are deal with the second blade, try and help Chiral, keep things quiet regarding Vermi until all can be explained, eat the rich, learn about Sam's death, what happened to Master Amblin, visit the moon, Rakish and Gem Gifts gave a blue one to the Arcanatrix, that technically needs updated, learn more about Brandon L, the first blade, Sir Ethane, so many question marks, get Aliben, Rakish and Gem to study, look into the Ferrin around Cascade City. So yeah.
I've just realised that's the spelling of Ali Ben, and I've definitely been writing it as if she's a dish at an Indian restaurant.
Okay.
The only other thing we could ask for potentially would be a guarantee of like Vermi and the people around her's safety. That would be
I think it just depends
Sort
how
of
much you think she can stop
joy.
whatever you
yeah,
worry
she's-
about. Keep in mind, there's no actual
Yeah,
threat yet. It's just a potential
Yes.
threat.
yeah,
So it's what do you think Joy can stop that you can't?
yeah. Because it sounds like she's not
She's
going to be able
not
to stop.
She's not telling
physical.
Pride to do anything. Pride's telling
Yeah.
her to do things. So this is still just somebody's agent who, again, I am convinced is very much stuck here.
And
Potentially forever.
thought she was a liability. Feel like Pride's just gonna let Joy loose.
Well, I don't know how.
Hasn't in 900 years though.
I was going to say how much, how binding are these contracts between the devils?
I will also
and
say,
their-
like, obviously Pride attending those meetings was not 900 years long, if that makes
Yes.
sense for obvious reasons. But yeah, it hasn't been. It's not shy of 800 years though, right? Like,
Yeah.
Mhm.
yeah. So Joy is definitely old, but probably wasn't at the Fey War.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, certainly, like,
Doesn't mean
I
she was an
wonder
early
how-
human.
yes, that these deals, how much they protect both parties. Like, is there
I
clauses?
suppose
in
that
it
depends on the
basically
deal
says-
you make, right? Some people might make really
Uh-huh.
bad deals, and maybe that's why we end up with a lot of foul gain.
Foul game.
the foul gain. But in the case of Joy, like, could Pride just cut her loose? It's like, well, is that in the contract?
Hmm.
Did she actually fail her contract for you to be allowed to do that? Because I imagine they honour their contracts probably quite heavily, because as soon as they don't, the whole system collapses. So I don't imagine Joy's got this far without being smart.
Oh, I think that's the takeaway from this is Joy knows how to get what they want.
And Joy knows how to survive.
Yeah.
As the agent of one of the 5 blades, who probably puts a lot of pressure on her.
Yeah.
And, like, I'm sure that if Pride felt Joy put one toe out of line, would do something, but contractually she evidently hasn't. So 900 years staying within your contract through all of the events you've went through, that's impressive. And also probably made her a bit demented.
And keeping a smile on your
Evidently.
face through it all is probably, yeah, it's quite tough. So anyway, back in the room. The 19th player agency
We
moment.
need a counter. We need a counter in the bottom right of the corner of how many times you
No,
need to
I just
say
need to
that.
make it a channel goal, so you just have to pay for them. That's what I need to start doing.
Yeah.
Take them away.
It's good chat though. Like, that's why I don't mind these types of asides, because I think it is important as players to assess the landscape of the game. Like, that's always fun to do, so that people feel like their characters can decide if they would feel that way or not in the moment. So yes, anyway, in the room with Joy. Joy's looking eager. She's walked over to the door. Yeah, Nori.
Ultimately, Nori is feeling that we are in dangerous territory. We've already had the opportunity to make a deal with a Celestial, and I refused point blank. I'm the same here. I
Do you
don't
mean
want
a Fae?
anything from what's going on. Well, a Fae, sorry.
Okay, that's okay.
Yes. I would still be, as an Elven, I still wouldn't want anything personal, shall we say, from this deal. You know what I mean? There's nothing I want. My mind is protecting the realm, protecting the people around about us. It's nothing personal I want from this. So I will roll that out now. If anybody wants to ask anything for themselves, that's. But Nori, if we're opening this door, is now ready to open the door to ask Alaben to bring the sword forward and just bite the bullet and see what happens while I'm standing next to the door with my cloak pulled up.
Well, I take the appropriate amount of time to fix the cloak on me, and
I'm ready to run.
So who's stepping up? What's the ask? What's the give?
Then I think sort of Lockheart will be getting probably a little bit closer to Joy. So he could open the door. Will tell us the nature of your bargain.
Oh, no. We could, if we're all agreed, I'll tell you first, if it makes you more relaxed about the whole thing.
We can commit to that.
I would expect so. Big smile, obviously.
Uh-huh.
Kind of like looks at, is that the agreement?
You're telling us the information on Loudon is inside and you cannot give us more than what you have.
If I could alleviate your distress, Riven, I would be elated at the thought that I could help you in such a way. Again, way too friendly for somebody you met today.
But in other words, she knows nothing more about Loudon than what she said.
She definitely knew a lot, though, didn't she?
Yes. But the other answers are in the vault. Right. All we can take is the deal. The deal is, it's power.
I mean, you're literally making a deal with a demon now.
And I do think as soon as we open the door, chance of us being able to hold on to the sword afterward.
So skeptical.
But again,
Or me.
Or if it was
making
Master
assumptions.
Amblin in there, back from his trip from the moon.
Well,
Yeah, he's got moon powers.
well, there's
Yeah.
another parent. This is his dwelling.
It's a mild gamble, but I think getting a full read on Joy, and as you say, getting...
Joyce seems quite eager to work with you guys. Like,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And she has promised
Because
us.
they need their boss back.
She's under a lot of
Yeah.
pressure from something that could probably just make her life very, very unpleasant.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think we go forward.
I think it's one of the only concrete things we get out of this that will give us a bit of something to work with.
Also gives us an idea of what deals people make with pride.
Mm-hmm.
Like what does pride value?
yeah. The,
and if the answers do come out here, then we'll have some closure and some things as well.
oh yeah,
Exactly.
definitely. So she looks at everybody quite eagerly. And she's like, so is this something that we're doing then? Yes? All
Looks
friends
like-
together. And she puts her hand in.
We have a deal. And
Do we all put our
we'll
hands
probably
up?
go to try and shake her hand.
So she's doing the all hands in kind of body language.
We'll clasp over it.
Okay, if Lockheart does it, we're all joined.
Yep. Everybody else? And keep in mind, Nori, nothing personal for you has been offered in the deal. It is just, the deal is, she'll say up front what it is if you then open the door. That's what the deal is. There was no, like, contractual trickery or anything. It's quite basic.
I have already made an oath with a. Which she's considered a devil, not a devil. Sorry, she's
Demon.
considered a. Joy, what is she? She's a foul.
You're trying to work that out.
I'm assuming she's first gen. Because she said she's making a joke. So whatever that is.
That would be Barlen if she was first gen.
Barlen. Yeah. I have, while I have never made an agreement with a Barlen, I have made an oath with a benefactory of one. So I feel that might not work. And I'm going to keep my hands at my
She kind of like
but I am
raises an eyebrow while still smiling and goes, I don't think any conflicts of interest would arise from a deal with myself, but if you're that concerned, how would you possibly be able to open the door for me? Like, still smiling pleasantly and stuff, just highlighting you shouldn't be that concerned. Like,
will open the door for you.
then we're all in this together. She gestures again to the fact that just like
Want to touch you unsettle me. I'm keeping my hands to myself, but you have my oath.
because it's okay. You wouldn't technically be touching me. You've got like Lockhart and then Myr'ra.
I've seen enough how magic works. Okay, I've met a celestial that came down from the sky. It's not fun. No, I'm scared.
All Celestials come down from the sky. But by the by,
That is an interesting statement. All the celestials come down from the sky.
that's what she says.
Mhm.
And she like very
least I
eagerly like
know.
gesturing, like undulating the pile of hands, temptingly.
I'll put my hand on top.
And obviously then Falkwin happily agrees. Full agency to Sean. Falkwin happily agrees. Nothing personal from him has been given up, so yeah. Only one to go. She smiles at Nori.
I put my hand in, touch on top of Falkwin's, and then move my hand straight back out again very, very quickly, as reluctantly as.
And she says, "Oh, I couldn't.
And I make
I
it seem
couldn't
very
quite
reluctant.
finish the agreement. You'll need to give me
Are
maybe
you casting
10
magic
seconds
on
or
us?
so." Well, it's a very baseline agreement of order of sequence and blah 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 blah. She like says very pleasantly and very quickly. Basically, she's saying, "I'm not just gonna tell you everything and then you just could walk away. Like, I'm willing to go first, but you will be agreed. Like, you're bound to do the thing you asked. If I do my bit, you have to do your bit."
Right. Okay, that's fine. Then I'm.
As I said, there is no like contractual trickery.
She is honest.
Like as doing that, Lockhart fish around, pull out like maybe he will keep his like left hand in the pile, like right hand bring up his paper, like the contract on the agreement signed.
Like Riven turns a little bit, so you've got her back.
Yeah.
Like there you go.
And then like okay, Dourf. You have your ways. We have our own ways of agreements. Would you like to?
And she like takes it and goes, sure.
And Lockhart will turn around so you can do it on.
Yep. So like, she kind of
Just a tangle of limbs.
and, like tries to like write, and she like switches the hands out of the pile.
Does she write joy in English, or does she write it in Calderan?
It's neither. It's night script.
Oh.
Yeah.
So
And I don't think any of you speak night script from the first
Where
story arc.
would we know where?
You can recognize it.
Nightscript- Where does it come from?
It's the followers of the Church of Eve.
Right. Okay. So like the Church of Eve has their own script
Yeah.
beyond just Calderan.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
Okay.
Because
So
it's
that's
not just.
Keep in mind,
Like
Calderan is
Church.
mostly bastardized human.
yeah.
So
So would you say this is the language that's most commonly written or spoken in Sin?
probably, but
Right. Okay.
for the most part, keep in mind that everybody there except the devils was probably human at one point.
Right. Okay. But it's just that's their native tongue.
I mean, it's an official language. Let's put it that way. It's a formal language.
Right. Cool.
So
That's
yes,
actually
yeah.
really good. She
And
writes
again,
joy
it just
in-
ties back to the first story arc in the Night Church and stuff. I can't remember what was written in Night Script, though. I don't remember that far back, but something was, and you went to read it. I just don't actually remember specifically what it is. I knew that was a conversation we had way back when.
I think Riven just looks at it and goes, "I would like to see my name written in such a style."
She flips the contract over, still writing on his back, and writes your name.
Not as jaggy as I thought it would be. Okay.
And then obviously hands the piece of paper back to Lockheart.
I am going to take a mental note of that, so if I ever see my fucking name written anywhere, I'm going to clock it.
And Lockhart doing pretty much the same, just with joy.
Mm-hmm.
And what we are taking her word is joy, or her name, whatever she goes by.
Her signature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just a smiley face, but in night script emojis. So, Nori, do you put your hand back in for a long enough period of time for her to complete the ritual?
Yes, I do. Very, very, very reluctantly. Can I add another very in there?
Yes, of course you can.
Very?
Do you know what? I'm going to give you 2 free varies to add in as well.
You know what? Chris, don't worry if she misbehaves. I will cleave her in twain once I've opened the door, because then the contract's complete.
Yeah, we don't want to risk those contracts not completing, because we still don't know what. Yeah.
I'll open the door and then I'll cut her in half.
So we've got everyone's hand in the pile. She then like holds her other hand above, almost like puppety esque movements, as like kind of gossamer threads of like white energy like spiral around all the hands, and then she just like twists it all, and then it all just like kind of vanishes into like mist. And she goes, "Good, we're all friends now." Just big smiles. And then she does very comically like lift her hand up like, "Way!" Looking for like a similar reaction. Everyone's like mouth like, "What the fuck?"
I think every existence is suffering, and I hope you're going to tell me otherwise.
She smiles. "Oh, not at all." And then she like walks over to like the space again, and she goes, "So, gather round." Yeah, and everybody like assembles closer to the door, obviously, and she goes, "So you want to know the so yes, I am a first generation demon. We don't really like those terms, but yes, I was."
Is there a preferred term?
Calderan, of course.
But to denote where you sit in your lineage.
How would that change your views of me? Big smile.
I understand it is a hierarchy thing. For a lesser Helborn versus a
some of us value it more than others, but I don't think that was part of the deal. She smiles. And she says, "Yes, so I'm a first generation, which makes me a Barlen. And yes, my deal has kept me very happy all these years. It has been some number of years. But yes, I bargained for my eternal happiness." And just smiles. "So, Riven, I love what I do."
You didn't fucking think those words through, did you?
"What are you implying?" She smiles pleasantly.
Oh,
"Because of course she does."
yeah.
There's like Riven feels unbelievable pity in this moment. Like I can't even ask if you want me to kill you, because you'll say no, because you think you want to
She's
live.
loving life.
Yeah.
But it's so artificial.
Now all those roles to try and work out what she was like make more sense now.
Because
Well, most of
is
them.
the truth, but it isn't. Oh god.
Okay.
Was it worth it? I hope so.
What was the cost? Apart from all?
Oh, standard costs, yes, for everyone. The soul, of course. I wasn't doing much with it. She smiles.
Your assistance to Pride.
Oh, we've all got to make ourselves useful somewhere, right? I can't think where else I'd like to be.
I think you would find joy in anything and anywhere.
Do you know, you might be right. Especially if I were there. What are you suggesting? Are you looking to hire someone of my skills? You seem to be well equipped, gesturing to both Falkwin at one side of you and Lockhart at the other.
Perhaps no talents. If you are eternal, you could gain many talents.
She kind of like thinks so and goes, "Oh, not too sure about that. I'm happy where I am." Smiles.
But as I said, you would be happy wherever you go. In
Well,
a simple little garden
She
growing
smiles and goes,
flowers.
"Well, that's yet to be seen. Better the devil you know." Title of session.
Fucking hell. Pride's an absolute asshole.
Yeah, add that to the fucking pile.
Yeah.
A devil!
Yeah.
It comes with the territory, does it know?
Myr'ra's gran seems to be doing fucking fine.
That's what you want you to think.
Never. I think envy might have something to do with that.
He's fine. Oh,
Totally fine.
Gotta take pride in your
Calling
work.
forth Half-Elven.
So it's not a case of calling forth Half-Elven, it is Falkwin has access to that magic, right? Like that's very separate, the two of them. They have this weird symbiotic relationship and he does kind of have a lot of the influence over it. She can drag her heels, but there's a lot she can't stop if she's opened certain doors. It's very vague. He's still learning all of it. But basically, Falkwin has full agency to pull the sword out, hence why he was able to put it in. And her, when she woke up, be like, by the way, what
the fuck is this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, there. Oh.
So yes, if you want Falkwin to bring the sword forward, he can. Who's he giving it to? Is it Riven?
And the cloak.
I'll take-
But the sword is wrapped in the cloak. It comes with a
And
package.
cloak.
Very, 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 very.
Give it to Nori. And very. I think it's probably the first time Riven isn't totally terrified of it at the notion that she's just in joy right now, and really looks at the craftsmanship of
The
it.
craftsman shaft of the ship of the
It's the first
shaft.
time you've
Yeah,
actually
what
held
the
it.
Yeah.
Anyway, with my abilities as a master of weaponry, any idea how this was forged? Be it the metal, be it the forging techniques,
So
any jewels in it, anything.
So you would know a lot just by looking at it generally, right? This was maybe the closest you've properly got to a blade of the 5, but you can also roll on that. Do you have any skills that relate to your weaponry stuff? Like, is there anything that came from like your?
I have. Where are you? I am a weapon crafter and a weapon crafter, which is the.
Oh yeah, so you could be trained in this role as well then.
And it's specifically swords. It's specifically swords that I'm in. So that's just a special ability I have. So
No, it says you are trained in crafting tasks, and you know, I'm happy for this to be like a knowledge of, like, related to. So it says, what was it? Forging swords and sharpening blades and sword enabler. So it's a tiny bit of a stretch in terms of a knowledgey thing, but you're looking at it from a forging point of view.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. I'm not trying to figure out how it magically does what it does. I want to understand the base of, like, did they use iron? Did they use a particular special steel? Did they work it under extreme heat then ice? Like, you want to figure out how the fuck these are made on a smithy level, effectively. I don't think I have anything that would roll with that. No, so it would just be intellect, I'm guessing.
Well, it'd be intellect, but you're trained in it, remember?
Okay, so
This reminds me of the time.
so difficulty unknown, effort. I don't add effort, do I? It's an asset I get.
We can say it's an asset you get for this because it's technically the equivalent of, right?
And what I will do is I will put
This is not a
one
physical
effort
task.
in. One asset. No cost. Go.
Okay, so we got what? So it's a 14. It goes technically up by 2. So what's that? 20 you rolled?
I think so, yeah.
If I've done the math correctly there. So that beats a difficulty 6. So you looking at this blade, this doesn't look like it was forged. You have no way of working out how anyone could have produced this through any method of forging you are aware of, or even read about.
It's almost like it's just came into existence.
I mean, it's here. and things can be magicked in, but it's, I don't know, there's a weight to it, like a gravitas, a tangibility that things that are just summoned don't have.
Yeah. And no idea of the metal.
So the other thing that kind of, it to expand on the statement I just made, it has a weird permanence about it. The more you're like observing it and like trying to understand it.
Like it was always there.
No,
Okay.
like it couldn't not have been there, if that makes sense. Like I know it sounds similar, but it's really not similar.
Okay.
So while
Is it like
it would be closer to say it's antithetical to what you know of the Fae, which can be anything. This couldn't be anything but what it is.
Right. It's the antithesis of the Fae. It is the polar opposite.
Okay.
She's in awe of it, certainly. Not expecting to be confused
It
about.
also gives you the heebie-jeebies though, because it is also got a weird vibe to it beyond that. But,
it's just I find the little dial on it that says creepy GB settings and I turned it down.
Oh, you change it from red to blue? Yeah. The light.
RGB. You like my sword? It has RGB settings. Get good, scrub. God. We meet that wielder of the blade, whoever one that is, just kill immediately. Everyone kills them. It's like, no, a Chad has gained the blade. And I will.
Oh, Chad Caster from the last session, remember?
Chad Caster has the blade.
The warlock from the Arcanatrix, Chad.
Yeah. And I will look to Joyous if what I do.
So, as soon as the blade is produced by Falkwin, and it like makes, and then you unwrap it, and then like you lift the blade out of the cloak, and very quickly the cloak is swiped from Falkwin's hands by Nori.
I just imagine him appearing up
Yeah.
under it, like the cloak just goes out and his head's in it, like it's fine.
Yep.
It just goes away.
So yes, you can add the cloak back to your inventory, Nori, and obviously you like take a moment to like observe the blade and get those vibes from it, and yeah, as you do that, the floor in front of Joy moves to the point where there is a slot for that to go in.
Like stab down into, yeah.
Yes, and there's also one in the center of the room.
Not that one. Point to the one in the
Well,
center.
the one in front of Joy is like very much a case of this one.
That bad?
No. That needs the others.
Oh, that opens all. Right.
No.
No. Close them all?
That doesn't. Those ones aren't connected.
So what does the middle one do if you put all of them in? And I am walking like towards the thing as if I'm in the preparation, but I'm just confused.
No, that one opens the shared vault.
There's some interesting shit in there, and I just
She like casually smiles. Oh yes, all the things far too dangerous for any one of them to be in charge of.
open that one?
How many of the things down there talk back? I say as I'm slotting the sword
She goes,
into place.
oh no, I have never seen it opened.
That's terrifying. Swords in. And I let it go.
So like sword thunk in, and
I turn it.
like at that point, once the sword's in, it doesn't look like there was ever a seam.
It is just the part of the floor.
So it's still like stuck up quite a bit because it's quite a big sword, as we said. Like most of the swords are generally you could two-hand them if you wanted to, but they are also like generally designed to be one-handed. And yeah, like the entire like I guess flat part within the arc just starts to dissipate.
Or do I have to just pull it out right now because I've technically done it? Just like,
You can't.
I don't think we could.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
It's just even if you like
But there's-
tried like gently to see if you could lift it a little bit, like it seems like while this seems to be going on, there's no way to remove that sword at the moment. No. Joy looks positively excitable about this, going, "Oh, excellent, good." And then
And the sword felt fine using it. Just felt like a heavy, weird weapon. I
It
didn't
did.
get any bad vibes.
It didn't
I was getting
feel.
some unpleasant vibes.
It didn't feel that heavy.
Really?
It looks like it should probably weigh 3 times the weight it does, but yeah.
Yeah.
Like, as I said, it doesn't really make much sense to how you understand how weapons work, quite frankly.
It's a shit hollow.
So,
What the fuck?
sword in, door starts to like, again, it's like turning into like almost shadows or smoke or like I guess like thick smog with glitter in it, right? Like it's
Particle effects.
yeah, like so as I said, very much like a TV staticky, glittery cloud. As the solid surface becomes more like gaseous, I guess, and all this
Time before TV went 24 hours.
Yeah, exactly. And it opens, and then inside there's obviously as it comes into focus, as the kind of smoke dissipates fully, you can see massive room inside, massive room, various like things, random assortment of stuff in this vault, and in the very center, a chair with someone sat with their legs crossed, leaning on their fist, tapping the arm of the chair with like their long nails, and I'll put them in the NPC chat, shall I?
You're a bitch. You're a bitch, and we hate you.
Michelle Gomez
What
playing
good. That's
Pride. And just sat there with a similar expression going, "What the hell took you so long?" And that's where we end the session.
It's cool, guys. I'm immediately going to close the door. And we're running. I know that she's hot as fuck, but we must not. No thoughts. No thoughts head empty. We must have no thoughts head empty right now. It is the only way we survive.
Yeah.
So she
Yeah.
did lock herself in there to keep herself safe.
Who knows such things? And next week, hopefully, we'll reveal. So let's name the session.
I loved it at the start. I'm sticking with it.
Chuck it into the demon blade.
Just staring.
It's already there. It's already there. Does he live in a dwelling?
I'm gonna put my.
But I will put one in myself.
I do like the devil we know, given the implications.
Have we not had that one before? Or?
I don't know. Let me have a look. I'll check.
I don't know whether in this or something else.
In honor of our returning one, mine is.
It does sound like there's a coup happening in that one, though, doesn't it? Like Lockhart to the throne.
Lockhart to the.
I also feel like you maybe want to like save the dwelling one for the one you.
When he
Yeah, like when you want to actually specifically involve him.
Yeah.
I didn't spell that right. Lockhart to the vault.
Where is my cascade?
Because he
kit
did go
manager?
to the vault. But we also got the lock to the vault.
So, at the Devil's Table is last session's title, so we've not used the Devil we know, and there's been no mention of the Devil previous to that. While you're thinking, I may as well just go through the session titles to pad time. So, back in first story arc we had It's Good Practice. Then we had Musings and Mausoleums. And then we had Thanks for the Memories, and then Grief's Gift. And then for the second story arc, we had The Lion Sleeps Tonight, Lions and Werebirds and Fae Oh No. We had That Which Is Below, so ominous. We had The 11th Man, that was amazing. The Lion's Share and Pride's Fall. And then for this one we've had Crouching Moron, Hidden Badass. I've been slimed. Bird Up. At the Devil's Table.
There's a different vibe.
You have
to
such a different vibe.
titles.
We've definitely got comfy as a group.
What is the name of the Jim Carrey movie? It's Eternal Sunshine of
On a Spotless Mind.
Spotless.
Yeah.
On a Spotless Mind.
Yeah.
So we've got Does he live in a dwelling? Who needs straight roads? The devil we know. Lockhart to the vault. Down from the sky. Friends with joy. Eternal joy. Pride's cupboard. Joy sticks to the plan. Eternal joy of a spotless mind. And joyous reunion. Some good ones. Some damn good ones. So do the voting. Obviously the last person to vote is usually a decider, so get your votes in quick.
Vote quickly.
Did it.
That's always my tactic. Vote immediately.
Well.
Nice. Who are we waiting on? And why is it Nori?
Me as usual.
That's okay. That makes it easy for me. A joyous reunion. Perfect. Excellent. So, let us do wrap-up chat. Or would you like to... Because I feel at some point we really should be catching up on goals when we review it, because obviously me looking back at the goals list, there was some changes we had to do already. So when would you like the goals conversation to happen as a group? When makes sense? Because normally for a wrap-up, like the end of a session, we do naming, wrap-up chat, awarding the XP for the player award, if you will. So do you just want to do goals before we jump to that, after we make the title? Or do you want to do goals after a wrap-up chat? What's the vibe? Recap what we've done, then do goals? Just for when we pop that in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll do wrap-up chat then, and we'll then speak about the goals, and then we can do the player award as the very last step. I think that's probably the best thing to do, but I think the wrap-up chat helps frame what you have done as well. So, I mean, in no particular order, Nori?
I'm glad to be back, first of all.
Yes.
That week off kind of...
2 weeks off.
Yeah. Strange. Weeks off, I know. This week's session, at least we're seeing... There seems to be progression. Although the use of the sword as a key never occurred to me in the slightest. Today, we went up to a calendar for a little break. And I don't know if you've ever been up there, but they've got an old toy museum. Some of the old dolls in there would be joy. You know what I mean? They're sitting in this little dark room, just permanent smile on their face. As scary as... You wouldn't want to walk through this place at night with a torch.
No.
Some eyes would be glowing back at you with a smile on its face.
Nah, they wouldn't be where
to
they
me
should
is what
be.
I'm seeing joy. No,
Pulling up the
exactly.
walls.
Exactly.
I'm glad you liked
although
joy.
Joy maybe isn't.
I feel so...
No, I'm going to be having... It's one of those things. We all probably know somebody whose smile just never reaches their eyes because they are dead inside. That's joy. You know what I mean? We've all been in that company. Yeah. Anyway, moving on quickly. As you sound about my friends. But yeah, another good session. We're moving along. Good to have us almost back as a complete team.
Yeah.
We seem to have lacked that in this session. It's great. Yeah. Brilliant. But we are moving along. We might get some of the answers we're looking for in the next session.
Yeah.
Some of the long-standing questions, shall we say.
At least long-sitting, if they've been in that vault for a while. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, good. I'm glad. And yes, I agree totally. Like being back after like 2 weeks that we didn't get to run, it's always nice getting back into it. And Lockhart, welcome back.
It's far too much progress, so I had to come back and slow everything down and get back to a reasonable manner. Yeah, it's to meet and say a kind of long-term goal had been to like try and getting up to this kind of personal secretary to the monarch, or like imperial secretary, that sort of stuff. It feels like with all of this is going on, it kind of has pushed Lockhart into that by default because of familiarity with Vermi. So it's like, made that quicker than we expected. But I do like the kind of long-term, wider stuff with Vermi and the other advisors, and trying to get that sort of
making the enemies you've made on the way, like, yeah.
the real friends were the real treasure was the enemies we made along the way. And obviously Joy is slave squared. He has the soul and their emotions, their feelings. It's like, but
They seem happy with it.
exactly. I mean, it's kind of awesome. She's like, all right, there's Pride. What else you got in that vault? And definitely be like, Vermi, do you want to just have a look in your vault? Just, just check. People might not have told you have one. Just in case. Good for you to know what you want. Or what.
Or what Pride stole from Loudon because he had their sword.
No,
sorry.
Pride never had their sword, right?
Exactly. Well, Pride got the sword into the castle vault.
Yeah.
Probably other than that, there's nothing.
Of course, yes, of course.
But that vault didn't need the sword to open it.
Yeah. And I said it was the intent that Pride wanted to be freed, therefore using the sword in that manner.
I would say the way Pride greeted you all there is probably testament to the what the hell took you all so long.
So, like, as soon as we got there and it was vault, I was like, yeah, Pride's in there. You almost got me convinced the other way with the us, free us.
I think Nori was in that path as well briefly, yeah.
Yeah, but Riven did bring it back round with the idea of it being the Fae, which I think had been discussed before, but then got it. As soon as that door opens, we're losing this sword. So what else can we get? Can't just put loads of like jam on the sword handle.
Itching powder.
Yeah. So, see how we'll try and talk ourselves out of this mess next time.
Yeah, I wonder who's going to have to do all that. Lockhart, eh?
Yeah, Falkwin's going to really like Viktor.
Just means you can't not turn up and throw him under the bus for that. Good. Yeah, definitely nice to have Lockhart back, and full political swing seemed quite well timed for you to come back narratively as well. So worked very, very well. Thank you. Any other thoughts? Thank you. Riven.
The bitch has been sitting in her seat for many moons. She's now got no snacks.
Nope.
She's probably very hangry.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to just emphasize right now, we're dealing with a hangry devil. This is worse than a Pomeranian that's been shaken in a box. we are in the most immense of dangers. No, I knew she was in there. If she was going to be corporeally or
well, it was your little moment earlier when you're like, wait a minute. What if?
I was going to astral project myself for ages. For no fucking known amount of time, and I wanted to keep myself safe. I put myself in a vault that only I could open. Also, as a testament to how long Pride can go without eating, because if she never went to the vault with the blade, because that would have given her the fuck away. How many years was she Loudon? So, like, either she gorged herself to fuck before she committed to this. Like, I'm going to eat till I feel sick and then I'm going in. Or she can just last that long. But yeah, I don't imagine she's the most comfortable. She seems highly bored. She didn't even take a crossword puzzle in with her or anything. Stupid woman. Stupid. Nice to see the Rakishans get told to shut the fuck up. I think everyone needs to tell them that a bit more often. I like the fact we've got to the end and we've forgotten about the beginning where the bullshit emperor, sorcerer, lich, devil, satan, badman, skeleton.
That was at the beginning.
In the beginning, fucking Skeletor in his own castle, Grayskull, and the ass end of fucking nowhere, who just manages to blind one of the most magically powerful, inclined people in existence to just be like, "Don't watch me shower." Both your eyes. Like, what the fuck?
It's totally fine.
So yeah, that's now a thing that is minorly concerning. And his whole Ivelin's vibrating with magic. Oh, that's great. It's gonna grow legs and crawl over here probably. I'm like, brah, no. The water skater like, yay, yay. Spin it really fast. But yeah, we learned quite a lot world-wise. I think we got a real impression of how we're attacking on a lot of fronts now as well. Hedera's a way to talk to Greed. We have Talanis talking to Vermi, who's hopefully going to get her uncle involved, and we're probably going to start getting the elves involved with something. Is it White Storm? I keep forgetting his name.
Oh, Snowstorm.
Snowstorm, thank you.
Yep.
So hopefully going to just get a lot of people kind of together on this, just in case it is an issue, and also just in case the Arcanatrix figure it out first. We don't have the speaker going off like a cheap firework over heresy. That could be really, really, really not pleasant. So I think on a lot of fronts we're quelling some fires that might be waiting to start. We're just sitting there with the hose aiming at them, going, "Don't fucking care." None of your nonsense.
Yeah, you're in quite a good position, being able to like see a lot of the stuff. Like you're on top of the hill, right, looking at what's on the other side now, rather than the climb up the hill for a lot of it. Obviously, there's still a lot of mysteries you still want to unlock, but yeah.
Yeah, it's like there's things under the hills. The problem, and they're crawling up the way. It's like Tremors. But certainly, also, I do think we learned a lot of that deal with Joy. That who goes to somebody to say, "I want eternal happiness," apart from someone who really isn't happy?
Yeah.
Like someone who's probably got a lot of real issues, and then is made a parody. Because it's not real joy. It's a parody of joy. And that's disgusting behavior, to be honest. It's really like but it's that kind of genie Jin thing of you got exactly what you asked for. And it's like, well, you don't need to do that. You know, you could have interpreted their wish the way you know that they meant it.
Yeah, and saying like to be eternally happy is quite charged, isn't it?
Yes, like I want to be eternally full of joy, and it's like, again, as I said, a certain person's asking for that, and to turn them into a kind of horrendous joke, and then manipulate it to be like, oh, you'll be joyous in your eternal service to me, because I know you'll never get bored of it, because you'll always be happy with it.
Yeah,
like
job satisfaction guaranteed.
Pure manipulation from the start. Pride's
never want to pay a rise because you're always happy.
Yeah, never. You have an employee that wants for nothing because they're always happy with the lot that they're given, and if you give them more, they're no happy and they're no worse. You take off them, they're no happier or worse. Like it's very toxic.
Definitely sheds light on a lot of their responses to you guys as well throughout the interactions with her, being like, "Oh, that's why they said everything they said." Like, "Oh, it wouldn't bother me either way."
It's sad. I don't want to add another goal on, but get joy out of that would be one of them. But for all I know, she's eternal. So if we take that off her, she immediately just turns to dust because she's 900 years old. Like, oh well, shit. We are making a lot of headway. The only one that we all knew we were going to struggle with is Cairo, because it's hard to bring it up. We are in front of the one person who does know about him, though. Like, we don't need to bright and say, "Oh, do you know about this?" She knows. She lost the fight because of him.
Yeah. I wonder how bitter she is about that still.
Yeah. So there's some things we hopefully will maybe be able to do. I genuinely don't know who we go to about him. I really think if we can get ourselves in a good enough place with enough people, we could convince them as a group that look, we've done all this, we are working this hard, we're trying to keep everyone good. We have one friend that we're asking you all to unanimously go with together. And I do think being transparent with them, with what he told us about being locked away, that he did the silver thing, because there's a high chance the gold leaf elf knows about it. But like, he says he brought silver into the world. She might have been there when that event occurred. Like, oh yeah, just like one day it was here, and like that was him, and the Fae really didn't appreciate that. So like, we might have more feet in the door than we think. It's just we have a volatile, as I said, a volatile, hangry Pomeranian lady in front of us who's been in a box with no external stimulation.
Weirdly though, Nat, what do you have in your possession that might alleviate a lot of that?
Well, we promised that Ben could have it. Are we going to just be like, do you want the candy? Do you want the candy? You could behave, Set.
The clicker.
Okay, you go. Fucking just rip my arm off for it. Undoubtedly. Also, I don't think I can pull the sword out now. I don't think any of us could, because she's going to have taken away the acceptance for us to touch it. We don't have permission.
Well, it's not only that though. The door's open.
Yeah, but it's open and I could pull it out and then it just shuts on it. It's like an elevator door, just wrong floor. Thank you so much for running. Absolutely fantastic. Again, it's great to have Lockheart back in his clever ways of words. Very good to see him figure out joy. Even with the question, it was just like, oh wait, you have to be really literal with her because she don't get. She's compelled to be a certain way. Nori, I totally understand your apprehension, but the deal's over. We did it. That's no longer done. But
it's still early.
It's done. It's fine. I kept the deal. We did it. And again, it was such a brilliant moment just with Hannah, just with like, shit, we can't use the sword. We're not allowed to. Because if we hadn't, I think we would have picked up and went.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how that was going to play out because I was waiting for the next session. You guys are going, wait, why didn't one of us die? Like,
why didn't one of us explode? As always, thank you so much for running. It is always a lot of fun. Thank you again, and it's great to be with you guys. Looking forward to hopefully having a full party next week.
Here's hoping.
To definitely not try to figure out a way out of this scenario.
It'll be fine. Not that complicated. Totally fine.
Diplomatically.
Remember, like, Joy did say they would do everything in their power to ensure your safety. So, you've got that.
We do have Joy. And we did.
Yeah.
I imagine there was a high chance that Pride probably could hear us through that door, and did hear me say then, I think Pride's in there. And I still unlocked the door. So
you can imagine all the faces Michelle Gomez would be pulling on that chair, been like, hurry the fuck up.
You can let me out. Also shows that at least to my, that shows that those vaults aren't completely magic proof because she was communicating with Joy through them. Yeah. Might have been like really bad static walkie noises, but, you know,
just like tapping.
If she was doing the sort of astral projecting through it as well.
Yeah.
So those aren't. I'm just saying for perhaps someone wanted to look at some nice shiny objects for a particular half-elven infiltrator for us for future times. Does mean we can look in there potentially.
Yeah. But maybe that's why then they have the combined one for the bigger stuff. That
yeah, that one you might not be able to scry into, but the other one might be a possibility.
Have you ever noticed that Nori only suggests stealing from mortals?
Problems with a finite lifespan to hold a grudge, you mean?
Not celestial. Exactly.
Did you have fun, Fury? Yes, it was very good.
Adorable. That everything,
Thanks again.
my dear?
Yeah.
Excellent. And Myr'ra.
Oh, so many things.
I love that noise. You make it every time.
There's always so many things to think about.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I am very excited for whatever happens next. Yeah. What would happen if a Helborn signed a deal? Would it like split the family life? It's such a fun way to.
Would you ask them to end your curse?
It's not their curse to end.
Also,
Yeah,
keep in mind though that
that's quite
like
enjoy it.
Myr'ra has their own soul. It's it's essentially the makeup of the person that's
First gen.
changed. So yeah, the first gen loses the soul. Anyone born from them is just tainted by that. Yeah.
So what would happen if you had a person that sold their soul through all 7? What would a child of that at the very end look like?
Just a custody battle.
Yeah. It's such a nice way to not get rid of the sword. That's not, but as in like, I could see a universe where we put it in Ali Ben's garage and we just can't.
Yep.
Throws
the bracer in the ocean. Like, bye.
Yeah. Bye.
Sorry.
And I liked that we got like information about her. I thought that was a really nice way to like have that exchange happen. Because that's something that she could tell us and no one else could. Pride, I suppose. But yes, many theories. I like the idea that yes, we'll get answers next week. We'll get more questions. There's always more questions. Excited to have Falkwin with us as well, because I feel like lots of questions from his side too. It's a joy. It terrifies me still, because it's so sad, but it's also like that like amount of extended. I kept wanting to do when she kept saying friend. I don't think that word means what you think.
Yeah.
Like that's not.
It's so transactional in her vocabulary that it's like
Yeah.
we're definitely friends though, right? What else would we be in this moment? Yeah.
That was like, oh, that's not.
But like you just basically called it during the session where he said, what would it be like to look at the world through the eyes of someone that's always happy? You just literally like said that during the session, and I'm like, wait for the end.
Yeah. I like how many wheels we set in motion. I'm very excited to see sort of the cascade of that. But yes, I'm very excited. Great fun as always. Can't wait to see where it goes next.
Oh, good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Plus, also, as I said, like I generally mean like so much progress was made, like up to this point and including this session. Like, I think you have a lot more of a clearer line in front of you guys than you had up to this point. And yeah, you're learning that, like, my style of world building involves making the place feel like things are happening out with you guys. That's important to know that the world does exist out with the party, but at the same time, that's why you should care about what you are up to, and if you want to get involved in other things, that's fine, but that's a choice rather than anything else. No, it was very, very good. The amount of questions, the theories, the 21 player agency moments, all amazing. Like, it's good because at no point did I feel like, normally like I'll correct you guys if I feel you have picked up what I've tried to put down wrong, and I don't think I did that often this session. So like, if at all, that is. So yeah, like it does seem like things are starting to like again focus in on. And I mean, we've all wanted to meet Pride, right? So I couldn't not cast Michelle Gomez, right? So our devils so far are not Sean Connery. What am I talking about? I actually I wrote him out of the list entirely. To be fair, he didn't make the list at all, but he was considered briefly. Billy Connolly.
We've stopped recording, haven't we? That's quite offensive.
So Sloth, Billy Connolly. We've had Greed with Alan Cumming, and we've got Pride with Michelle Gomez. So yes, continuing my Scottish casting. Yes. So yeah, very, very good. So goals. Right, let's have a very brief chat about that. We'll see how we can do it. So, we'll go through the list, right, and I'll edit as we go. So we've got deal with the second blade. Is that still in progress? I think probably, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I
Try-
think edging towards having dealt with, but yes.
Do you want me to add to the line, like anything else, like because it's deal with the second blade? Is it give it back to Pride or like whatever that entails? But I can leave it as is. We've also got try and help Chiral. I'm assuming I'm leaving that as is. We've got keeping things quiet regarding Vermi until all can be explained. That might tie in with deal with the second blade, given where you are.
Yeah.
Yep. Eat the rich. Well, she probably is hungry.
Yep.
Learn about Samda's death. I mean, could happen. What happened to Master Amblin? Visit the moon. I'll leave that for now. Rakish and gem gifts. Gave one to the Arcana. I'm going to update that. And we're going to say that we took 2 from the Arcana tricks. And I've probably spelled it 4 different ways now. The Arcana tricks. We've got learn more about Brandon L, the first blade. I mean, you did a bit, but like
Learn a little bit.
what more would you like to learn about Brandon L? I guess. What would you like to know about him? And then
Is he in one of the vaults?
Where? Yeah, what happened to him?
okay, so I'm
Where
going to add
is
that in a first blade, and I'm going to put in what happened
What, where, why?
to them.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'll update that. So that's kind of in progress as well. All the question marks with Thane. I'm assuming I'm leaving that, or just want to narrow that down.
Yeah, I think that's how we feel about
There's a lot to unpack with him.
Okay.
We can add more question marks.
You currently do have a gem for Aluben. Are we likely to
That's
keep
done.
that, or are we likely to feed that to... Well, it's not done because you haven't gave it to Aluben yet. So...
Yeah.
so
We will wait and see.
So I'll leave that,
That
but that could be completed, depending
Depends
on...
how hangry she is.
Yes.
And then looking into the Theron around Cascade City. I also changed the
Jeremy's
spelling
doing
on that.
Yeah.
Well, it seems like the whole table we're discussing that, right?
Yeah,
So
so-
that's in progress. So do you want me to take that off your list then?
If it's, I feel like cause the whole of the council are discussing that one, that's probably going to get dealt with on multiple fronts outside of us.
Okay, well, I'll take it out of your
Yeah,
roster then if
feels
you are going to focus elsewhere, that's fine. What else am I adding? Or anything else you feel like was discussed as a goal and is complete?
It'll just be like, for me, it's just checking in on Talanis and Hedera as how their conversations have went, and depending on what they come back with, further goals will probably come from that. Like, if Greed is like, yo, this is fine, let's have a chat. Even though
Well,
we're talking to Pride right now.
Them talking to them isn't a goal in itself because it's not you guys doing it. But what
No.
they're trying to achieve through that, like what's that step 1 of? What's the end of that step process? So, do you know what I mean? So does that get you? Because that can be a goal.
Stop soul gems causing
Yeah, it was
international war.
I think that, yeah, I think informing the nature of the gems, the soul gems, to members of the council.
So, is it stopping international war or just...
Oh, it's both!
So stop soul gems causing international national war / update council about gems. Cool.
Yep.
I'm counting that as one goal.
Oh,
Yep.
let's aim high.
I think, again, as I said, I think the gold leaf one would be the one to take it to, quite primarily because I don't think she wants another world war.
Yeah.
Mhm.
No, I think that's
You
like,
wanna
as I
add?
said, so I've wrote down that you've wanted to talk to Joy, Vermi, Modestellara, Quilburn and Snowstorm, and you've ruled out Vermi because somebody else is doing that for you guys. You did speak to Joy and that led to places. So we've got Modestellara, Quilburn and Snowstorm, but I feel like Quilburn and Modestellara are kind of part of that goal we just wrote. If it's there, unless it's a different thing you want to include them in.
I was going to go through Snowstorm to get to them. Like, I would never approach those people. Like, I know my rank. I would go to him and be like, this is information pertinent. that we've discovered that we feel you should
So-
take to your.
Yeah. The only downside with
So-
that is he'd take it to Lindoranthville. He'd be obligated to
Would
take
he-
it to him first.
It-
As a Silverthorn elf.
Silverthorn.
Yeah, I mean, surely you could encourage him. It's like tell all three.
Use no
Like, all-
Fermi,
That's
who can just speak directly to those other people. So you could.
Yeah, that is also a thing.
So you can skip that. I think the reason why you wanted to speak to Snowstorm is in the potential that they had resources for Alu Ben to use in the study
Yeah.
of the gem. So
Yeah, that was it. Sorry.
That's one of the ones, isn't it? Including an Alaben's one. Not only give them the stone, but give them some place to do the research.
I've just added
Yeah,
that to
just-
the end of it. So get Alu Ben or Action Gem to study and get research area, basically.
Yeah.
Super.
Perfect. So I guess ask Verme to get a meeting with Quilburn or both, like Modes to Lara. Either or both, yeah.
I'd say again, I'm always going to put the gold leaf first because I think she will be the one that goes, "This is how we do this without starting a war," because I don't want to be here for another one of these.
Yeah. Okay. Any other?
Quilburn might not because he's so young. He might just be like, "Oh, the bastards."
Yeah, Quilburn's like 50 or something, like 60.
Yeah.
Like he's not.
I would
Like a normal age.
take it to somebody who has experience, and
Yeah.
she has experience.
Yeah, we know that she's at least 900 and change.
And also, not like I don't know enough about Quilburn, but I bet you if you put that in her hand and said, "Think," like actively look for a soul, like if you gave her the point to look for, she'd find it.
Do you mean Modesta Lara?
Modestellara, yeah. If you gave her the star and said there's a soul in that, she'd have some magic that she'd blast through it and go, "Yeah, there fucking is as well," instead of just being like, Rubik's cube.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, she has a reputation. We know that.
Yeah, so-
Anything else you're in flux with at the moment? Anything else on the agenda?
There are other things, but again, I'd rather wait till we found out if there was going to be a future episode, whether we're visiting certain islands. So I'm going to leave them blank.
Well, what's your?
until-
I mean, Eat the Rich is very vague. So
No,
I mean, if
no,
we're going to
no,
add
no,
it
no,
onto
no.
the, if you're going to add in your
No,
goal,
no, no, no,
Eat
no.
the rich, visit Storm
but keep in mind, there's no point in holding on to these ideas. We may as well share them because then the other players might have ideas in that vein of thought as well, right? And it might shape the story. So
Tea party with Katie.
yeah, gotta celebrate whatever their new job ends up being.
And also ask them a bit more about sorry.
So spill the tea about Surrey Thane.
Right. Okay. Just be like, the guy took down two Ferrin. Like, what the actual fuck?
I mean, keep in mind, it took him hours, and it clearly beat him the hell up. So
Yeah, but he didn't die
Still
in
did
those
it, then.
hours. That's insane.
yeah.
Would you die?
But did you die? And does it blend?
Does it blend?
So, Chris, are you wanting to throw in your 2 cents about your
No,
potential?
no,
No, okay.
no,
Are you just worried what I'll do with that in the time between? Is that your reservation?
100%. 100%. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
We'll see what our next orders are, and then we'll take that from there.
Okay, cool.
Getting to the island might be the bigger task. So,
I mean,
I would
that's,
like to swim.
so,
Mhm.
last call for in-progress goals. All good? All good?
I think we're
All
good.
good. Okay, I'll hit save on that.
Yeah.
That's good. Anything else in the completed list at all? Or are we still in flux with a lot of them? Because I think they're pretty much in flux, but I think next session could clear a lot of those. If we're
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
And it's good to have that direction
That's
because there's
where I
a bunch of pressure off you guys now, technically. And because a lot of what's going to happen if this happens, but you've done a lot of the ifs now. So, yep. Yeah, if that's the case, who we award an XP to?
I would hard.
It sounded like Loudon for a brief second there, but I'm going to assume it was Lockhart.
Loudon.
Just randomly give Loudon some XP, it's fine.
You get 1 XP, she comes back to life. The
Buys
sword
a,
gets confused, starts spinning madly.
buys a reroll for the death save they failed, yeah.
No, I certainly think Alexander was extremely important in making sure we covered, dotted all the I's, crossed all the T's against Joy, which was the most important thing we did this session.
We'll see.
I
You have it in
will-
writing.
do have it in writing. I am very happy with Lockheart to get XP. I also think Riven did a lot this session, including like sending off like NPCs to get things done. Like you covered a lot of bases.
I said this at the break to Hannah, but like for a session you started by saying you weren't feeling that great and you might be quite quiet, you kind of led the session, probably a lot more than you realise, more than Lockhart in a lot of scenes. So yeah, you did very well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's almost like escapism
Yeah.
helps you when you're going neuromulti.
Why the escapism is so good.
Who'd have thunk it?
Okay.
Solving imaginary.
I was wondering when the Red Bull would kick in the way it looked earlier.
So is that what Riven's Cypher is? A Red Bull can? It's because they have the wings Cypher, yeah. It's actually just caffeine.
Other energy drinks are available.
Yes, of course, unless they wish to sponsor, in which case only Red Bull. But Hannah, who are you picking? Yeah.
I think I would have to pick Riven.
Okay, cool. And
Oh, don't do this to me.
we've still got Lockhart's vote, right? Lockhart.
Yeah, Lockhart.
I'm torn. I'm torn between the two again.
Okay.
Heads, it's Riven. Tails, it's Lockhart. Heads. Riven.
That's two for
And
Riven.
again, they both.
Mhm.
It's always the same. The political stuff and the leadership roles. Yeah, they both do very well at it. Yeah, there's other things for everybody else to do, but these guys lead that kind of chat and talk. So yeah.
Promise I'm going to save this XP for when we roll badly against Pride next week.
Unless it helps you level up.
I've just leveled up. I managed to get to tier 2. Tier 2 Riven is
You're at tier 2.
yeah, tier 2 Riven. It's become more. It is now. Will it blend? Point 2. So yes.
So yeah,
I
obviously.
think that like blend
Yeah.
makeup. I was so confused.
Mostly swords. Yeah. So other things to cover as well. I would say you've learned an absolute fuck ton about the world. So you get an XP all for that as a group. I'm also just going to say that in terms of momentum in the game, actually getting to quite a big checkpoint, that's another XP.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so
My
that's
God.
2 for everybody except Riven, who got 3 because of the award.
That's a lot of rerolls for next week,
Oh.
guys. We're going to be fine.
And obviously, point of admin, like make sure like Falkwin knows he's got his 2 points of XP as well.
I'll put that in the chat.
Yeah. So yeah, as I said, big pushes, because as I said, that's the stuff I track when it comes to like progress and like the quest lines and whatnot that you are getting. And it might not necessarily always seem obvious that progress is getting made, but like getting to where you did today was huge. Like, yeah, really huge. And also just committing and putting the sword in, and like lots of leaning forward and into the story. That's what we like. That's what gets us to progress. So very good. And I can't wait to see what happens next week. I love the
I
idea
was
that
nearly about to destroy that. Nope, I'm not putting my hand in there. I am not agreeing to this. Nope.
I refuse to touch the creepy lady.
I mean, nobody would blame you for any reservations you had about any of that at all. Like, not a single. Like,
Not a
but yes.
Myr'ra's just enjoying the rain.
Oh, it's been good. It's been really good. As I said, quite excited to see what happens next session, because yeah, I imagine it's going to be very interesting what you guys decide to ask Pride, because it's definitely going to be a very calm, patient, relaxing session where
What are you playing at?
well, yeah,
I'm already out the door.
I mean, the other question is, what's in the other vault now? So, yeah, like, is it every day you need to open it?
Eldritch horror that is like the core of the earth that's actually technically alive or some shit.
It's the monster that makes all the fried chicken. Yeah. So, yes.
Colonel Sanders, are you alright?
And other chicken providers are available, probably. Again, unless they want to sponsor. But yes, thank you all for playing. Absolute delight. We actually had a brief full house again, which was nice. And as I said, we'll deal with our scheduling off camera. Say goodnight, everybody.
Say goodnight, everybody.